Impel Down, Level 6. In the deepest depths of the infamous underwater prison, in a solitary cell surrounded by silence and shadows, a young man slowly opened his eyes. The cell was damp, barely lit, and saturated with the faint stench of blood and iron. Shackled in heavy sea prism stone cuffs at both wrists and ankles, the prisoner stirred. He looked no older than 19, his face youthful, but his black eyes carried a chilling, ancient weight. He flexed his neck, a soft series of cracks echoing off the cold stone walls. Then, with deliberate calm, he pushed himself upright, resting his back against the icy slab behind him. He stared up at the ceiling of his cage, as if searching for something beyond the darkness. His name was Sanders. 3 years ago, the world knew him as a Marine Rear Admiral, the youngest in history. 19 years ago, he'd awoken in this world, born anew into the era of pirates, Marines, and monsters. Orphaned young, raised by a Marine father, Sanders quickly realized how cruel the world could be. But fate offered him a gift, the power of derivation, an ability unlike anything the world had seen. He could learn anything, Haki, devil fruits, martial arts, combat styles, simply by observing, absorbing, and deriving. No cost, no consumption, only time. The only limitation, one derivation at a time. He couldn't derive two things simultaneously. He could pause and switch, but not stack. But there was a catch. Once he derived something, he didn't need to eat the devil fruit. He just gained the ability. No explosion, no limitation. Even sea water and sea prism stone weakened him only slightly. In the sea, where other devil fruit users were helpless, Sanders could still fight. He was a monster, and the world feared monsters. At 14, he joined the Marines under the watchful eye of his adoptive father. He chose to derive the Goro no Mi, the legendary rumble fruit, not only because of its power, but because it matched his style. Thanks to a starter gift from his reincarnation, a one-time instant derivation, he gained it instantly. No need to wait 5 years or travel to Skypiea. From there, everything changed. He entered Zephyr's elite training camp, a place where only the most promising candidates were forged into weapons. He stood shoulder to shoulder with the likes of Akainu, Kizaru, and Akiji. Within a year, he mastered the 6 powers, armament Haki, and observation Haki. He rose like a storm. His name echoed across Marine headquarters. The fourth monster, they called him, until everything fell apart. A year later, in the Sabaody archipelago, his adoptive father was shot, murdered by a celestial dragon while shielding a civilian. His world shattered. Blinded by rage, Sanders vowed revenge. He would kill the celestial dragon with his own hands. For that, he was branded a traitor. The world government moved fast. Accused of plotting against the nobles and betraying the Marines, he became a fugitive overnight. They didn't send just anyone to capture him. They sent Fleet Admiral Sengoku, Kizaru, and CP0, 3 monsters, each capable of raising cities. Sanders fought. He refused to kneel. But in the end, he lost. Kizaru's light was faster than his lightning. He never stood a chance. 3 years. That's how long he'd been imprisoned in Level 6, the graveyard of legends. His fingers twitched as he summoned the interface in his mind. Name, Sanders. Age, 19. Current status, imprisoned, Level 6, Impel Down. Abilities, Goro no Mi awakened. Advanced armament Haki. Advanced observation Haki. Advanced conqueror's Haki. Giant strength. Advanced combat techniques. Marines, 6 powers. Life return. He was already admiral level. The current admirals, Akainu, Akiji, Kizaru, all had awakened devil fruits, top-tier Haki, and elite combat mastery. That was the standard now. So did he. He had trained with Zephyr, the man whose armament Haki was legendary. Zephyr's strength didn't lie in quantity. It lay in quality. His Haki could shatter steel with a touch, his defenses like ancient stone walls. Sanders learned from the best. And then, he learned from the worst. Level 6 was more than a prison. It was a crucible. Here, the fallen titans of the sea were chained, rotting away in the dark. But to Sanders, it was a treasure trove. Every second, every whisper, every heartbeat of the monsters around him, he was deriving. Bernie World gave him the Moa Moa no Mi. Being near him shaved years off the process. San Juan Wolf offered the essence of giant strength. And from Douglas Bullet, he absorbed something greater than any fruit, the raw essence of overwhelming force. Bullet trained daily, ignoring jeers. Sanders trained beside him. Others mocked them. They didn't care. Bullet's armament Haki was overwhelming, so vast it could cover his entire titanic body. Unlike Zephyr's precision, Bullet embodied brute dominance. His only mistake? That cursed Gasha Gasha no Mi. If Bullet had eaten a Zoan fruit instead, he might have been unstoppable. And now, Sanders had the best of both worlds. Impel Down had imprisoned his body, but it fed his power. Why escape when the strongest were locked in with you? Only one obstacle stood in his path: Magellan. The warden's Doku no Mi turned the narrow halls of the prison into death traps. The sheer lethality of his poison made even Sanders hesitant. But the time was near. He glanced at the currently deriving section of his interface and smirked. Current derivation in progress. Fusion fruit, Gasha no Mi, 78%. Top-tier life return techniques, 65%. Conqueror's Haki, Supreme Control Phase, 34%. Specialized Rokushiki variant, Shatter Step, 22%. Soon, he thought, the world had forgotten him. They thought he was buried beneath the sea, chained, broken, and silent. But Sanders was still deriving, still evolving, still waiting. And when he walked out of this hell, he would no longer be Rear Admiral Sanders. He would be the storm that devoured both the Marines and the pirates. The notifications floated silently in Sanders' mind, like glowing runes etched in the back of his consciousness. He sat cross-legged on the cold stone floor of his Impel Down cell, arms resting on his knees, shackles clinking softly as he moved. The heavy sea prism stone cuffs weighed down his limbs, but not his spirit. He watched the timers tick down with razor-sharp focus. Soon, once Bullet's armament Haki and fusion fruit abilities finished deriving, the real plan would begin. Not an escape, a declaration. He would fight his way out of the deepest pit in the sea and drag the world attention with him. Sanders' eyes glinted in the dim light as he imagined the chaos. The venom fruit was formidable, but even that poison couldn't outmatch fully developed advanced armament Haki. And the fusion fruit, that was a weapon of infinite creativity. With it, he could restructure any material, combine, rearrange, repurpose. Weapons, armor, even entire machines. Like the electric battleship Vegapunk once designed for him. Before his arrest, the ship was only a blueprint of vision. But Sanders had memorized every detail. Now, he'd build it himself. The thought brought a faint smirk to his lips. He and Vegapunk had shared more than a few late nights in the lab, testing theories, refining devil fruit interfaces, challenging each other on what was impossible. For a time, Sanders had been the scientist's most promising collaborator. And soon, he'd finish what they started. The iron balloon physique, Big Mom's unnatural, monstrous durability, was also a long-term goal. It would take years to derive, and Sanders had paused at once to prioritize San Juan Wolf's giant strength. But the ability remained on his list for one reason: raw power. Big Mom was born strong. As a child, she was already at Vice Admiral level. No training, no Haki, just sheer, terrifying force. If not for her gluttony and endless pregnancies, Sanders suspected she might have rivaled Whitebeard or even Roger. Still, the cost of deriving abilities from beings that far surpassed his own biology was high. So for now, the timer ticked on in the background. He scrolled further down his mental interface. Deriving Super Scion Bloodline, 249 years, 364 days, 23 hours. Paused. Deriving Saitama's Serious Punch, 199 years, 364 days, 23 hours. Paused. Deriving 8 Gates, 119 years, 364 days, 23 hours. Paused. There are more. Abilities plucked from distant universes, fictions in this world but data to him. But they were so far removed from reality that they required centuries to manifest. Even simple skills from other worlds demanded over 100 years. The issue was distance. Not physical, but conceptual. The farther the origin of a power, the harder the derivation. The Rumble fruit had taken him 5 years, simply because Skypiea was too far and too inaccessible. Crossing dimensions? A century was merciful. A metallic clang echoed through level 6. Chains scraped stone. Heavy footsteps. The rhythmic thud of fists pounding into flesh. Sanders tilted his head toward the noise. He could already feel the familiar pulse of Haki, raw, untamed. Douglas Bullet was working out again. He stared at the cell wall for a moment longer, then called out, "Hey, Bullet." No response. Sanders narrowed his eyes and exhaled. Boom! A wave of Conqueror's Haki exploded from his body, silent but thunderous, flooding through the floor like a tidal wave of willpower. Farther down the corridor, Bullet paused. Boom! A second blast answered, equally powerful, crashing against Sanders' wave like a hammer striking steel. Their wills clashed invisibly, sending ripples through the prison. Cells rattled. Dust trickled from the ceiling. Pirates across level 6 groaned and cursed. Damn it. Again. Can't those two freaks take a day off? I swear, I'm gonna go mad if I get knocked out one more time. Shut up, Sanders. You and Bullet aren't the only ones down here. The complaints bounced off the walls, but Sanders didn't care. This was the only form of entertainment available in this sunless hell. At first, his Conqueror's Haki was barely noticeable. Now it pressed down like a mountain, growing sharper, heavier, and more refined by the day. Bullet's voice finally rolled in, low, calm, steady. What do you want? Sanders smirked and pulled back his Haki. Join my crew, he said plainly. Be my first mate. There was a pause. Before Bullet could answer, another voice broke in, booming with mockery. Huh, look at this, laughed Avalo Pizarro, the self-proclaimed corrupt king. Sanders, forming a playdate club now. Captain of the Impel Down pirates. Bounty, 0 berries. Ha ha ha. Gonna sail the sea with shackles still on. More voices joined in, a chorus of scorn from the other inmates. You two are the only fools still training. Golden Lion only escaped cause of the float fruit. You think you can fly? Even if you break out, you've got to get past Magellan. You think your lightning's gonna save you from liquid death. And don't forget the fleet outside. You'll be fried before you reach the surface. Give it up already. Boom. Another pulse of Conqueror's Haki silenced the loudest voices. Sanders didn't even look at them. I'm not talking to the dogs in the yard, he muttered. You Marine reject, one inmate snarled. Still think you're better than us? Traitor. Nobody here respects a government lapdog. They kept barking, but Sanders ignored them. He didn't need their respect. He wasn't here for their approval. He was here for power. He turned back to Bullet. Well, what's your answer? There was a pause. Bullet stopped mid-push-up. His gaze drifted into the darkness of his cell. And then, without hesitation, his voice rang out. I refuse. Sanders chuckled, not surprised. That's fine, he said softly. You'll change your mind, one way or another. The clock in his mind ticked down. 1 hour left. The storm was almost ready. And when it hit, it would tear open the sea from the inside out.
Hey, everyone. If you enjoy my quantum audiobooks, you can support me by becoming a Patreon member. Your support helps me keep creating, and you'll get exclusive perks. You can also access my audiobooks directly through Google Drive. Check out the link in the description. Now, let's get started.
Sanders wasn't surprised by Bullet rejection. Having read the original story, he knew that Bullet past experiences made him distrustful of others. After joining Roger's pirate crew, the idea of having to protect comrades made him feel that he wasn't fighting decisively enough, which in turn made him believe he had become weaker. That's why he left Roger's crew. Barrett firmly believed that being strong alone was what truly mattered. But Sanders still wanted to try and win him over. After all, If he wanted to fight against the world government and destroy the celestial dragons, he would need powerful comrades by his side. Solo fighting wouldn't be enough. If Barrett joined, Sanders could take on the 4 emperors right away. Speaking of which, red-haired Shanks was probably about to become the 4th emperor. What if I help you escape from Impel Down? Sanders asked. I refuse. Barrett continued training his strength without hesitation. No one could become his comrade, not even Pirate King Roger, let alone a kid who was once a Marine. Besides, Barrett hadn't fully refined his own power yet. All right, Sanders shrugged and turned to the Red Count. What about you, Red Count? As a top-tier powerhouse of the previous era, the Red Count was now quite old. But Sanders knew that the Red Count was aware of the whereabouts of a mythical Zoan fruit. Once he ate that fruit, age would no longer limit his power. I refuse. The Red Count's voice was sharp and aged. Kid, you're not qualified to be my captain. Like Barrett, he too rejected Sanders. Sanders didn't press further. Out of everyone on level 6, only these 2 were worth recruiting. The rest of the prisoners didn't interest him at all. Hey, Marine, why aren't you asking me? A voice piped up. I want to play make-believe too. Captain of Impel Down's pirate crew, king of evil governance, Avalo Pizarro, at your service. Wahaha! Pizarro's eerie laughter echoed across level 6. His sarcastic tone stirred laughter among the other prisoners. PSSH, he doesn't even care about you. Katarina Devon, one of the few female pirates there, sneered with a giggle. You damned woman, he doesn't care about you either. Pizarro snapped back, enraged. The 2 started hurling vicious insults at each other, arguing about strength, looks, and even their families. This was typical life on level 6. Darkness and isolation had made these pirates irritable, and had they not been locked in separate cells, they would have already fought to the death. Ignoring these lowlifes, Sanders focused on his interface, waiting in silence for the top-tier armament Haki to finish deriving. Once that power was his, he could begin his escape. With life return, the handcuffs and leg irons didn't really restrict him. Plus, the sea stone suppression of his devil fruit ability was limited. Though he couldn't fully transform into lightning, he could still use a little bit of his power, like releasing a small shock. Time ticked by, and the remaining time for the top-tier armament Haki continued to decrease. Hey, Marine, why aren't you training today? Pizarro mocked. Did you finally give up? He never missed a chance to taunt Sanders. Pizarro hated Sanders for his former Marine identity. You should have given up a long time ago. We're never getting out of here. Isn't it better to wait here and die slowly with us? The other pirates, having lost all hope of escaping, were naturally irritated seeing someone who hadn't sunk into despair alongside them. I'm not like you worthless scum, Sanders replied calmly. Today, I'm getting out of here. I'm just conserving my strength. The pirates erupted in laughter, mocking Sanders mercilessly. Conserving your strength? More like you're still dreaming. Ha ha ha. You stupid Marine, wake up already. This is Impel Down, not your house. You can't just come and go as you please. Hey Marine, why aren't you talking? Did you finally wake up and realize reality? Are you lying on the floor, crying now? Ha! From Marine genius to Impel Down prisoner. How does it feel to fall from the heavens to the pit of hell? So young and already locked up for life. Poor kid. You're probably still a virgin, huh? The pirates mocked Sanders endlessly, often trying to strike at his emotional wounds. They'd vividly describe the pleasures of the outside world, hoping to break him mentally. But it never worked. Sanders had never once lost his cool, which frustrated them to no end. As the pirates continued to taunt and jeer, the top-tier armament Haki was finally fully derived. An immense surge of power flowed through Sanders' body, making his armament Haki at least twice as powerful. Life returned. Without any hesitation, Sanders used his mental control over his body and activated life return. His black hair began to grow longer, stretching over a meter in length, moving like tentacles. With his mental command, his hair stretched towards the handcuffs and leg irons. This was a rare and powerful ability that few Marines ever mastered. With it, you could inject your consciousness into your body and control any part of it, even your hair, nails, and internal organs. With 2 crisp clicks, the handcuffs and leg irons were effortlessly unlocked by Sanders. The moment the sea stone left his body, his suppressed power surged like a dam breaking. Terrifying bolts of lightning crackled around him, dancing like silver serpents, glowing brightly. His dim cell was now illuminated by the lightning, almost as bright as day. The surrounding air seemed to buzz with static electricity, filled with a faint crackling sound. Sanders' eyes gleamed with electricity, as if they could pierce the darkness. This was the power of the rumble fruit. Feeling his strength fully return, Sanders clenched his fists in excitement. His aura began to rise, exuding a terrifying pressure. He no longer suppressed his power, letting it flow freely. After 3 years of patience, the time had finally come for him to reap the rewards. The once noisy level 6 instantly fell silent. All eyes were drawn to Sanders' brightly lit cell and the overwhelming aura radiating from him. This is the power of the rumble fruit. Kizaru gasped in disbelief, gripping the bars of his cell as he stared at Sanders. Everyone knew that those wearing sea stone shackles couldn't use their devil fruit powers. Did this guy cut off his hands and feet? Someone whispered, recalling how the golden lion had escaped by cutting off his limbs. Has this kid gone insane, without arms or legs? How could he hope to fight Impel Down's top enforcers like Magellan and Shiryu? Everyone on level 6 extended their observation Haki towards Sanders' cell, trying to figure out how he was using his devil fruit powers. The moment Sanders broke free of the sea stone shackles, dark clouds began to gather over Impel Down. Lightning crackled through the clouds, and thunder rumbled ominously, as if some world-ending storm was brewing. It was as if the sky was about to unleash destruction. Black clouds covered the sky, and in an instant, the day turned dark. Deep in the ocean, massive sea kings stirred in fear, swimming away to the depths. Above the sea, a massive fleet of marine ships surrounded Impel Down. Sailors stepped out of their cabins, gazing up at the sky in confusion. Just moments ago, the weather had been sunny and clear. How had it turned into this in the blink of an eye? After adjusting to his newfound power, Sanders didn't suppress it anymore. Surrounded by crackling lightning, he took a step towards the door of his cell. Every footprint he left behind created charred, smoking pits as if struck by lightning. Using life return, he unlocked the cell door just as effortlessly as before and walked out. The sound of the door opening echoed across level 6. Sanders stepped into the hallway. As he moved, thunder flashed, and his tall, muscular figure resembled a god of thunder descending upon the world, mysterious and awe-inspiring. Every prisoner on level 6 stared in wide-eyed shock at the sight before them. Many rubbed their eyes, unable to believe what they were seeing. The once silent level 6 prison was now filled with stunned gasps. Boom! After a brief moment of silence, Impel Down erupted into chaos. Am I seeing this right? Did that guy really escape? And he didn't even chop off his limbs. How is that possible? He wasn't lying when he said he was conserving his strength. Douglas Bullet stopped his training. His eyes locked onto Sanders as he walked down the corridor. So strong. While others were shocked by Sanders' escape, Bullet was more impressed by his strength. While Sanders had seemed unremarkable inside the cell, now that he was free of the sea stone shackles, his aura was overwhelming. Even Barrett found it startling. This guy is no weaker than me, Bullet thought to himself. He's a monster. Previously, Bullet had scoffed at the idea of Sanders being called a marine monster. But now he had changed his mind. Sanders definitely deserved that title. Most importantly, Sanders wasn't even 20 years old yet. At the same age, Bullet felt like he hadn't been as powerful. However, Bullet quickly snapped out of his astonishment and resumed training. So what if Sanders was strong? Barrett didn't need comrades. Only making himself stronger mattered. Unlike Bullet, who quickly calmed down, the Red Count felt a twinge of regret. Earlier, he had thought Sanders was joking and had underestimated him, so he had refused his offer to join him. Now, seeing Sanders' strength, He realized Sanders was already one of the strongest in the world. Given his age, being Sanders' crew member didn't seem so shameful after all. But the Red Count knew he had missed his chance to escape Impel Down. He wouldn't stoop so low as to beg Sanders for help now. And even if he did, Sanders wouldn't agree to help him. Strong people have their own pride and way of doing things. So, despite his regret, the Red Count remained calm, closing his eyes and pretending to sleep. While Barrett and the Red Count managed to stay composed, the other prisoners couldn't. They didn't care about dignity. They would rather be someone's lackey than rot in the darkness of Impel Down. If Sanders could help them escape, they'd even be willing to call him Dad if it meant freedom. So, once they accepted the reality that Sanders had escaped, they started shouting desperately, hoping Sanders would free them too. Lord Sanders, help me out of here. Let's break out together, shouted Avalo Pizarro, the king of evil governance. We'll be your allies, he added. Take me with you. Take me with you, yelled Baskerville, the heavy-drinking superhuman-type alcohol fruit user known as Big Drinker. Let me out. Let me out, demanded San Juan Wolf, pounding the walls of his cell. I can turn into any woman you want. Just say the word. I know all kinds of moves. I can make you very happy. Take me with you, pleaded Katerina Devon. If she hadn't been so ugly, Sanders might have actually considered her offer. All around him, the prisoners begged Sanders to use his powers to free them, promising him treasures, women, and territory in return. One pirate even offered to give Sanders his wife and daughter. They all sang the same tune. Let me out, and I'll give you anything you want. Even if I don't have it, I'll promise you the world. But Sanders had no interest in freeing these scumbags. They weren't even qualified to be his crew members. He wasn't like Blackbeard, who recruited any trash he could find. Listen up, you brats, Sanders shouted. I'm off to have some fun outside. You can all rot here and wait to die. Laughing, Sanders turned and walked away without even glancing at Douglas Barrett or the Red Count. They had rejected him, so he had no reason to keep trying to convince them. There were plenty of strong people out there he could recruit. Who knew if, after today, the defenses at Impel Down would tighten? Maybe Barrett and the Red Count would never escape after this. Realizing that Sanders had no intention of freeing them, the pirates either begged louder or cursed him. Come back. Come back. Please, I beg you, don't leave. Let me out. Let me out. You damn Marine. You won't get away. Magellan and Shiryu will catch you. Screw you, Sanders. You'll be executed on the spot. You won't escape. You'll be killed. But Sanders paid no attention. It was as if he couldn't hear a word they said. Turning into a bolt of lightning, he dashed towards the exit. Breaking out of Impel Down, the escape begins now. Impel Down, first level, monitoring room. Dozens of large screens hung on the walls, displaying live surveillance footage from various areas of Impel Down. The prison guard were monitoring the inmates through the video images transmitted by the Den Den Mushi, except for level 5, where the temperature was too low to install them. At the moment, 5 or 6 guards were yawning, looking half asleep. It's been over a decade since we had any trouble here. What's the point of keeping an eye on things like this every day? A young guard yawned, his voice tinged with boredom. Isn't it a good thing that there's been no trouble? You have no idea how many guards and Marines died back when the Golden Lion, Shakky, broke out. An older guard responded with a chuckle. We've got it good here. No fighting pirates like the Marines, and we don't have to worry about the weather. You're just taking it for granted. Wait until you're my age. You'll understand. You're right. One big shot escape in 100 years, and now every pirate's locked up with their limbs bound. Even if Shakky came back, he wouldn't make it out again, the young guard scoffed. Everyone knew Shakky's escape was due to his float fruit powers. Without a similar ability, prisoners in Impel Down wouldn't even make it past the first level. After all, the Marine fleet outside wasn't just for show, and the calm belt teeming with sea kings surrounded them. Without the ability to fly, escape was impossible. Hey, tell us the story of how Shakky broke out. Would you? We're bored out of our minds anyway. Another guard asked with a grin, clearly intrigued by the tale. Shakky's escape, huh? The older guard laughed, leaning back in his chair and resting his hands behind his head. Glancing at the monitors, he casually began, Well, back then, just as he was about to start his story, something caught his eye on the screen. His face went pale in an instant. On the screen, a tall figure surrounded by crackling lightning stood in the hallway of level 6. Something's wrong. We have a breakout. The older guard lunged for the control panel, sounding the alarm as he grabbed the den mushy to alert the warden. The blaring alarm echoed throughout the prison. Other guards, who had also seen the figure on the screen, stared in horror. Someone's escaped. Notify Warden Magellan immediately. It's Monster Rear Admiral Sanders. Sanders has broken out. At that moment, Magellan was sitting on the toilet, suffering from a bout of diarrhea. His usually fierce face had gone pale. When the alarm blared, his expression darkened. This was a sound he hadn't heard since the Golden Lion's escape over 10 years ago. Buru buru, buru buru. The den mushy rang. Magellan answered immediately. Warden Magellan, it's bad. Sanders from level 6 has escaped. The terrified voice on the other end of the line didn't even wait for him to ask questions. Even the den mushy was sweating in fear. Sanders? Magellan instantly remembered who they were talking about. The Marine's youngest and most talented rear admiral ever. A prodigy of the Logia-type rumble fruit. How did he escape the sea stone cuffs and shackles? Did he cut off his limbs? Magellan asked quickly. After all, the Golden Lion had escaped by cutting off his legs. With both Sanders' hands and feet bound, the only way to escape should have been by severing his limbs. And no, Sanders is completely unharmed. His limbs are intact. There's no sign of injury. Magellan was puzzled. How could Sanders have escaped without cutting off his limbs? But there was no time to dwell on that. The most important task now was to recapture Sanders and put down this breakout. Has anyone else escaped? He asked. No, it's just Sanders. That was a relief for Magellan. At least Sanders hadn't freed any of the other prisoners. If the criminals from level 6 had broken out en masse, the damage would have been catastrophic, even if they managed to suppress them. Each of the prisoners on level 6 was a monstrous figure. Dealing with one escapee was manageable. No matter how talented Sanders was, he was still just a teenager. Keep a close eye on him. Report his movements to me immediately. Notify Hannibal and Shiryu. Seal off all exits. Sanders must not be allowed to escape. Magellan ordered decisively. Yes, Warden Magellan. Sanders has already reached level 5, but we don't have surveillance there because of the extreme cold, the guard reported before hanging up. Magellan hurriedly finished his business, wiped himself, and got off the toilet, ready to personally capture Sanders. The reputation of the rumble fruit and Sanders' genius title weighed heavily on his mind. He had to ensure that this time there would be no escape, unlike with the Golden Lion. To cover all bases, he also notified the Marine fleet outside. However, he refrained from contacting Marine headquarters for now. He believed they could still handle the situation within Impel Down. With Magellan's orders, all guards grabbed their weapons and stationed themselves at every exit, determined to subdue Sanders. Outside Impel Down, on the deck of the lead warship, a Marine vice admiral stood, clad in a gray suit with a justice cloak billowing behind him. A two-headed dragon emblem was etched on his helmet, and he held 2 swords in hand. At his waist hung an ancient-looking pistol. This man was Vice Admiral Enigmo, the commander of the Marine fleet stationed outside. He puffed on a cigarette, his expression fierce. He had just finished speaking with Warden Magellan via den mushy. As he gazed at the gathering storm clouds above, he muttered to himself, "Is this because of you, Sanders? Seems like being locked and impelled down didn't weaken you. You've only gotten stronger," he mused. "Vice Admiral Enigmo, should we inform Fleet Admiral Sengoku about Sanders' escape?" His aide asked cautiously. "There's no need for that, at least not yet. Magellan and Shiryu are there. Escaping Impel Down won't be easy," Enigmo responded coolly. "Especially with Magellan. His venom fruit makes him practically invincible inside the prison. Even a Marine admiral would struggle to escape from him and Shiryu. The venom fruit was incredibly powerful. If not for its side effects, Magellan would have easily been a candidate admiral. Becoming a full admiral wasn't out of the question." Enigmo also respected Shiryu of the Rain, the prison's chief warden, known for his swordsmanship. Enigmo didn't believe he could defeat Shiryu himself. With those two defending the prison, even if Sanders had grown stronger, he wouldn't be able to escape. Therefore, there was no need to alert Fleet Admiral Sengoku just yet. The seas were growing more chaotic, with stronger pirates emerging left and right. Meanwhile, the Marines, looking up at the darkening storm clouds, Enigmo's thoughts turned to what should have been the Marines' next great leader. Notify all warships. Be on high alert and prepare for battle at any moment. Yes, Vice Admiral Enigmo. With the order given, every warship's cannons were trained on the waters surrounding Impel Down. Magellan led his men to the 5th level, the freezing hell. After searching for a while, they couldn't find any trace of Sanders. He took out a din mushy and called the prison guards in the monitoring room. Are you certain Sanders is no longer on the 6th level? Absolutely certain. The surveillance din mushy on the 6th level hasn't been destroyed, and we can see every corner clearly. Sanders is definitely not on the 6th level, the guard replied confidently. Magellan glanced at the icy terrain of the 5th level, thought for a moment, and said, "Continue monitoring all the levels. Report to me immediately if anything happens." "Yes, Director Magellan." Magellan continued the search. Deputy Director Hannibal stayed at the monitoring room. Chief Guard Shiryu was stationed at the passage leading to the 3rd level, a cigar in his mouth, watching the exit with excitement. The entire Impel Down operated like a well-oiled machine, smoothly running under the high alert. And as for Sanders, the eye of the storm, at this moment, he was sitting in the kitchen on the 4th level. This kitchen was right next to the director's office. Long before Magellan headed to the 5th level, Sanders had already reached the 4th. With his advanced observation Haki and the powers of the Rumble fruit, he had all the guards and din mushy under his control. He knew exactly where the surveillance devices were and where the guards were stationed. With the speed granted by the Rumble fruit, avoiding the surveillance din mushy was a breeze. Magellan would never imagine that a prisoner trying to escape would end up in the prison's kitchen. The 5 chefs in the kitchen looked at Sanders with terror. At their feet lay one of their fellow chefs, wearing a chef's hat. He had been knocked unconscious by Sanders' conqueror's Haki, as a warning to the others. "Everyone, stay quiet, or else this will be your fate too. Careful, or I'll throw you all into the flames." Sanders sat on a table, pointing at the unconscious chef as he threatened the others. "Why, yes, we'll be quiet. No noise, we promise," the chef stammered in fear. Sanders nodded in satisfaction. "That's more like it. You're working for pennies. No need to risk your lives. Now, get moving and make me some food." Taking a large bite of meat, Sanders ordered the chefs. Since he had decided to fight his way out, he needed to replenish his energy first. Right, we'll cook. We'll get right on it." The chefs were relieved. They had feared the worst, but all he wanted was food. That they could handle. The 5 chefs immediately got to work, cooking up a storm with impressive skill. One after another, plates of fragrant food were placed in front of Sanders. He didn't hold back, grabbing the food and eating without care, not even waiting for it to cool. As he devoured the food, Sanders spoke with his mouth full. "Keep cooking, don't stop. I can eat all of it." Faced with the delicious food, Sanders felt like a starving ghost reincarnated. He wanted to eat even the plates. The prison food had been terrible. Worse still, it had been scarce, with small portions to prevent prisoners from gaining the strength to cause trouble. If it weren't for his desire to increase his strength, Sanders would have broken out long ago. More and more food was placed in front of him, but it couldn't keep up with how fast Sanders was eating. Every time a dish was ready, Sanders would pour it directly into his mouth. His body seemed to be an endless pit, consuming vast amounts of food with no visible limit. The chef's hands were getting tired from cooking, and Sanders kept eating more. His body began to change. His strong, over 2-meter-tall frame started to widen. Under the chef's terrified eyes, Sanders gradually transformed into a fat man. His stomach swelled, larger than that of a pregnant woman, like an inflated balloon ready to burst at any moment. When one of the chefs couldn't lift the pot anymore, Sanders finally felt satisfied. Burp. After downing half a bottle of wine, Sanders let out a loud, content burp, a look of satisfaction on his face. 3 years. Finally, real food, Sanders muttered as he smacked his lips. Patting his bulging belly, Sanders used life return, quickly digesting the food he had just consumed. To the chef's horror, his bloated body began to shrink back, gradually returning to its original shape. You all did well. I'm satisfied. Since the food was good, I'll spare your lives. Sanders casually picked his teeth. Thank you. Before the chefs could finish their gratitude, Sanders knocked them all out with his conqueror's Haki. Their eyes rolled back as they collapsed to the floor. Now that I've eaten my fill, it's time to get to work. It's time to announce to the world, Sanders is back. Saying this, Sanders left the kitchen and headed toward the 3rd level. This time, he didn't bother avoiding the surveillance den mushy. He walked openly through the 4th level, making his way to the 3rd. His movements were quickly reported to the monitoring room. The guards immediately notified Magellan, who was still on the 5th level. Director Magellan, Sanders has appeared on the 4th level and is heading toward the 3rd level. Chief Jailer Suddy has encountered him with her 4 jailer beasts. Magellan's face darkened as he rushed to the 4th level. At the same time, Sanders stood before 5 opponents. To be precise, 1 person and 4 beasts. The person was a young girl who looked even younger than Sanders. She had curly blonde hair, with her bangs covering her eyes. Her tight-fitting pink leather outfit showed off her curvaceous figure, making her look both sexy and fierce. The 4 beasts, of course, were the jailer beasts. A cow holding a large spiked club, a rhino with 2 smaller clubs, and a koala and a zebra. Seeing Sanders, Suddy smirked. The Navy's genius traitor. I bet your cries of pain will sound delicious. Attack. Capture him. Suddy gave the order without hesitation, not taking Sanders seriously at all. The jailer beasts roared and charged at Sanders, brandishing their weapons. Sanders remained expressionless, his gaze calm and cold. Brilliant blue light began to flicker in his hands, gradually concentrating at his fingertips. 10 million volts, thunderstrike. Boom! It was as if thunder suddenly exploded beside their ears. A bolt of blue lightning shot out, instantly striking the 4 jailer beasts. Their charging figures froze mid-step. Boom! The tremendous destructive force, accompanied by intense heat and paralysis, blasted the 4 beasts into the air. They crashed heavily to the ground, eyes rolling back as they lost consciousness. Suddy stood there, her mouth agape, unable to believe what she was seeing. The jailer beasts were terrifying creatures, feared even by pirates. Yet in front of this man, they didn't even have a chance to get close. Facing such a powerful enemy, little Suddy knew this wasn't the time to be stunned. She quickly snapped back to reality, her face showing a serious expression. The whip in her hand cracked loudly in the air. Excitement of passion, red demon whip. Just as little Suddy was about to execute her move, the man standing at a distance suddenly disappeared from her sight. Her face changed drastically as she tried to step back and evade. Suddenly, a strong, powerful hand gripped her neck. Amidst the sizzling sound, little Suddy smelled a burnt scent. The stinging pain on her neck told her it was the smell of her skin being scorched by electricity. The paralyzing effect of the current left her unable to resist. The whip slipped from her hand and fell to the ground. So fast. Not a bad figure. An interesting weapon, too. If it were a different time, I might have been interested in playing with you for a while longer. Sanders glanced at little Suddy's sexy figure and her weapon, smiling as he spoke. But right now, I've got more important things to do. With that, Sanders pinched her neck lightly and then tossed her aside. Boom! A loud crash echoed. Little Suddy's body slammed heavily into the wall, leaving spiderweb-like cracks on the surface. Before she could catch her breath, Sanders casually threw a bolt of lightning at her. Her golden hair was singed black by the lightning, her face covered in soot. She opened her mouth, her eyes rolling back as she fell to the ground, her body trembling a few times as if electrocuted. A thin wisp of black smoke rose from her open mouth. After dealing with little Suddy and the 4 jailer beasts, Sanders casually strolled toward the 3rd level. In the monitoring room, Hannibal watched the scene in horror. Sweat dripped from his forehead, his eyes bulging in shock. His normally gloomy, fierce face was now filled with disbelief. So terrifying. Little Suddy and the jailer beasts were defeated in an instant, without any resistance. The other prison guards were also horrified. As the chief jailer of Impel Down, Little Suddy was considered one of the strongest in the entire prison. Not to mention, she had 4 powerful jailer beasts with her. But when faced with Sanders, they were defeated without even putting up a fight. A guy this powerful. If he defeats Magellan or escapes from Impel Down, could I become the director and take his place? Hannibal mumbled to himself. Deputy Director Hannibal. The guards in the monitoring room stared at him in disbelief. Hannibal quickly covered his mouth. Oh no, did I say that out loud again? As Sanders made his way to the 3rd level, the sound of footsteps echoed. Dozens of guards with rifles appeared in front of him. There he is, the escapee is here. Quick, notify Director Magellan. Without waiting for orders, the guards raised their rifles and opened fire. Bang, bang, bang. Countless bullets flew towards Sanders. But Sanders was unafraid. He continued walking as if he didn't see the guards in front of him. In Sanders' eyes, the fast-flying bullets seemed to move in slow motion. With casual movements, he dodged all the bullets. Since the guards knew Sanders possessed a Logia-type power, they had prepared Seastone bullets. So Sanders relied on his observation Haki to avoid them. Of course, he could have used armament Haki or even just taken the bullets head-on, but there was no need. Seeing that the first round of shooting had no effect, the guards prepared for a second round. But Sanders' eyes flashed. A wave of his conqueror's Haki swept over the guards. In the face of his overwhelming aura, the guards were like small boats in a vast tsunami, alone and insignificant. More than half of the guards fell unconscious in an instant. The few who remained stood frozen in fear, unable to move. They wanted to pull the trigger and fight back, but they couldn't. All they could do was watch in despair as Sanders walked closer. After Sanders passed them, those few guards who had been holding on finally collapsed to the ground, their eyes rolling back. Soon, Sanders reached the 3rd level. It seemed that the guards who had just been stationed at the passage were the ones responsible for defending the 3rd level, as only one figure stood there now. The person was tall, wearing the uniform of the chief jailer, with a hat on his head and a sword resting against both hands. His broad-chinned face bore a wicked grin, and the cigar in his mouth released tendrils of smoke. Shiryu. Sanders raised an eyebrow, his expression becoming slightly more serious. In all of Impel Down, only Director Magellan and Chief Jailer Shiryu were worth his attention. Looks like my reputation still carries weight. Even the famous Navy genius has heard of me. Shiryu gripped his sword and slowly approached Sanders. You've killed quite a few pirates over the years, Sanders said with a slight smile. Shiryu had long enjoyed torturing and killing prisoners, and more than a few pirates on the 6th level had met their end at his hands. Has the Navy's former genius started sympathizing with pirates now that you've become a criminal? I don't know how you escaped your cell, but it's time to go back. Maybe this time, the world government will let me execute you. I've killed plenty of pirates and criminals, but I've never killed a Navy officer before. Shiryu taunted as he drew his sword, Thunderstorm, which gleamed coldly. A cruel grin spread across his face, his eyes filled with excitement. I wonder if your screams will sound even better than theirs. Sanders stood in the passage, curling his lip. He had originally thought that Shiryu would try to join him. He had even been thinking of ways to reject the offer. But now, it seemed like there was no need. Shiryu had no such intentions at all. It was purely Sanders' wishful thinking. You couldn't blame Sanders for thinking this way. After all, in the future, Shiryu would betray Impel Down and join Blackbeard. What Sanders didn't consider was that, at this point in time, his own reputation wasn't that great. His strength wasn't considered top tier in the eyes of most people. Also, Shiryu hadn't yet been imprisoned by Magellan, so his desire to betray was far from strong. Shiryu, why aren't you torturing pirates in the interrogation room? You came all the way here just to die. Sanders mocked without hesitation. Shiryu was momentarily stunned but then responded, "Don't think that just because you ate a strong devil fruit, you can act so arrogant. I've changed my mind. I'm going to slit your throat with this blade." As he spoke, armament Haki wrapped around Shiryu's sword. With a casual slash, a powerful flying slash attack sped toward Sanders. Lightning flashed in Sanders' eyes. Thanks to his observation Haki, he had already sensed the slash and predicted its trajectory. His body turned into lightning and vanished from where he stood. Boom! The slash created a massive crack in the ground, and the deafening sound echoed throughout the third level. Dust filled the air. 50 million volts, thunder strike. Sanders raised his hand, launching a bolt of lightning in retaliation. The blue lightning, carrying a destructive aura, struck Shiryu at lightning speed. Shiryu's eyes narrowed, and he slashed with his armament Haki-coated sword, cutting through the lightning and sending it crashing into the walls on both sides. "If that's all you've got, you won't be escaping today," Shiryu sneered. He kicked off the ground, leaping swiftly toward Sanders, swinging his sword Thunderstorm without hesitation. Facing Shiryu's swift and powerful attacks, Sanders remained calm, a slight smirk forming on his lips. Armament Haki wrapped around his hand, and his left hand, brimming with lightning, extended outward. Electromagnetic force, repel. Even though there was still some distance between Sanders' hand and Shiryu's sword, Shiryu felt as though his blade had struck something solid. He couldn't move his sword forward by even an inch. Electromagnetic force. Repel worked by altering the magnetic field with electric currents, allowing control over metal objects. The Rumble fruit had two main directions for development. One was lightning itself, lightning fast speed, destructive attacks, and paralysis effects. The other was electromagnetic force. Enel had used electromagnetic waves to extend the range of his observation Haki, which was part of this. However, Sanders had developed this ability beyond just enhancing his observation Haki. One application was the ability to control metal. By manipulating the magnetic field with electric currents, he could create attraction and repulsion effects. This ability was similar to the magnet fruit, though less convenient as it required a conversion process. At this moment, metals that had come into contact with Sanders' electricity were easier for him to control. While the magnet fruit was superior in terms of controlling magnetic forces, Sanders' Rumble fruit was still effective enough for his needs. Since Shiryu had used his sword to cut through Sanders' lightning earlier, the electricity had naturally entered Shiryu's sword. Armament Haki could strengthen defense, but didn't entirely block out Sanders' electricity. What kind of power is this? Shiryu was visibly shocked. He could clearly feel that Sanders' hand was repelling his sword. Yet, by his observation, there was no force between Sanders' hand and the blade. It wasn't an externalized form of armament Haki. Since when did the Rumble fruit have such abilities? "The power of science," Sanders replied as his right hand clenched into a fist, gathering a blindingly bright surge of lightning. 200 million volts, Thunder Fist. Unlike Enel, whose maximum attack was 200 million volts, Sanders wasn't limited to that level. The upper limit of his power went far beyond. With a roar, Sanders unleashed the destructive power of his Thunder Fist, aiming straight for Shiryu's chest. Shiryu's face changed drastically as he attempted to pull his sword back to block, only to feel the sword being pulled towards Sanders' hand by an attractive force. At the very moment Shiryu tried to retract his blade, Sanders switched from electromagnetic force, repel, to electromagnetic force, attract. The powerful magnetic attraction stalled Shiryu's movement. However, Shiryu reacted quickly. His armament Haki-coated fist shot forward to meet the Thunder Fist. Boom! With the deafening clash, a powerful shock wave spread out in all directions, raising dust and debris. Shiryu, having hastily blocked the blow, was sent flying instantly. The immense force knocked his sword free from the electromagnetic pull. The Thunder Fist's power did not diminish as it transformed into a lightning column, continuing to chase after the airborne Shiryu. Crack! Sweat beaded on Shiryu's forehead as he quickly covered his entire body with armament Haki. There was no way his physical body could withstand such tremendous power. The destructive energy carried by the attack gave him the instinctive feeling that one touch would mean death. Boom! The destructive force landed squarely on Shiryu. Even though his body was covered with armament Haki, it couldn't fully resist the power. Shiryu was forced to continuously reinforce his Haki, desperately covering his body in layers of protection. Under the relentless force of the lightning column, Shiryu was blasted back, his body dragging along the ground for over 10 meters before slamming into a wall. Part of the wall collapsed, burying Shiryu under rubble. Thick smoke billowed from the debris. Sanders casually walked toward where Shiryu had fallen. As the dust settled, Shiryu slowly crawled out from the wreckage, his left arm hanging limp and his body charred black. His once pristine uniform was now full of burn holes, and his previously clean face was covered in soot. He looked at the young man before him in horror. How is he this strong? Shiryu's eyes were full of confusion. His strength definitely surpassed most of the vice admirals of the Marines headquarters. Only the most elite, seasoned vice admirals could match him, and some of them might not even be his opponents. But even so, when facing the man in front of him, he still felt an overwhelming sense of powerlessness. It was a feeling he had never experienced before. During their recent clash, he had felt an unstoppable power, an ocean-like armament Haki, and the force of a thunderous, destructive lightning. Even now, there was still a force in his left arm continuously destroying his flesh. Shiryu knew that it was the internal destruction ability of advanced armament Haki, a technique he hadn't mastered. Meanwhile, the destructive currents of electricity were still rampaging through his body, paralyzing him and making it difficult to move. The fact that he was even able to stand was him barely holding on. Not bad, Shiryu. You can still stand, Saunders remarked as he approached Shiryu, surprised that he was still able to stand. The power of that punch had been quite impressive. A typical vice admiral would be lucky not to die after taking a punch head-on. Saunders knew this too well, having sparred with vice admirals many times before entering Impel Down. At that time, aside from the veteran vice admirals, the others might not have been able to match him. Admirals and vice admirals were entirely different classes of beings. A vice admiral who could take a full force attack from an admiral was considered one of the elites. In the original series, Luffy, after defeating Doflamingo, was taken down in one hit by Kaido. Who could say Luffy wasn't strong enough to defeat vice admirals by that time? Saunders wasn't saying he was stronger than Kaido right now, but he was at least on the same level. If they were to fight, it would take days to determine the winner. His victory over Shiryu had been somewhat opportunistic. Electromagnetic force had caught Shiryu off guard, and he hadn't even had the chance to display his full swordsmanship. Forcing a swordsman to trade punches was a bit unfair, especially given the hastiness of the clash. You're truly a monster, Saunders. Shiryu coughed a couple of times, using his sword for support, panting heavily. After 3 years in Impel Down, not only has your strength not diminished, but you've grown to such a level. No wonder you're called the most talented monster in Marines history. It seems the Marines and the world government have no idea what kind of enemy they've provoked. Despite only having exchanged a single blow, Shiryu felt more exhausted than if he had fought for 3 days and nights. Now he was certain Saunders was definitely going to escape from Impel Down. Magellan would never be able to stop him. No wonder Saunders had been moving so slowly earlier, even finding the time to eat. He must have already been certain of his success. When Saunders had left the kitchen and moved toward the 3rd level, the surveillance room had already traced his steps and informed Shiryu, who was guarding the 3rd floor. I originally planned to stay in the Marines to fight pirates, Saunders said with a shrug. But those swine killed my foster father. If his foster father hadn't been murdered, Saunders wouldn't have minded staying in the Marines for the sake of his foster father and his mentor, Zephyr. At worst, he could have refused promotion to admiral and found a position at some Marines base. He wasn't a savior. He couldn't take on all the world's injustice and suffering. The best he could do was to fight more of the brutal pirates within his reach. If I were one of the 5 elders, I would have had that celestial dragon's head delivered to you on a platter rather than forcing an arrest order when you hadn't even made a move, Shiryu said, glancing at Saunders. One celestial dragon isn't worth even a fraction of your value. Shiryu already knew about Saunders' situation. He had heard the pirates on the 6th floor talk about it before, many of them mocking Saunders' predicament. As the chief jailer of Impel Down, it wasn't surprising that Shiryu knew about these things. Saunders' story wasn't widely known outside of the prison, even within the Marines. Except for Sengoku and Kizaru, others probably believed Saunders had actually tried to assassinate a celestial dragon. In reality, Saunders hadn't even laid eyes on the celestial dragon before Sengoku and Kizaru were sent to arrest him. At the time, Saunders had even wanted to call the police. He couldn't believe he had been charged with a crime without even doing anything. Perhaps that was why the 5 elders had sent CP0 as overseers, afraid that Sengoku and Kizaru would show mercy. It was likely that this was all a loyalty test for the Marines. It's a pity, Saunders shrugged, that after 800 years of ruling the world, the celestial dragons have become so arrogant that they no longer respect power. Thunder began to gather at Saunders' fingertips. Without hesitation, he unleashed it on Shiryu. This time, he didn't go all out, using only 50 million volts. Whether Shiryu lived or died would depend on his own fate. The lightning struck Shiryu, and the sizzling sound of burning flesh filled the air. A charred smell emanated from his body as his muscles twitched involuntarily. He let out a pain groan. Under the dazzling flash of lightning, Shiryu's body was outlined in a skeletal silhouette. Ugh! After delivering the lightning strike, Saunders turned and walked away. His pace wasn't as leisurely as before. Now that his strength had been revealed, if Magellan wasn't foolish, he would likely have already called for reinforcement from Marines headquarters. Saunders needed to speed up. He wasn't afraid if the Marines sent 1 admiral. But if they sent 2 and teamed up with Magellan at Impel Down, well, he wouldn't stand chance. In the 1st floor surveillance room, yes, Warden Shiryu has blocked Sanders. Sanders is strong, but the Warden is very powerful too. At the very least, he can hold him off until Director Magellan arrives. Though Shiryu is scary and often enjoys torturing prisoners, he's reliable in a fight. Sanders is too young, not even 20. He can't possibly be a match for Warden Shiryu. The Thunder Kid's prison break ends here. As expected from Warden Shiryu, what a powerful slash. Even the lightning from the Thunder Fruit was cut through. Warden Shiryu is charging in. Go, Warden Shiryu. Show Sanders what the top-tier strength of Impel Down is like. Why? Wait, Warden Shiryu got hit with a single punch? In just a few seconds, the guards in the surveillance room experienced a roller coaster of emotions. The second most powerful force in Impel Down, their much-anticipated Warden Shiryu, was sent flying with just 1 punch from Sanders. The ferocity of the thunderbolt alone was enough to make the guards tremble, and Shiryu had taken the full brunt of it. Shiryu is standing up. Hannibal's face was filled with fear as he stared at the disheveled figure of Shiryu on the monitor. No way. Warden Shiryu lost? Looking at the battered Shiryu, none of the guards could believe it. The Warden had been defeated by a single blow from that Logia-type Devil Fruit user. It's terrifying. How could such a monstrous creature exist? This is the Marine's most talented monster? It's terrifying. Everyone was in shock, their faces pale with fear. Can Director Magellan defeat him? Of course, Director Magellan can beat him. The Venom Fruit user is invincible in Impel Down. No one can resist his poison. Once they're touched by it, they're done. One of the guards loudly reassured himself, convinced that Magellan was invincible within Impel Down. However, this time, few people echoed his confidence. Magellan was indeed strong, but could he really defeat Shiryu in just 1 punch? It had only taken a single punch. Sanders still looked relaxed, as if he hadn't even used his full strength. Hurry up and inform Magellan. Shiryu has been defeated. Tell him to intercept Sanders quickly. Hannibal was the first to snap out of his shock, quickly ordering the guards to notify Magellan. Damn it! As the director of Impel Down, why isn't he here in a critical moment like this? I should be the director instead. Hannibal muttered under his breath. The guards were long used to the deputy director coveting the director's position, so they pretended not to hear him. Soon, Magellan received the news of Shiryu's defeat. He was standing next to Sudi-chan at the time, instructing Impel Down's doctors to treat her injuries. You said Shiryu was defeated by Sanders with one punch? Magellan asked, his face heavy with concern. Though he didn't like Shiryu's habit of torturing prisoners, he still respected Shiryu's strength. Yes, Director Magellan. Warden Shiryu was defeated by one punch. Sanders is now heading to the second level. I understand. Magellan hung up the phone and quickly headed for the elevator. Going to the third level now would mean chasing after Sanders. Instead, Magellan planned to use the elevator to get to the first level ahead of him and block his escape there. As he walked, Magellan informed Vice Admiral Enigmo of the situation outside and then placed a call to Marine headquarters for reinforcements. The power that Sanders had demonstrated had reached a level where Magellan had no choice but to ask for help. He didn't feel ashamed to ask for reinforcements. What mattered most was keeping the criminals imprisoned and Impel Down. At Marine headquarters, current Fleet Admiral Sengoku sat in his office reviewing documents. He wore a pair of round glasses, and his long beard was braided into a rope-like shape. A plaque with the words "Justice Reigns Supreme" hung solemnly on the wall behind him. Every time Sengoku finished reading a document, he would hand it to the goat beside him, which would chew on it and eat the paper. Buru buru buru. The den mushy rang. This is Marine headquarters. Sengoku speaking. This is Magellan, director of Impel Down. The prisoner Sanders from level 6 has broken out. Warden Shiryu has been defeated. Please send reinforcements immediately, Fleet Admiral Sengoku. Magellan spoke rapidly, explaining the situation clearly. Who did you say broke out? Sengoku stood up from his chair, his face instantly turning serious. The goat beside him even looked over in surprise. Former Marine Rear Admiral and Logia-type Thunderfruit user, Sanders. Hearing the name again, Sengoku was momentarily transported back to that fateful afternoon, the day when that Marine prodigy had desperately tried to escape from him in Kizaru's siege. I see. Has anyone else escaped from Impel Down? No, it's just Sanders. However, his strength is overwhelming. Warden Shiryu was defeated with a single blow. Please send a Marine Admiral for support. Fearing that Marine headquarters might underestimate the threat, Magellan emphasized Shiryu's defeat, urging Sengoku to dispatch an admiral to assist. I will send an admiral with a fleet immediately. Sengoku hung up the phone, but the heavy and shocked expression on his face did not fade. Shiryu, the warden of Impel Down, had been defeated with a single punch. That prodigy, who had once shocked the Marines with his talent, had now grown to such an astonishing level. But no matter how much Sanders had grown, he had to be suppressed again. There was no way they could allow Sanders to escape. The world was already in enough chaos. Young, powerful pirates were emerging one after another. If Sanders returned to the seas, the world would become even more chaotic. Sengoku could not permit that. Sakazuki, head to Impel Down immediately. Sanders has broken out of prison. I've already mobilized the fleet. You must suppress Sanders again, and if necessary, eliminate him. We cannot allow him to return to the seas. Sengoku made the call to Admiral Kizaru. At present, Marine headquarters only had Kizaru available as an active admiral-level force. As Fleet Admiral, Sengoku had to stay stationed at Marine headquarters. Akainu was in the New World, Akiji was off who knows where, and Garp was also absent from headquarters. Moreover, Kizaru's glint fruit ability would allow him to reach Impel Down quickly. Sanders, huh? How terrifying. This junior actually broke out of level 6? Truly scary. Kizaru, wearing his signature sunglasses and a yellow-striped suit with a purple tie, paused mid-trim of his nails. His usually mischievous expression turned serious upon hearing about Sanders' escape. I understand, Fleet Admiral Sengoku. Kizaru rose from his chair and began walking quickly, his justice coat fluttering behind him. Kizaru and Sengoku knew Sanders better than anyone else. 3 years ago, it had been both of them who apprehended Sanders. Kizaru vividly remembered that battle. He knew full well how powerful Sanders was, having come from Zephyr's elite training camp. At just 16, Sanders had the strength to rival an elite vice admiral. If the power gap between a vice admiral and an admiral weren't so vast, and if Kizaru hadn't been assisting on the side, Sanders might have actually escaped from Sengoku back than using the speed of his Thunder fruit. Looking at the entire Marine force, aside from Sengoku, Kizaru was probably the last person who wanted Sanders to escape. After all, Kizaru's ideal was to do just enough to earn his paycheck. If Sanders returned to the seas, he would certainly come after Kizaru, making his life much more complicated. Junior, the sea is too dangerous. You should stay in Impel Down. With the fleet admiral's orders, the Marines began to mobilize. A large fleet of warships set sail in the direction of Impel Down, though many Marines had no idea what was happening. At Impel Down, after defeating Shiryu, Sanders rushed toward the first level. Along the way, aside from occasionally running into some guards, he didn't face much resistance. When he reached the first level, Sanders saw a towering figure standing there, as if waiting for him. In the dim light, Sanders could make out the figure's appearance. The man was enormous, at least twice the height of Sanders, with a fearsome look. He resembled the legendary demon, Satan, with 2 horns on his head and bat-like wings emerging from his black prison warden uniform. This man was none other than Magellan, the warden of Impel Down and a paramecia-type venom fruit user. So that's why I didn't encounter many people along the way. You must have sent them away, Sanders said as he approached Magellan, smiling. Against a criminal as powerful as you, having others here would only result in needless casualties, Magellan replied gravely. As he spoke, purple poisonous mist continuously emitted from his mouth and nose, making the already dimly lit scene appear even more eerie and terrifying. Criminal? What crime have I committed? Sanders chuckled. Though he had only served in the Marines for 2 years, he had made significant contributions by taking down many pirates. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been awarded the rank of Rear Admiral. At that time, the Marines weren't promoting people based purely on strength. Merit was required as well. Magellan remained silent for a moment. He knew a bit about the dirty dealings of the world government and the Marines, but that wasn't his concern. His duty was to guard Impel Down and ensure that no prisoner escaped. This ends here, Sanders. Magellan's eyes were resolute. I won't let you escape Impel Down. As he spoke, thick, viscous purple liquid began oozing from Magellan's body. Gurgle. The sound was like flowing water, or perhaps boiling soup. The toxic liquid spread across the floor, instantly corroding it as if sulfuric acid had been poured onto the ground. The liquid quickly pooled, and the air was soon filled with noxious fumes. Soon, Magellan's entire body was covered in the venom, and behind him, the venom began to form into 3 massive dragons. It was Magellan's signature move, the Poison Dragon. Knowing that Sanders had defeated Shiryu, Magellan didn't dare to underestimate him. He went straight for his strongest move. Seeing this, Sanders' face became serious, his gaze filled with caution. Magellan was one of the reasons Sanders hadn't rushed to escape Impel Down. In such a confined space, the venom fruit gave Magellan a massive advantage. Armament Haki, engage. Sanders activated his armament Haki, covering his entire body with it. The dense, continuous flow of Haki acted like armor, protecting him. He even sealed off his pores to prevent the poison gas from seeping in. He held his breath to avoid inhaling any poison. With lightning surging around his body and his eyes sparking with electricity, Sanders looked like the god of thunder descending to earth. Bolts of electricity flickered across the first level, filling the air with the crackling sound of static. Sanders, accept your punishment, Magellan shouted. Poison Dragon. Stay here, Sanders. Poison Dragon. Magellan roared as the poisonous dragons behind him reared up, charging toward Sanders with a rush of toxic fumes. Sanders summoned the power of the Thunder fruit, and a massive surge of lightning formed before him. In an instant, The lightning transformed into a colossal blue and white dragon. This thunder dragon crackled with energy, its scales seemingly visible in the electric glow. 200 million volts, thunder dragon. Boom! With a deafening clap of thunder, the thunder dragon surged forward, crashing headlong into the poison dragon. As the two forces collided in midair, the resulting shockwave sent ripples through the air. The terrifying heat from the thunder dragon's 200 million volts quickly evaporated the viscous poison coating Magellan's dragon. The stench of scorched venom filled the air, and the poisonous mist that formed was instantly neutralized by the powerful electric currents. Seeing this, Sanders relaxed slightly, finally exhaling a breath. Lightning, it seemed, could counter some of the poison's effects. This allowed him to be less cautious. Magellan, it seems your poison isn't all that impressive. No matter how deadly the venom was, it came from within Magellan's body. The intense heat produced by lightning was more than enough to neutralize it. With that said, Sanders' body flared with an even greater intensity of lightning. Countless bolts of electricity filled the first level of Impel Down, dispersing the lingering poison mist completely. Magellan noticed this, but his expression remained unchanged. In a cold voice, he said, "Don't underestimate me, Sanders." The two remaining poison dragons, flanking him from either side, rushed at Sanders with terrifying speed. In the blink of an eye, they were right in front of Sanders. The dragons raised their heads, jaws gaping wide as if to swallow him whole. Sizzle, sizzle. With the sound of crackling electricity, Sanders vanished from where he stood. The poison dragons slammed into the ground, leaving a gaping hole. Sanders reappeared off to the left, but before he could counterattack, the second poison dragon came roaring toward him. In another instant, Sanders disappeared once again. Magellan's poison dragons continued their relentless pursuit, but Sanders remained elusive, dodging their attacks effortlessly as he moved across the first level, seemingly unbothered. "Magellan, your poison dragons are too slow. I can appear anywhere lightning exists." Thunder Flash, a dodge technique Sanders had developed, allowing him to appear instantly wherever his lightning touched. The battlefield was now filled with his lightning, meaning Sanders could teleport to any point at will. Magellan's poison dragons were indeed formidable, but their speed couldn't keep up. Even with Magellan's observation Haki predicting Sanders' movements, the dragons couldn't react fast enough to catch him. Unless Magellan had developed his observation Haki to the level where he could briefly foresee the future, he had no hope of closing the gap. But it was clear that Magellan's observation Haki wasn't that advanced. His expression grew grim, but he remained silent. He knew that defeating Sanders alone would be ideal, but even if he couldn't, stalling for time until reinforcements arrived was a valid strategy. The Thunder Fruit's ability was too overwhelming. Sanders moved at the speed of lightning, or rather, he was lightning itself. Magellan's poison dragons couldn't land a hit, and they moved like headless chickens, chasing after him in vain. Seeing this, Sanders understood what Magellan was planning. His figure flickered, and suddenly, he appeared directly in front of Magellan. It was time to end this quickly. If Magellan wasn't dealt with soon, Marine reinforcements would arrive. Sanders clenched his fists, preparing to strike. Armament Haki, release. A surge of powerful armament Haki burst from Sanders' body, coating his fists in a solid layer of Haki. This was an advanced application of armament Haki, emission. By allowing the flow of Haki outside the body, it could be projected as both an offensive and defensive force. Sanders had an immense reserve of Haki, similar to Douglas bullets, and releasing some of it to serve as a weapon or shield against Magellan's venom was no challenge. Seeing Sanders charge at him, seemingly intent on close combat, Magellan was not afraid. In fact, he was thrilled. The strength of the venom fruit lay in the poison itself, and for it to be effective, it needed to enter the opponent's body. Close combat was the most advantageous for him. No matter how strong one's armament Haki was, it couldn't fully protect them. The mouth, nose, eyes, and ears were difficult to cover with Haki, making them vulnerable to poison. "Come on, Sanders. Let's see if you dare touch me." Magellan taunted. Sanders' muscular arms bulged with raw power, and the terrifying energy within them was palpable. 200 million volts, Thunder Fist. With the force of destruction, Sanders' fist shot toward Magellan's chest. Sizzle. Magellan crossed his arms in front of his chest, coating them with armament Haki in a defensive stance. But as soon as the two forces made contact, Magellan's expression shifted dramatically. The overwhelming power of Sanders' punch sent him flying backward. Magellan tried to brace himself, his legs digging into the ground in an attempt to resist the impact. Deep grooves formed beneath his feet as he slid back for dozens of meters before finally coming to a stop. What terrifying strength! Is this the same power that defeated Shiryu? Magellan's arms were scorched black, his sleeves in tatters. His warden's uniform was in ruins, and his hair had been singed into curls by the electricity. He stared at Sanders, the thunder-wielding figure before him, with shock in his eyes. It was hard to imagine the sheer talent required to attain this level of strength, even after being confined in Level 6 of Impel Down. Impel Down wasn't a charity. Prisoners in Level 6 weren't even given enough food to stay strong. And yet, Sanders had managed to grow significantly stronger in such harsh conditions. What would he be capable of if he were free in the outside world? Magellan dared not even imagine. Moreover, poison had no effect on this man. Magellan glanced at Sanders' unharmed arm, his heart sinking. The punch just now had utilized flowing armament Haki, a technique that kept the lightning from touching any of the venom. What a terrifying opponent. To think he had trained his armament Haki to such a degree while imprisoned in Impel Down. You're indeed the warden of Impel Down, far stronger than Shiryu. After a brief exchange of blows, Sanders was sure that Magellan, who wielded the venom fruit, definitely had the strength of an admiral. Unfortunately, the fruit side effects were too significant. Magellan spent nearly 10 hours every day on the toilet due to severe diarrhea. "If that's all you've got, you won't be able to stop me, Magellan," Sanders said. The top-tier armament Haki gave Sanders a constant stream of power, forming an invisible protective layer on his body. Magellan's poison couldn't touch his skin, and the high temperatures generated by his lightning could burn away the toxins. Sanders had no fear of engaging with Magellan since the venom fruit's abilities were completely countered. "Don't underestimate me, Sanders." Magellan's face darkened as he shouted in anger. His eyes turned blood red, and terrifying venom gushed from his body. This time, the venom wasn't the usual purple color. It was a lava-like, bright red liquid. In no time, the red venom coalesced in front of Magellan, forming a massive skeleton giant. The giant bore a 7 or 8-point resemblance to Magellan himself. Clearly, Magellan had modeled this form after his own image. Sanders' expression became serious. He knew that Magellan was pulling out all the stops with this move. The red venom giant was Magellan's ultimate ability, a special type of poison. Any substance that came into contact with it would be infected and gradually corroded until it was completely destroyed. A person who touched it would suffer the same fate, with the poison spreading until death. 500 million volt Thunder God. Sanders wasn't taking any chances and activated his own ultimate move. He summoned all the lightning within him, and a dazzling light filled the space. His entire body transformed into pure lightning. His hair turned blue-white, standing upright, as if he were a super scion. Unlike his normal state of being made of electricity, his body now had a solid, tangible quality to it. Lightning flowed over his body like liquid, and his demeanor was solemn and divine, like a thunder god descending to earth. Every movement radiated destructive power, and the air around him twisted, as if space itself might tear apart under the immense force. "Hell's judgment, Venom Giant!" Magellan roared. The red Venom Giant raised its massive arm and swung it down at Sanders with crushing force. Sanders didn't flinch and raised his fist to meet the attack. The large and small arms collided. Despite the size difference, the sheer power of Sanders in his Thunder God state was overwhelming, with each punch carrying the force of hundreds of millions of volts. As soon as the red venom touched his body, it was instantly incinerated by the extreme heat of the lightning. Sanders unleashed punch after punch, rendering the giant helpless under his relentless assault. The speed difference was too great. In the confined spaces of Impel Down, the Venom Fruit's abilities gave Magellan a significant advantage, but against the incredible speed of the Thunder Fruit, his giant poison soldier was nothing more than a cumbersome puppet, easily played with by Sanders. The mighty giant was quickly torn apart under Sanders' barrage, with the red venom splattering and corroding the floors and walls of Impel Down. After dismantling the giant, Sanders flashed forward and appeared right in front of Magellan, his fist aiming straight for the warden's chest. Seeing that his fruit's abilities no longer posed a threat, Magellan had no choice but to fight Sanders head-on. Armament Haki enveloped his fist as he raised his arms in defense. The sound of fists colliding echoed throughout the first level of Impel Down. The prison guards huddled in the monitoring room, trembling in fear as they stared at the screens. They couldn't believe what they were seeing. Magellan's Venom Fruit, which had always been invincible, was now completely ineffective against Sanders. "This is terrifying," one guard muttered. "Magellan's Venom Fruit has no effect at all," another guard said. "That power can kill even the most dangerous pirates." Hannibal, Impel Down's deputy warden, was shaking as he muttered under his breath. It was his first time seeing someone immune to Magellan's deadly poison. Although he often looked down on Magellan for constantly being stuck on the toilet, Hannibal still deeply respected his strength. Without Magellan's deterrent presence, the dangerous criminals in Impel Down would have long since caused chaos. But now this terrifying force was being utterly defeated by Sanders. "Deputy Warden Hannibal, should we go and assist Warden Magellan?" a guard suggested, trembling. Hannibal broke out in a cold sweat and quickly covered his mouth to avoid blurting out that he was too scared to go. He was indeed a man of justice, but he wasn't a fool. He knew that not only would he be useless against Sanders, but Magellan's poison, which spread during the fight, would kill him before Sanders even got a chance. This was why Magellan had chosen to confront Sanders alone. If other guards had joined, Magellan's own poison would have wiped them out. Clearing his throat, Hannibal put on a righteous face and said, "We need to notify the Navy of the situation as quickly as possible and request reinforcements." With that, he changed the subject and grabbed a din mushy to contact the Navy fleet outside Impel Down. Meanwhile, Sanders continued to battle Magellan. Cloaked in lightning, Sanders fought like a god of destruction, relentlessly driving Magellan back. They fought from the first level of the prison all the way to the outer layer by the sea. Along the way, buildings were destroyed, leaving behind rubble and ruin. The entire prison seemed to shake under the force of their clash. Outmatched, Magellan gasped for breath as he desperately fought back against Sanders' overwhelming attacks. With his Venom Fruit's abilities neutralized, he had no choice but to rely on hand-to-hand combat and Haki. But in both areas, Sanders held the upper hand. With his mighty armament Haki and the immense physical power of a giant, Sanders was unstoppable. Growing more exhilarated with each blow, Sanders grinned with excitement. After 3 years in prison, finally having a worthy opponent made his blood pump faster. How could he not be thrilled? "This is the end for you, Magellan," Sanders shouted. 500 million volt, Thunder God's spear. With a triumphant roar, a spear made of pure lightning materialized in Sanders' hand. He thrust it forward, aiming straight for Magellan. Feeling the power contained within the giant spear in Sanders' hand, Magellan's expression turned serious. He didn't dare be careless, and immediately pushed his armament Haki to its peak, covering his arms, preparing to defend. However, a sly grin tugged at the corner of Sanders' lips as he revealed the success of his strategy. Thunder flash. In an instant, Sanders disappeared from where he stood, and in the blink of an eye, he was already above Magellan, poised for a strike. Damn it! Seeing Sanders vanish from sight, Magellan's expression shifted dramatically. His observation Haki quickly detected Sanders' location, but it was too late for him to react. It's over, Magellan. With a swift, merciless motion, Sanders drove his electrifying spear toward the back of Magellan's head. Unable to turn in time, Magellan could only wrap his head in armament Haki. Boom! The terrifying force struck Magellan, sending him flying through the air without any resistance. The devastating lightning shattered his armament Haki, quickly breaking through his defense and slamming into the back of his skull. Magellan, still airborne, rolled his eyes back and lost consciousness. His large body crashed to the ground like a rag doll, bounced once, then lay still among the ruins. Phew! Sanders exhaled deeply. He released the Thunder God Descent form, revealing his muscular physique. At this point, his upper clothing was entirely shredded, and even the pants he wore were tattered and torn. Magellan didn't fare any better. The once imposing warden's uniform was nothing but fragments, with only a few scraps of cloth clinging to his body. Glancing at the unmoving Magellan, Sanders turned and left. The greatest obstacle in Impel Down had been defeated. It was time to escape the prison and return to the seas. At that moment, a voice echoed in his mind. His paramecia-type fusion fruit had finally evolved successfully. With ease, Sanders equipped the fish fruit, mythical Zoan model, Azure Dragon. This had been part of his plan all along. He knew how powerful the mythical Zoan types were from reading the manga. With the Azure Dragon fruit, his physical strength would skyrocket once more, and his defensive capabilities would also increase. His power would reach new heights again. Most importantly, he wanted to experience firsthand the kind of education Kaido-sensei provided. Who knows, maybe getting hit a few times would improve the rest of his Haki to the highest level as well. After making these adjustments, Sanders walked toward the great gate of the first level above the sea. Passing through this door would mark his complete escape from Impel Down. Meanwhile, outside Impel Down, the Marine fleet was ready for battle. Vice Admiral Enigmo had already drawn his twin swords, prepared for a fight. Just moments ago, the Impel Down Vice Warden had notified him that Warden Magellan had been defeated by Sanders. Shocked, Enigmo immediately ordered the fleet to be on alert. Cannons pointed directly at the exit, ready to fire the moment Sanders emerged and deliver a heavy blow to the escapee. Although Enigmo knew the cannonballs might not harm Sanders, any delay they could cause would be beneficial. Fleet Admiral Sengoku had already informed him that Admiral Kizaru and reinforcements were on their way, including several Vice Admirals from Marine headquarters. Vice Admiral Enigmo, all bullets and cannonballs have been replaced with sea prism stone rounds. We're ready to fire at any time. The lieutenant approached Enigmo and reported. I understand. Enigmo responded casually, his eyes never leaving the exit of Impel Down. Against Logia-type fruit users, aside from armament Haki, Sea Prism Stone was the only effective tool. This was why Enigmo had ordered all non-Haki-using Marines to arm themselves with Sea Prism Stone weapons. The clouds in the sky were growing thicker. The sound of thunder echoed more frequently. Countless bolts of lightning snaked through the clouds, creating a suffocating tension that made the Marines on the ships increasingly nervous. Boom! Lightning flashed. A bolt of electricity illuminated the sky above Impel Down, briefly lighting up the sea. In the dim light, Enigmo saw a figure slowly walking out from the massive gate. The figure was tall and muscular. His upper body was bare, with bulging muscles exuding an intense sense of strength. Sanders! Enigmo narrowed his eyes, recognizing the figure immediately. The man before him was even more imposing than 3 years ago. Enigmo's expression was complex. The person in front of him had once been the pride of the Marines, an idol to countless low-ranking soldiers, and a leader among the younger generation of Marines. Now, however, he was their enemy. 3 years ago, the news of Sanders, the wielder of the Rumble fruit, betraying the Marines, had left many confused. Many Marines who held justice in their hearts couldn't understand why a promising rear admiral like Sanders would choose to defect. While the matter had been ordered by the world government and fleet admiral to never be discussed, some higher-ups in the Marines had their suspicions. Sanders' adoptive father had died shortly before his capture, and though the details were unclear and the world government had covered it up, it wasn't hard to imagine that his death wasn't as simple as the government statement of attacked by pirates and fatally wounded. Enigmo wasn't the only one with a complicated expression. Many on the Marine ships felt the same. 3 years hadn't been enough to erase the memory of the brilliant genius who had once stunned Marine headquarters. Everyone, prepare yourselves. The target has appeared. Enigmo took a deep breath, his expression hardening. No matter what happened before, Sanders was now their enemy. Fire. Countless cannonballs were fired from the cannons, aimed at Sanders' position. Every movement of the Marine fleet had long been under Sanders' observation. Before the cannonballs could reach him, Sanders vanished from his spot. The next moment, he appeared above the Marine fleet. Boom, boom, boom. The power of the cannonballs obliterated the gate of Impel Down. Enigmo. Sanders raised an eyebrow as he spotted the vice admiral standing on the deck of the lead warship. He knew Enigmo fairly well. Technically, when Sanders was still in the Marines, he was part of the hawkish faction. He showed no mercy when dealing with pirates, often sinking both the pirate crew and their ships into the sea. In the first half of the Grand Line, Sanders had wiped out countless pirate crews. The number of pirates who perished at his hands was so vast that even he couldn't recall the total. He never took prisoners, and while his ruthless methods displeased many, they greatly satisfied others, especially those in the hawkish faction led by Akainu. Of course, unlike Akainu or Enigmo, Sanders didn't sacrifice the lives of his subordinates just to kill pirates. Sanders, you can't escape. Enigmo showed no sign of wanting to reminisce with Sanders. Everyone, continue the attack. Cannons were readjusted, and the Marines aboard the warships raised their guns. Bullets and cannonballs were once again fired toward Sanders, who remained in midair. Tisk! Sanders clicked his tongue. While effortlessly dodging the bullets and cannonballs, he laughed and said, "After all these years, is this how you greet an old friend?" With his observation Haki fully active, none of the projectiles came close to harming him. Enigmo watched Sanders continue to flicker in and out of view in the air, his expression growing darker. There's nothing to say to a criminal. Enigmo pulled out several more swords, his hair extending like tendrils to grip the blades. He now looked like a spider, with 8 legs. True, there's really nothing to discuss, Sanders nodded, his expression turning cold. Sparks of lightning danced in his eyes. In the sky, the lightning within the dark clouds grew even more violent, snakes of electricity writhing and seemingly ready to unleash divine punishment at any moment. Sanders' eyes suddenly widened. His conqueror's Haki surged. A vast, overwhelming presence erupted from his body and spread outward, gradually enveloping the entire Marine fleet. The mighty force shook the sails of the warships like a storm. On board the ships, the Marines aiming their guns at Sanders suddenly felt a chilling sensation, as if they had been marked by an unstoppable beast. In the next moment, the majority of the Marines rolled their eyes and collapsed, their weapons slipping from their hands. What's happening? Why are they all falling? What's going on? The remaining conscious Marines, trembling in fear, looked at their fallen comrades in horror. Conqueror's Haki! Enigmo squeezed out the words as he struggled to resist the overwhelming pressure emanating from Sanders. Compared to the other Marines, the pressure on him was far greater. When did he? Enigmo looked up at the figure floating in midair. He couldn't understand how Sanders suddenly possessed Conqueror's Haki. There had been no sign of it when he was in the Marines. Moreover, the sheer intensity of this Conqueror's Haki was something Enigmo had only felt from the strongest individuals in the world. The surging pressure seemed ready to crush him, a Marine vice admiral. Boom! Thunder roared, and a flash of lightning illuminated Sanders' figure. With dark clouds and bolts of electricity as his backdrop, Sanders looked like a god of destruction. Enigmo, there's still a lot you don't know, Sanders remarked coldly, surrounded by a storm of silver lightning. He glanced at the surrounding warships, then raised his hands. The clouds in the sky seemed to respond to his movements. Crack! A bolt of lightning fell from the dark clouds, striking one of the warships. The main mast was shattered, crashing down onto the deck, sending the Marines on board scrambling for cover. "The mast is down," they cried in panic. The second bolt of lightning struck, followed by a third. One after another, the warships were battered by lightning strikes. In the blink of an eye, the ships were teetering, ready to sink at any moment. A sense of destruction loomed over the fleet as more and more ships were enveloped by the relentless storm. Divine punishment had descended. Outside of Impel Down was Sanders' domain. The Marines on board the ships stared in horror at the spectacle before them. "My God, Sanders is controlling the lightning to attack the fleet." Panic and fear spread rapidly among the Marines. "Vice Admiral Enigmo, do something. This is the calm belt. There are sea kings below us." Terrified cries rang out. Anywhere else, falling into the water might not have been so bad. Every Marine was a capable swimmer, and they could rely on the wreckage to stay afloat until reinforcements arrived. But this was the calm belt. Anyone who fell into the water here would be a snack for the Sea Kings. Not everyone was capable of handling those terrifying sea monsters. "Damn you, Sanders." Enigmo's face twisted in anger as he watched the fleet fall to pieces under the assault of lightning. He didn't care about sacrificing subordinates to capture pirates, but this kind of death was utterly meaningless. He gripped his swords tightly, bent his knees slightly, and leapt into the air, using Jeppo, one of the Rokushiki techniques, to step on the air and propel himself towards Sanders. With his skill in Jeppo, along with his mastery of life returned to wield multiple swords, Enigmo had honed his air mobility to perfection. "Stop this, Sanders!" Enigmo yelled as he unleashed a flying slash. Sanders easily dodged the attack, not stopping his actions. "Enigmo, I'm a criminal, remember?" Sanders smirked. "What right do you have to order me to stop? There's nothing to discuss between me and the Marines." As more and more bolts of lightning struck the fleet, the warships were shattered one after another, leaving wreckage floating in the sea. Numerous Marines fell into the water. Fortunately, the Sea Kings had retreated to the depths of the calm belt for now, or else the fallen Marines would have been nothing more than appetizers. Enigmo remained silent. He stepped forward with a moonwalk toward Sanders. 8 long knives wrapped in armament Haki slashed at Sanders. Without fear, Sanders met the attack with his arms wrapped in armament Haki. At the moment the long knives came slashing down, he effortlessly grabbed one of the blades. The sharp edge had no effect on him. With a sudden pull, he brought Enigmo in front of him. 200 million volts, thunder fist. A fist carrying the power of furious thunder struck Enigmo right in the face. Enigmo's face twisted instantly, and several teeth flew out. The raging thunder burned his face black, and his helmet turned to ashes in an instant. He was sent flying backward. He crashed heavily onto the warship he was on. The large warship's deck was instantly smashed open. Enigmo was smashed into the depths of the sea, disappearing without a trace. Vice Admiral Enigmo of Marine Headquarters stood no chance against Sanders. "Vice Admiral Enigmo. The Vice Admiral has been defeated." On the warship, the officers and Marines were visibly shocked. They knew Sanders had broken out of Impel Down, but they had little concept of how strong he was. Now, with a single blow, Sanders had defeated Vice Admiral Enigmo. They truly felt the strength of Sanders. The Marines present couldn't help but drop their jaws. Each of them turned pale, speechless from the shock. Seeing the destructive thunder wrapped around Sanders, their faces were filled with terror and anxiety, their scalps tingling and cold sweat streaming down their foreheads. Was this really the Rear Admiral Sanders they had known before, with such overwhelming strength? Only the 3 admirals of the Marines could achieve such a feat. Had he been training during those 3 years in Impel Down? For a moment, everyone was left wondering whether Impel Down was truly a hellish prison or a sanctuary for training. There was no reason for a prisoner to become this strong in just 3 years. After sending Enigmo flying with one punch, Sanders showed no signs of emotion. 3 years ago, he could already spar with most of the Marines' vice admirals. Now his strength had increased dramatically. It was perfectly normal for him to take out Enigma with ease. What he really wanted was for a swordsman to come up and confront him in the air. That was simply foolish. Looking at the panicking Marines below, Sanders felt no sympathy. From the moment Sengoku and Kizaru had teamed up to capture him, he had severed any ties with the Marines. Enigma had said something very true. There was nothing to be said between criminals and the Marines. Only the outcome mattered. He summoned the thunder to destroy the entire fleet. This was his first gift to the Marines. It was also a declaration to the world that Sanders had returned. Soon, all the Marine warships were destroyed. The sea was littered with wreckage, and countless Marines wailed as they floated on the surface. Sanders didn't pursue them. A bunch of foot soldiers wasn't worth his effort. He descended from the air, gathering the wreckage of several warships together. He placed his hands on the wreckage. He activated the powers of the fusion fruit. This was the power he had just received from Douglas Bullet. He could rearrange and combine objects to create weapons or other things. As a child, Bullet had used this power on the battlefield to create endless weapons. And now, he wanted to use the fusion fruit's power to make himself a simple little boat. Recalling the design of the boat Vegapunk had created for him, Sanders began the construction using the fusion fruit's powers. He had just obtained this fruit's powers and was still unfamiliar with them. The wreckage of the warships continuously transformed in his hands. As time passed, it gradually took shape as a boat. The boat was about 6 or 7 meters long. It didn't look good, but was usable at best. At least it was much better than Mihawk's coffin. At the very least, he could lie down and rest on it while sailing on the sea. There was even a small enclosed room for a toilet, so he wouldn't have to face the sea with his backside exposed. Most importantly, this boat was powered by electricity. As the user of the Rumble fruit, powering such a small boat was no pressure at all. Seeing the boat finally take shape, Sanders wiped the sweat from his forehead. Building a boat was much harder than battling Magellan. He jumped onto the little boat, channeling the power of the Rumble fruit into it. After slightly determining his direction, he sailed away from the red line at high speed, like a speedboat. After Sanders left, the dark clouds in the sky gradually dispersed, and the sun shone again on the sea surface. The sea kings in the depths of the ocean also began to swim toward the surface. About 5 minutes later, a flash of yellow appeared on the sea. Seeing the chaotic sea surface, Kizaru couldn't help but change his expression. It seems I came too late. This is terrifying. It's Admiral Kizaru. Great. We're saved. Seeing Kizaru, the Marines on the sea were ecstatic. With an admiral here, they no longer had to worry about becoming the Sea King's food. Before they could even breathe a sigh of relief, Sea Kings began to swim up from the ocean. They swallowed several Marines in one bite. Help! There are Sea Kings. Save us! The Marines cried out for help. This is troublesome, Kizaru sighed, his fingertips glowing with yellow light as a laser beam shot out, instantly piercing through the Sea Kings trying to devour the Marines. While releasing laser beams to drive away the Sea Kings, Kizaru took out a din mushy to call the fleet admiral. Kizaru, has Sanders been recaptured? As soon as the call connected, Sengoku's anxious voice came through. Kizaru tapped his ear, then released a laser beam, saying, "No, I'm too late, Fleet Admiral Sengoku." What? Sanders escaped? How could it be so fast? What are Magellan and Enigma doing? Sengoku on the other end was shocked and immediately inquired about the situation. Magellan is unaware of the situation, but the Marine fleet outside Impel Down has been completely wiped out. Enigma doesn't know where he ran off to. He might be dead. Looking around without finding Enigma's presence, Kizaru said, "How could this happen? Have you asked the survivors where Sanders fled to? Is there any chance of catching up to him?" Probably not. Kizaru glanced at the struggling and desperate Marines in the water, describing the scene. Sengoku remained silent for a moment before ultimately not ordering Kizaru to pursue. Then it settled. You stay there with the stranded Marines and wait for the fleet to arrive. There are medical personnel inside Impel Down. Have them help treat the survivors. Understood, Fleet Admiral. Kizaru breathed a sigh of relief and hung up the call. At least he wasn't sent to chase Sanders alone. Based on the situation on site, Sanders had managed to destroy the entire fleet outside of Impel Down in such a short time, showing his immense strength. If he went alone to chase, it would be fine if he didn't encounter him. If he did, it was likely the other side would fight to the death. Facing Sanders alone could lead to unexpected consequences. Earning just this little money for a month, what was the point of risking his life? Kizaru stood on the wreckage of the battleships, guarding the fallen Marines. After about half an hour, the supporting Marine fleet finally arrived. Looking at the scattered wreckage of the ships on the sea, the arriving Vice Admiral had a grim expression. Admiral Kizaru, has Sanders already escaped? Vice Admiral Doberman asked Kizaru. He was gone by the time I got here. Quick, get those guys out of the water. The Sea Kings are about to have their fill. Kizaru motioned for the support fleet to start rescuing the Marines from the sea. What a terrifying guy. How on earth did he escape from Impel Down? And what about Vice Admiral Enigmo? Doberman sighed in disbelief. He was punched into the sea by Sanders. Not sure if he's still alive. Kizaru pointed toward the sea. Before the support arrived, Kizaru had already asked the surviving Marines for details. The Marines didn't know much about what happened before Sanders escaped from Impel Down, but they did witness him destroy the fleet and defeat Vice Admiral Enigmo with a single punch. One punch. When did this guy become so terrifying? Kizaru, with a cigar in his mouth, couldn't believe it. The others also had shocked expressions. They were all familiar with Enigmo's strength, as they were fellow vice admirals of the Marine headquarters. Sanders had sparred with him frequently 3 years ago. He was strong, but not strong enough to defeat an elite vice admiral in one blow. What had this guy been doing during those 3 years in Impel Down? Kizaru nodded and said, just one punch. You guys handle the rescue. I'll head to Impel Down to check things out and report to Fleet Admiral Sengoku. With that, Kizaru turned into a beam of light and sped toward Impel Down. Before long, Fleet Admiral Sengoku at Marine Headquarters received the full report. What did you say? Magellan is seriously injured as well. Sengoku's expression was grave as he held the Den Mushi. Yes, Fleet Admiral Sengoku. Aside from Vice Warden Hannibal, who stayed in the control room, all of Impel Down's high-ranking officers were severely injured. According to Hannibal, Sanders practically bulldozed his way out of Impel Down. Kizaru's sly expression appeared on the Den Mushi. After a moment of silence, Sengoku asked, Kizaru, in your opinion, how strong is Sanders now? Hard to say, but he probably isn't much weaker than I am. Kizaru replied honestly. If he were in Sanders' position, he would have escaped as quickly as possible using his speed, rather than bulldozing through everything like Sanders did. I understand. Stay on standby there for now until further instructions from the world government. Sengoku ordered before hanging up. With Magellan and Shiryu both gravely injured, Hannibal alone couldn't keep the dangerous prisoners of Impel Down in check, so Kizaru couldn't be withdrawn just yet. Sengoku sat back in his office, his face dark with worry. The situation had spiraled out of control. Sanders now possessed the strength to contend with an admiral, making it nearly impossible to capture him again. Now he had to figure out how the Marines should respond. The seas were growing more chaotic. Kaido, Whitebeard, and Big Mom were already known as the Sea Emperors, and there were growing voices calling Shanks the fourth Emperor of the Sea. The Marines had completely lost control of the New World, and now Sanders had escaped. Given his strength, there was no telling what kind of storm he would stir up on the seas. All of this gave Sengoku a splitting headache. If Sanders' adoptive father hadn't died 3 years ago, things would be much easier for him right now. With the 3 admirals, plus Sanders, who had admiral-level strength, the Marines could easily stand against the 4 emperors. But now, that Marine prodigy had turned completely against the Marines and the world government. Now, the Marines had one more powerful enemy to face. Sigh. With a heavy sigh, Sengoku picked up the Den Mushi to call the Gorosei. This wasn't something he could solve alone. After all, this whole situation had been caused by the world government and the Gorosei. They should share in the headache as well. At the world government, the Gorosei gathered in a meeting room where the atmosphere was tense. You've all heard Sengoku's report. Let's discuss how to handle this. J. Garcia's Saturn, holding a cane, dressed in a black suit, with white curly hair and a bushy white beard, spoke softly. What is there to discuss? Issue a bounty and have the Marines pursue him. That's all there is to it. The bald Gorosei, who held a katana, replied in a low voice. Impel Down really is useless. We should have executed Sanders when we had the chance. Who could have predicted that he would break out of Impel Down and grow this strong? The balding Gorosei with a mustache chimed in. If Sanders could grow this strong and Impel Down, who knows how powerful he could become in a few more years? More importantly, Sanders was only 19 years old. He's just one man. It's no big deal. We've ruled the world for hundreds of years. How many powerful figures have turned to dust and bones? No matter how chaotic the seas become, the world government will always hold its ground. The long-bearded Gorosei, Marcus Mars, said nonchalantly. Whether it was Rock's crew in the past or Roger's crew after them, they were long gone now. But the world government still stood tall atop the seas, unshaken. The problem with Sanders isn't just his strength. It's that he will surely target the world nobles. Unlike the lowly pirates, he doesn't care about the status of the celestial dragons. The balding Gorosei spoke again. The room fell into silence. There were some on the seas who weren't afraid of the celestial dragons, but few actively provoked them. Even the sea emperors didn't actively target the world nobles. But Sanders was different. His adoptive father had been killed by a celestial dragon. And now, with his newfound strength and lack of allegiance, he might start actively hunting them down. That was what truly concerned them. If too many celestial dragons were killed, their mystique and authority would diminish greatly. And once that happened, more people would dare to challenge them. Why not invite him to become a warlord of the sea? The curly-haired Gorosei suggested. The warlord system was a mechanism established by the world government. Every member was a well-known and powerful pirate. Only those with high notoriety and immense strength qualified to become warlords. At the moment, the ranks of the warlords weren't fully filled. As long as he doesn't harm the world nobles, giving him a seat isn't out of the question. But will he agree? The bald Gorosei doubted that Sanders would agree. Let's try anyway. But first, we need to discuss the bounty for Sanders. 1.5 billion berries. His strength and threat level certainly warrant that. Perhaps this could cause him some trouble. Many pirates care about bounties. It's common for them to kill each other for a higher bounty. If Kaido or Whitebeard cross paths with Sanders, it could work in our favor. The curly-haired Gorosei added. Agree. When Fleet Admiral Sengoku received the world government's plan to place a bounty of 1.5 billion berries on Sanders, he was shocked. The amount was outrageous. He had originally planned for the bounty to be around 1 billion berries. Even the right-hand men of the Sea Emperors, Whitebeard's Phoenix Marco, Kaido's Calamity King, and Big Mom's Kakuri, all had bounties under 1.4 billion berries. Yet, Sanders' first bounty was set at 1.5 billion berries. There were only a few people on the entire sea with higher bounties. However, when Sengoku considered that the bounty was determined by the threat to the world government, it made sense. While Phoenix Marco and the others were long-established, infamous pirates, they didn't actively provoke the world government. And they certainly didn't kill celestial dragons. Sanders was different. He had a grudge against the celestial dragons, and being a lone wolf without attachments, he was likely to seek revenge. Considering the suffering he endured in Impel Down, Sanders would undoubtedly retaliate fiercely. Sengoku wouldn't be surprised if Sanders started hunting celestial dragons worldwide. Such a high level of threat naturally surpassed that of Marco and the others. From this bounty, Sengoku could see the Gorosei's underlying strategy of praising him to death. Think about it. Someone just starting out with a higher bounty than even veteran pirates. How could those pirates possibly feel at ease? It would be perfectly normal for them to clash if they cross paths. If they fought to the death, it would be highly beneficial to both the world government and the Marines. In the end, Sengoku agreed with the bounty amount. The bounty notice was immediately issued. Alongside the bounty notice, reports of Sanders' escape from Impel Down also spread across the sea. Headlines: After a decade, another escape from Impel Down. Is the fortress truly impregnable? The man who broke free from Impel Down. Once the Marine prodigy Sanders. Shocking. Lightning Fruit user Sanders successfully escapes. Divine Retribution. A Marine fleet destroyed. Vice Admiral Enigma's fate unknown. Bounty of 1.5 billion berries. A super pirate is born. Thor Sanders' 1.5 billion berries bounty, dead or alive. As the bounty and reports were disseminated, countless newspapers scrambled to cover the story. As news coup delivered papers worldwide, the sea was in turmoil. The world was in an uproar. Countless people were stunned by the sudden news. No one had expected that someone could escape from the so-called impenetrable Impel Down. It had been over 10 years since the Golden Lion's escape. Many people no longer even knew who the Golden Lion was. In their eyes, Sanders was the first person to break out of the deep-sea prison. As a former Marine prodigy, many still remembered him. After 3 years of silence, Sanders' name was once again on everyone's lips. As for Sanders' new moniker, it was personally given by Fleet Admiral Sengoku. No one knew if Sengoku had done it to annoy the world government. After all, the celestial dragons called themselves the descendants of the creators and considered themselves gods. Who knows if the Gorosei would be upset by Sanders' title? Perhaps this was Sengoku's subtle way of expressing his dissatisfaction with the Gorosei for ordering Sanders' arrest 3 years ago. Looking at the photos of the destroyed Marine warships in the newspapers, many people felt chills running down their spines. Sweat poured from their foreheads. Hey, is this for real? Is this a joke? Someone escaped from Impel Down. Sanders, the former Marine Logia user? No wonder we haven't heard about him in years. He was imprisoned in Impel Down. Did he betray the Marines and the world government? Is the Marine joking? A bounty of 1.5 billion? Even Whitebeard's Phoenix Marco only has a bounty of 1.374 billion berries. What has Sanders done to deserve such a high bounty? This is terrifying. A whole Marine fleet was wiped out, and even Vice Admiral Enigma couldn't stand against him. The entire sea was buzzing with discussions. Some were shocked that Sanders had escaped from Impel Down. Some questioned the Marines' decision, feeling that Sanders wasn't worth the 1.5 billion berries bounty. Others were puzzled as to why a former Marine genius had been imprisoned in Impel Down in the first place. For a while, the entire sea was abuzz. Countless pirates, Marines, and civilians were all talking about it. New world, unknown sea region. A massive whale-shaped pirate ship sailed across the sea. The crescent-shaped flag of the Whitebeard pirates billowed in the wind. On the deck sat a tall, muscular man hooked up to an fore, his upper body covered in scars. A crescent-shaped white mustache curved upward on his face. This man was none other than one of the Sea Emperors, Whitebeard, the captain of the Whitebeard pirates, Edward Newgate. At the moment, he was casually holding a barrel of sake and drinking deeply from it. "Father, you really should cut back on the alcohol." Marco, the phoenix with his pineapple-like hair, spoke helplessly. "Gururara, Marco, go drink with your brothers and leave me alone." Whitebeard laughed heartily, ignoring Marco's advice. Just then, a shout rang out from nearby. "You gotta be kidding. Someone actually escaped from Impel Down. And the Marines put a bounty of 1.5 billion berries on him? That's higher than Marco's." Marco turned and saw Diamond, Jozu, staring at the newspaper in shock. "Gururara, Marco, looks like today's paper has some big news." Whitebeard laughed again. Curious, Marco picked up a newspaper and began reading. Thor Sanders' 1.5 billion berries bounty, dead or alive. Whoa, wait a minute. 1.5 billion. That's more than mine. Marco's eyes widened in disbelief, nearly popping out of their sockets. After reading the detailed report, Marco muttered, "So it's him. He was imprisoned in Impel Down, and now he's escaped." A few years ago, the Marines had a known lightning fruit user. Many were aware of the existence of Sanders, one of the Marines' powerful Logia users. To deter the growing number of pirates, the Marines had even promoted the idea of the 4 Logia monsters. But 3 years ago, all news of Sanders suddenly vanished. Most people assumed he had died somewhere. No one expected he had been imprisoned and impelled down. What's going on, Marco? Has something interesting happened out on the sea? Whitebeard asked when he saw his son frozen in place. Upon hearing Whitebeard shout, Marco snapped back to his senses and brought the newspaper to Whitebeard. Dad, do you remember that lightning fruit user from the Marines a few years ago? Lightning fruit. Whitebeard had a momentary look of confusion before recalling it. I remember. The Marines' lightning brat caused quite a stir in the first half of the Grand Line. Garp, that old guy, even boasted to me about how the Marines had gained an extraordinary genius. Whitebeard remembered Saunders, not because of how talented he was, nor because of the lightning fruit, but because he thought this kid named Saunders could become a troublesome opponent for his sons in the future. In recent years, Whitebeard had gradually felt his age catching up with him. He realized he wouldn't be able to protect his sons for much longer, so he paid attention to rising stars in the Marines. What happened to him? Whitebeard asked. Marco raised the newspaper in his hand and said, The paper says that 3 years ago, he betrayed the world government and was imprisoned in Impel Down. Now he's escaped, and his bounty is as high as 1.5 billion berries, higher than mine. Gurururura. No wonder we haven't heard from the Lightning Brat in so long. 2 years ago, when we fought Garp, I casually asked about him, and Garp's face turned as dark as a pot's bottom. So this is why. He's quite something, managing to escape from Impel Down. Sengoku must be having quite the headache now. The seas are getting more and more exciting. Gururura. Whitebeard's mood lifted at the thought of his old rival's face looking like he had just eaten something disgusting. He happily grabbed his barrel of sake and began drinking again. Wano country. Beast pirates. Kaido's enormous body was slumped on the ground, with a giant sake gourd beside him. He was completely drunk. The 3 major calamities of his crew had gathered together. One subordinate handed over the day's newspaper. As Kaido's right-hand man, King immediately picked up the newspaper to read it. Kaido wasn't one to handle the day-to-day matters, so most of the crew's affairs were managed by King. This habit also meant King regularly read the papers to gather intelligence. After scanning the news, King's eyes narrowed. Kaido-sama. Kaido took a swig of sake and wiped the corner of his mouth, asking, What is it, King? The former Marine lightning fruit user has broken out of prison. Lightning fruit? Wasn't he with the Marines? Kaido looked puzzled for a moment, not immediately understanding why a Marine would need to break out of prison. He betrayed the Marines and has now escaped from Impel Down. His bounty is set at 1.5 billion berries. Oh ho ho ho, impressive. Kaido was surprised. To be worth 1.5 billion berries, even accounting for some inflation, he must be quite strong. Should I send someone to recruit him? A person who can escape from Impel Down and is a lightning fruit user is naturally not weak. Most importantly, he's still under 20 years old. King asked for instructions. Though the Beast Pirates were known for their members mostly being Zoan-type users, they weren't entirely without other types. A lightning fruit user who could break out of Impel Down was someone worth recruiting. If Saunders could join them, their strength might finally surpass the other Yonko crews. Yes, the Yonko. King was certain that red-haired Shanks would soon become the 4th emperor. The competition among the Sea Emperors was growing fiercer. A powerful Logia user would bring significant advantages. Someone who escapes from Impel Down won't easily submit to others, Kaido said after taking another drink. Still, we should at least try. If another pirate crew recruits him, it would be troublesome for us. Then leave it to you. If he can escape like Shakky did, I wouldn't mind offering him a position as one of our top officers. Kaido waved dismissively. Kaido and Shakky had both once been members of the Rocks Pirates. Kaido knew Shikki's strength well. If Saunders had the ability to escape Impel Down like Shakky, then he was worth offering a high position. Tot Land, Whole Cake Island. Big Mom showed no reaction to Saunders' escape. She was more focused on having children and eating. As long as Saunders didn't provoke her, she didn't care who he was. Somewhere in the New World, red-haired Shanks was preparing to solidify his position as the Fourth Sea Emperor. "Captain, this guy might become a future opponent," Ben Beckman said, cigarette in mouth. From the limited information in the newspaper, Ben Beckman could already sense that Saunders was strong. Someone like him, especially at such a young age, would definitely aim to become Pirate King. And to do that, one must first contend with the Sea Emperors. Challenging the Yonko? Then let him come, Shanks said with a carefree smile. No, it won't be right away. He doesn't even have a crew yet. But in the future, he might be the first to challenge us. Ben Beckman explained. By the time Saunders formed his own pirate crew, Shanks would already be one of the Yonko. As a newly established Sea Emperor, Shanks would be the first to face challenges. The red-haired pirates fear no challenge, as long as he's prepared for it. Shanks' serious expression quickly vanished, and he burst into hearty laughter. To celebrate the arrival of another interesting figure on the seas, let's throw a party. Woo! Party time! Party! Party! Everyone on the pirate ship cheered loudly. Barrels of alcohol were brought up on deck. The cooks started preparing food, and soon, a grand feast was underway. Dressrosa, Doflamingo, one of the current warlords of the sea, was holding a newspaper. With his golden blonde hair, sunglasses, and wearing his signature pink feather coat and crop pants, he walked with pointed shoes. Fuff-fuff-fuff-you-foo. A frightening man, indeed, to escape from Impel Down. Looking at the news about Saunders' escape, Doflamingo wiped the sweat from his forehead. Young master, should we try to recruit him? Treble asked in a nasally voice, with a string of snot dangling from his nose. Fuff-fuff-fuff-you-foo, recruit him? Don't be ridiculous. His foster father was killed by the celestial dragons. As an underground broker, Doflamingo was well aware of why Saunders betrayed the world government. A terrifying man like Saunders, who held a grudge against the celestial dragons, was someone he would stay far away from, not approach. Young master, it's not like we can't cooperate with him. You may have once been a celestial dragon, but you also bear grudges against them. In that sense, our goals align when it comes to opposing the world government and the celestial dragons, Treble analyzed, sniffling. We'll wait and see for now. But you're right about one thing. Saunders' escape will cause big trouble for the world government. The more chaotic the world becomes, the better. Let's turn the world ruled by those fools in the Holy Land upside down. Fuff-fuff-fuff-you-foo. Marine Headquarters Hospital. Outside a hospital room, two figures stood, a man and a woman. The man wore a pink bandana on his head, looking somewhat eccentric. The woman had long, wavy sea blue hair, a tall figure, and striking beauty. Are you sure we should give him this newspaper? Do you really think Z would be happy about it? I asked softly, frowning. Saunders was one of the teacher's favorite students. Maybe hearing this news will lift his spirits, Binns replied quietly. The two were the only survivors of the attack on Z's training ship. A year ago, Z's training ship was ambushed, and all the trainees on board were killed, except for Ein and Binns. Z's right arm was also severely injured, effectively rendering it useless. Losing his arm and seeing his beloved students die had left Z in despair. Ein and Binns had tried everything to bring him out of his depression, but nothing worked. Now, with the news of Saunders' escape from Impel Down, Binns thought it might be their chance. But Z-sensei hates pirates the most. Saunders is no different from a pirate now. Plus, he destroyed an entire marine fleet when he escaped from Impel Down. I was worried. If Z saw that his favorite student had become no better than a pirate, it might just break his heart even more. And we both know this isn't Saunders' fault. I believe Z will understand, don't you? Binns' words seemed to relax Ein, and she eventually nodded. All right, let's give it a try. Seeing Ein's approval, Binns smiled, then gently pushed the door open and walked inside. In a hospital room, Z lay on the bed, his right arm gone, leaving an empty space where it once was. What are you two doing here? Z asked weakly, his face haggard, eyes lifeless. Z-sensei, there's news about Saunders, Binns said cautiously. Saunders, Z raised his eyelids, surprised. Wasn't he imprisoned in Impel Down? Did he die? His expression dimmed at the thought. Z knew much about what had happened to Saunders. He had even argued with Sengoku about it, but when the order came from the five elders, there was nothing Z could do but watch his prize student be thrown into the hellish Impel Down. Since then, he'd hardly spoken to Sengoku or Kizaru. No. Saunders escaped. Vince quickly handed the newspaper to Z, then stood silently alongside Ein. Z flipped through the newspaper, his expression complex. He didn't know whether to feel happy or angry. On one hand, one of his best students had effectively become a pirate. By all rights, Z should be furious and ready to hunt him down for betraying everything the Marines stood for. But Z also knew this wasn't Saunders' fault. If it hadn't been for the Celestial Dragons, by now, Saunders could have been a Marine Vice Admiral commanding operations against pirates across the seas. Marine Base. Akainu, smoking a cigar, looked through the newly issued bounty notice from headquarters. If he's escaped, then he's a pirate. I will personally bring him to justice once more. With that, Akainu's hand erupted in magma, reducing Saunders' bounty notice to ashes. Lowtown. Smoker stared at Saunders' bounty notice with a complicated expression. So, you escaped after all. I knew you wouldn't quietly die in a prison cell. Years ago, both Smoker and Saunders had trained together under Z. As two Logia users, it was only natural for them to be compared. The result had been clear. Smoker had been utterly defeated. Even without relying on his devil fruit abilities, Saunders had easily outclassed Smoker. Since then, Smoker had thrown himself into training, determined to someday overcome Saunders. But instead, all he'd heard was news of Saunders betraying the Marines and being thrown into prison. When Saunders was captured, Smoker refused to believe that his former comrade had truly turned traitor. He had submitted report after report to headquarters, requesting a chance to meet Saunders face-to-face. Every single request was denied. Now that Saunders had escaped from Impel Down, Smoker would finally have the chance to ask him in person what had really happened 3 years ago. The waves of the sea surged, and Saunders remained unaware. After escaping from Impel Down, he navigated a small boat through the calm belt. During this time, some foolish sea kings attempted to snack on Saunders, but were either scared off by his conqueror's Haki or became his meal. Without a permanent log pose, Saunders could only use the magnetic field direction of his rumble fruit to determine the cardinal directions. He steered his course toward the Sabaody archipelago. Once there, he planned to acquire a decent ship and recruit crew members. In a vast ocean, it was unrealistic to rely solely on himself to become a powerful figure. To confront the world government and the Celestial Dragons, he needed sufficient subordinates. As Saunders was about to exit the calm belt, a large ship appeared within his observation Haki range. A pirate ship from Amazon Lily? Perfect. I can get some supplies and a log pose. Lying in his small boat, Saunders opened his eyes, focusing on the direction of the Kuja pirate's ship. A blurry black dot, not visible to the naked eye, appeared in Saunders' view. Aiming for the direction, Saunders turned his small boat and accelerated sharply, shooting forward like an arrow. The commotion startled the sea kings lurking beneath the surface. Soon, a massive ship with a deep green hull and bright red cabin emerged before Saunders. The ship was pulled by 2 ferocious sea snakes. The sails were adorned with a skull pattern enveloped by 9 snakes. It was the ship of the Kuja pirates, the Snake Princess. As Saunders approached the ship, the crew members noticed him. All hands on deck. A small boat is approaching us. On the deck, a female pirate holding a monocular shouted loudly. How can there be a ship in the calm belt? Is it the Marines? It's not the Marines, just a small boat. Should we report this to Lady Hancock? It's just a small boat. No need to disturb Lady Hancock. The crew of the Kuja pirates stood ready with their weapons. As Saunders' boat drew closer, one crew member asked, "Should we fire at them?" "Fire a warning shot. The Kuja pirates aren't to be approached lightly." A crew member, with a cigarette in her mouth and a rocket launcher in her hand, stepped forward. She was the sniper of the Kuja pirates, Rindo. Boom! 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 3 cannonballs exploded in the water before Sanders' boat. The splash sent waves crashing around him. Sanders raised an eyebrow, unfazed. He continued to steer his boat closer. Rindo frowned and immediately ordered to fire. This time, it was not a warning shot. Several cannonballs shot out of the cannons, aimed directly at Sanders' small boat. As lightning flashed, Sanders casually tossed out a bolt of lightning. The cannonballs exploded midair. All hands, prepare for battle. Rindo's expression stiffened as she gripped her rocket launcher, pointing it at Sanders' small boat. What's happening? The sound of cannon fire attracted the combatants of the Kuja pirates, led by Moa Sonia. She was tall, with long green hair, accompanied by a black leopard. Before Rindo could respond, Sonia spotted the small boat speeding towards them. With her good eyesight, she recognized the figure standing on the small boat. Her expression changed, and she shouted to stop the attacking crew members. Stop! Let him come closer and see what he wants. Do you know this person, Lady Sonia? Rindo asked, looking curiously at Sanders. Amazon Lily was isolated from the world, consisting entirely of women, and they hardly ever saw men unless they were on expedition. Sanders used to be a Marine. How could Lady Sonia know him? Had they fought before? Then Rindo dismissed that thought. If they had fought, she would certainly remember. She was the sniper on the ship during Lady Hancock's first expedition. Where's Hancock? My sister is inside. She should be out soon, Sonia replied. Sanders had indeed known Hancock and her 2 sisters for a long time. They had just escaped from the Holy Land Mary Geos and ended up in the Sabaody archipelago. At that time, Sanders was living in the Sabaody archipelago. His adoptive father was a Marine stationed in the Sabaody archipelago. On the street, Sanders recognized the 3 little girls who had ended up homeless. He later helped them find Shakky's bar, and with the help of Shakky and Rayleigh, the Hancock sisters managed to return to Amazon Lily. They had a brief encounter, and Sanders was surprised that Sonia still remembered him. At that moment, a figure walked out from the cabin. She was about 1.9 meters tall, with a slender figure, dressed in a patterned cheap house-style outfit, and draped in a white cloak. Her long, jet-black hair was styled in a princess cut. With a slightly broad forehead that was smooth and even, she had deep blue eyes, elongated and delicate at the corners, which conveyed a hint of aloofness. Her high nose was petite, and her soft lips bore no wrinkles. As she walked, her long, fair legs were exposed, and her red high heels clicked sharply against the deck. A red and white pattern python with a yellow belly followed behind her. The newcomer was none other than the captain of the Kuja pirates and the current empress of Amazon Lily. The warlord of the sea, the pirate empress, Moa Hancock. After the warlord system was abolished, her bounty would skyrocket to 1.659 billion berries. Hancock raised her chin haughtily and looked at Sanders, saying, Sanders, what are you doing here? Sanders chuckled lightly. Long time no see, Hancock. I just escaped from Impel Down and coincidentally encountered you. I wanted to borrow some supplies for my journey to the Sabaody archipelago. What do you want to borrow? Mentioning the Sabaody archipelago caused Hancock's expression to change as it reminded her of some unpleasant memories. This wasn't directed at Sanders, though. She still felt grateful toward him. Without him, it would have taken the 3 sisters much longer to return to Amazon Lily. A few drinks and some food, and a log pose to the Sabaody archipelago, Sanders replied. She motioned with her chin towards Sonia, indicating for her to prepare the supplies Sanders needed. Thank you, Sanders said with a slight nod. Why were you captured and sent to Impel Down? Moa Marigold, the youngest of the 3 sisters, asked curiously. It was only after Sanders escaped from Impel Down that others learned of his identity. The once-hidden Marine genius, captured under the accusation of betraying the world government. Sanders wanted to give Marigold a thumbs-up internally. He had been wondering how to steer the conversation in this direction. The pirate Empress Hancock was one of the crew members he wanted to recruit, but her disdain for men made this a difficult endeavor. Their previous brief encounter only allowed for a calm exchange like this now. If anyone else approached the Snake Princess, Hancock would have already taken him down. However, Having read the original story, Sanders knew exactly how to earn Hancock's trust. My adoptive father was killed by the celestial dragons. I wanted revenge, but was captured by Sengoku and Kizaru and sent to Impel Down, Sanders recounted simply. To recruit Hancock, the first step was to show no fear of the celestial dragons and stand opposed to them. The sisters harbored a deep hatred for the celestial dragons due to their past experiences. Despite their power, they couldn't exact revenge after they grew strong because of the celestial dragon's influence. When someone had a grudge against the celestial dragons and dared to kill one, it was only natural for them to develop a positive feeling toward that person. And Sanders fit this bill. However, this alone was still insufficient. Hancock's psychological barriers were rooted in the mark on her back. Only by addressing this can Hancock truly see him as a comrade. Hearing the words celestial dragons, the others gasped, as if they had uncovered an incredible secret. Hancock's body visibly trembled, and she clenched her fist in a place unseen by others. Marigold felt the same way. However, she forced herself to approach Hancock, standing beside her tall figure to block the other's view, preventing anyone from noticing her sister's unusual reaction. "Will you continue to seek revenge in the future?" Marigold asked with a tremor in her voice. "Of course. The celestial dragons aren't anything extraordinary. People die when they are killed," Sanders replied matter-of-factly. The world nobles, whom others revered, were nothing but swine in Sanders' eyes. "But they are world nobles," Marigold said. "Harming them will draw the pursuit of the Marines and the world government. Even the Marine admirals will be dispatched," Marigold warned. "I don't care, and I will recruit powerful partners," Sanders said, looking at Hancock. "So, Hancock, do you want to become my partner?" The crew of the Kuja pirates, still reeling from the shock of Sanders wanting to kill the celestial dragons, suddenly froze when they heard him propose recruiting their captain. "Sanders, you have indeed helped us before, but to ask me to become your subordinate seems a bit too arrogant," Hancock said, looking at Sanders with a cold expression. Then, an aura emanated from Hancock, pressing down towards Sanders. Sanders smiled slightly and summoned his own conqueror's Haki. The two conquerors' Haki clashed, creating a ripple in the calm belt, causing the still sails to flap loudly. Sanders and Hancock didn't diffuse their Haki outward. It was solely aimed at each other. But the crew of the Kuja pirates felt as if they were on a small boat in a storm, on the verge of capsizing. "Is this conqueror's Haki? It has the same talent as Lady Hancock." Marigold stared at Sanders in shock. "Hancock, there's no need to be so worked up. I'm just trying to recruit you," Sanders said, retracting his conqueror's Haki. He wasn't surprised by Hancock's rejection. Today, he was merely planting a seed, not expecting immediate success. Even if Hancock was willing, she couldn't abandon Amazon Lily at this moment. Hancock ultimately did not strike again and withdrew her conqueror's Haki. "I will not become anyone's subordinate," she said, lifting her chin arrogantly and looking down at Sanders in the small boat. "What if I can eliminate the petrification curse?" Sanders said with a smile. "What's that?" Hancock's face changed dramatically, a sense of panic washing over her as if a secret had been uncovered. She took a stance that suggested she was ready to attack at any moment. Behind her, her pet sensed its owner's unease and began to hiss at Sanders. The stone-gazing eye was the secret that Hancock and her sisters were terrified of being discovered. They had falsely claimed that after defeating the monster Gorgon in the New World, they were left with this curse. Once they removed their clothing and exposed their eyes, everyone nearby would be petrified. "A devil fruit with all kinds of odd abilities exists, called the healing fruit," Sanders continued, seemingly unperturbed by Hancock's sudden change. "It can heal wounds and restore everything to its original state. It's perfect for treating curses," he added, smiling at Hancock. Hancock trembled at his words, commanding Marigold to order everyone back to the ship's cabin. "Make sure they all leave. I have something to discuss with Sanders privately." Marigold was filled with both fear and excitement. They were terrified of their secret being uncovered, but the thought that there might be a solution to their mark from their past as slaves filled her with hope. The other crew members didn't understand why the Snake Princess wanted to speak to Sanders alone, but complied with her order and retreated to the cabin. Hancock mounted the head of her serpent, which obediently carried her to Sanders. "How do you know about the stone-gazing eye?" Hancock coldly asked. "What else do you know?" "I've deduced a few things," Sanders hesitated, glancing at the mark on Hancock's back. Now that only Mary Georgie was nearby, he felt free to speak candidly. Hancock's face went pale instantly. Her deepest secret had been discovered. The weight of that knowledge left her feeling dizzy, trembling all over, and engulfed in fear as if she were standing on the edge of an abyss, ready to be consumed by darkness. She bit her lip in pain, her pride as the pirate empress vanishing, revealing a vulnerable girl beneath the surface. Tears began to well in her captivating eyes, and Sanders felt his heart racing, fearing he might be turned to stone by her beauty. "Don't be afraid, Hancock. We're friends, aren't we?" Sanders spoke softly, trying to comfort her. His gentle tone cut through the darkness like a lightning bolt, allowing Hancock to glimpse a sliver of light in her despair. "Friends," she whispered, recalling a distant memory. The three sisters had once hidden on Sabaody archipelago, fearful of contact with anyone. A boy with black hair, wearing oversized shorts and flip-flops, had smiled and told them not to fear, promising that Shakky sake bar would help them return home. They had arrived at Shakky's place hesitantly, but ultimately returned to Amazon Lily. Not long after, that boy became a genius in the Navy. "Did you figure that out back then?" Hancock asked quietly, looking up. There was quite a commotion caused by Fisher Tiger. "Few strangers wandered that street," Sanders replied with a smile. "Then why did you help us?" Hancock pressed. "I also dislike those world nobles who act like pigs," he said matter-of-factly. That was no lie. Anyone who knew the original story would share that sentiment. However, he couldn't reveal his true feelings of desire towards her. "Do you look down on us for being former slaves to the celestial dragons?" Hancock asked, her pale hands clenching nervously. "We're friends, aren't we, Hancock?" Sanders replied without directly answering, which made her relax her grip. With his keen observation, Sanders could hear Hancock's heartbeat accelerating. "Don't worry, Hancock. I've said it before. The healing fruit can cure anything. Scars and marks won't last forever. I will find the healing fruit for you," he promised softly, reminiscent of a scheming businessman painting a grand picture for his clients. Not that it was entirely a pipe dream. He knew where the healing fruit user was located, and with his power of deduction, he could acquire that ability for himself. The lifespan needed for the restoration process? He had exceeded that of an ordinary human when he gained the powers of giant. He could even use other bloodlines to extend his life. After a long silence, Hancock finally spoke. "I am the Empress of Amazon Lily and need to protect everyone on the island." A slight smirk appeared on Sanders' lips as he replied, "I have many things to do and don't need you to become a member of my crew right now. Your status as a warlord of the sea will protect Amazon Lily from the Marines. You can temporarily form a secret pirate alliance with me." He knew that you couldn't rush some matters, and once he acquired the healing fruit, he would reveal to Hancock that using the restoration ability would consume a portion of one's life. The prospect of that was tantalizing, and Sanders felt he was being corrupted by the wickedness of the individuals in Impel Down. "I see a secret pirate alliance?" Hancock said, somewhat confused. "I'll be hunting the celestial dragons while looking for new crew members," Sanders explained. "If the world government learns about our alliance, they might revoke your title as a warlord of the sea and even dispatch fleets to besiege Amazon Lily." "You're hunting celestial dragons?" "The Marines will pursue you," Hancock replied. "Ha ha ha. Are you worried about me, Hancock?" "Don't be. One Marine admiral won't be able to take me down," Sanders laughed, his tone brimming with confidence. "How could I possibly care about you?" "It's just that you've done us a small favor in the past," Hancock retorted, her expression stiffening. She resumed her previous persona as the haughty pirate empress, but the blush on her cheeks betrayed her true feelings. "Go on, Hancock. Wipe those tears away. You are the Empress of Amazon Lily," he encouraged. At that moment, Sonia appeared on deck, hauling supplies and looking curiously at her sister and Sanders. What had transpired while she was gone? Hancock felt a rush of embarrassment, hastily wiping away any traces of tears and proudly lifting her chin as she returned to the deck. "Sonia, give Sanders some more berries," Hancock ordered her sister. "Don't worry about it. There are plenty of pirates on Sabaody archipelago, and I can find some to take from them," Sanders declined with a smile. After moving the alcohol and food onto a small ship, Sanders accepted a Viva card from Hancock. He secured it on his wrist and waved goodbye to her. "Remember, Hancock, we're friends. I'll come back once I find that fruit." With that, Sanders piloted his small vessel swiftly towards the Sabaody archipelago. Watching Sanders' retreating figure, Hancock stood on the deck. "Friends? I don't want to be friends with you." "Oomph," she huffed, stomping back to her cabin. "Notify everyone. We're returning to Amazon Lily," she commanded. Sabaody archipelago. At the port, Sanders, dressed in shorts and a t-shirt, steered a small boat to the shore. He had borrowed these clothes from a pirate, along with some berries. Near Sabaody archipelago, there was never a shortage of ambitious dreamers looking to enter the new world. As he entered the bustling streets of the island, people came and went. The streets were filled with individuals on wanted posters. But the island's residents had long grown accustomed to such sights. Sanders first bought himself a new set of clothes and then headed to a hotel for a refreshing bath. After changing into clean attire, he set out once again. He wandered into the auction house, hoping to see if any celestial dragons were around for him to deal with. Unfortunately, things didn't go his way. There were no celestial dragons at the slave auction, leaving Sanders rather disappointed. Just as he was about to leave, a man in a black suit blocked his path. "Sir, someone would like to speak with you in a private room." "Who?" "You'll know when you get there," the man replied, cold sweat forming on his forehead. Clearly, he recognized Sanders. "Lead the way, then." Sanders nodded slightly, intrigued by who wanted to meet him. Could it be Doflamingo? Sanders knew Doflamingo was involved in the slave trade. Maybe Doflamingo was the one behind this auction house. Out of curiosity, Sanders followed the man into a private room. The staff member didn't enter, but merely opened the door for Sanders. Sanders swaggered inside, using his observation Haki to sense 4 people inside, none of whom seemed particularly strong. As he entered, he saw 4 men in black suits sitting on the sofa. "Who are you? What do you want?" Sanders asked directly. "Mr. Sanders, we're with the world government. We're here to invite you to become one of the 7 warlords of the sea." The man in sunglasses, who seemed a bit arrogant, spoke up. Sanders raised an eyebrow. He had thought it might be a pirate, but it turned out to be world government officials. These guys sure were efficient. He had barely set foot on Sabaody, and they already tracked him down. It seemed the world government had anticipated his arrival and posted people at the port. No wonder he hadn't encountered any celestial dragons during his walk around. This is a great honor. Once you become a warlord, you won't have to worry about being hunted by the Marines or the world government. You can also legally plunder, the man continued, acting as if joining the warlords was some grand privilege. Of course, to become a warlord, you'd have to agree to certain conditions. For instance, you can't harm. "I refuse." Before the man could finish, Sanders interrupted him, clearly impatient. "Well, what?" The man in sunglasses seemed confused. "I said I refuse." Sanders repeated himself. He thought it might be something important. Turns out the 5 elders wanted to recruit him as one of the 7 warlords. For some people, being a warlord was a good choice. It allowed them to protect their territory from marine invasions. For instance, Boa Hancock needed to protect Amazon Lily, and Jinbe wanted to safeguard Fishman Island. Some sought to use the warlord status for their own schemes, like Doflamingo and Crocodile, who aimed to seize a kingdom. Others simply wanted a peaceful life, like Mihawk. But none of this interested Sanders. He was a lone wolf with no need to protect anyone. Nor was he interested in using the warlords to seize a country. If he wanted to rule a kingdom, he could simply conquer it directly. No kingdom in the world could resist his invasion. The warlords held no value for him. Most importantly, he could guess one of the conditions for becoming a warlord. he'd probably have to stop attacking the celestial dragons. He still hadn't avenged his adoptive father. How could he possibly spare those disgusting pigs? You're rejecting this? Do you even know how much of an honor it is to become a warlord? Do you realize this is a chance the world government is giving you? If you become a warlord, all your crimes will be erased. Do you really want to be endlessly hunted by the Marines? The man in sunglasses was dumbfounded, unable to believe someone would refuse the world government's offer. Go tell the 5 elders this. I'm going to kill the celestial dragons. Those pigs better stay in Mariewa for the rest of their lives, Sanders said coldly. He was fed up with this fool. How dare you? How dare you insult the world nobles? Calling the celestial dragons pigs. Just wait for the admirals to hunt you down. The man in sunglasses, enraged, pointed at Sanders and barked like an obedient dog. Sanders' eyes turned cold. In an instant, he appeared before the man, grabbing his head with one large hand. Lightning crackled between Sanders' fingers. You dare lay a hand on me? The world government won't let you. Before the man could finish his threat, a surge of violent lightning burst from Sanders' hand. The man's head was instantly charred to a crisp. With a single squeeze, Sanders crushed his skull and tossed the headless corpse to the ground. He looked at the 3 remaining men, who were trembling in fear. Remember to pass on my message, Sanders said. He casually wiped the ash from his hand on one of the men's suits before turning to leave. The 3 men, still shaking, quickly pulled out their den mushy after he left. Outside the room, the auction house staff peeked in, then quietly went to the corner and made a call of their own. Arrogant, the 5 elders quickly received the news of Sanders' refusal. The bald elder furiously slammed the den mushy onto the ground, his face filled with anger. Who does he think he is? How dare he threaten the world government? Order Sengoku to send an admiral to arrest him immediately. The elder with white hair and a curled beard, however, remained calm. This is something we anticipated, isn't it? There's no need to get angry over an arrogant brat. So what should we do now? With Sanders' strength, he poses a significant threat to the world nobles outside the Holy Land. Are we really going to let them stay holed up in Mariewa forever? The bald elder said coldly. Inform the Navy of Sanders' presence on Sabaody archipelago. As for whether to send an admiral to capture him, we'll leave that decision to Sengoku, the white-bearded elder replied. The New World's power balance has been disrupted with red-haired Shanks becoming an emperor. The Navy is incredibly busy right now, especially with Magellan severely injured. It's unlikely they can spare the forces to capture Sanders, added the balding elder. Though they could dispatch an admiral, it would take time. By the time an admiral arrived, Sanders might have already left Sabaody. And from Magellan's description, Sanders' strength was definitely on par with an admiral. Capturing someone with the rumble fruit, Goro no Mi, would require at least 2 admirals. Even then, there was no guarantee of success. At that level of power, capture was nearly impossible. If it were that easy, the New World wouldn't have pirate emperors. The bald elder's suggestion was unanimously agreed upon by the others. Soon, Sengoku was informed of Sanders' whereabouts. Tsuru, do you think I should gather the admirals to capture Sanders on Sabaody? In his office, Sengoku looked at Vice Admiral Tsuru. According to Magellan and Kizaru, Sanders is already at admiral-level strength. Capturing him would require at least 2, possibly more admirals. And if a battle breaks out, most of Sabaody archipelago would be destroyed. Who knows how many would die in the process, Tsuru said slowly. She didn't give a direct suggestion, but instead analyzed the pros and cons. Sengoku sighed, understanding her point. He knew deep down that after Sanders escaped from Impel Down, it was nearly impossible to capture him again. The destruction of Sabaody was a price they couldn't afford. Are we really just going to let this slide? This might be our last chance to capture Sanders. Sengoku was still unwilling to let it go. With Sanders' strength, it wouldn't take long for him to establish a significant power base. Another emperor would arise, putting even more pressure on the Navy. If only that incident hadn't happened. Sengoku had been thinking the same thing every day recently. If Sanders' adoptive father hadn't died, the Navy wouldn't be in such a difficult position now. Sanders' rise might not be a bad thing, Saru said. The New World can't hold that many emperors. The New World was only so big. Another pirate emperor would mean less territory for the others, and the current emperors wouldn't give up their domains so easily. Conflict was inevitable. At that point, the Navy might even benefit from the situation. Let's hope so, Sengoku sighed. In the end, the Navy decided not to dispatch the admirals to hunt down Sanders. Every admiral had responsibilities elsewhere, and with Magellan seriously injured, Kizaru had to temporarily oversee Impel Down. Meanwhile, Sanders couldn't care less about what the world government and the Navy were planning. He continued to leisurely wander around Sabaody archipelago, but still found no trace of the celestial dragons. After buying a bouquet of flowers to pay respects to his adoptive father, he made his way to Shakky's rip-off bar. The moment he entered, the noise of the bar reached his ears. He glanced around, seeing groups of pirates sitting and chatting loudly, each holding a glass of alcohol. Behind the bar sat a tall woman, smoking a cigarette. "Oh my, we have quite the visitor," Shakky chuckled softly, immediately recognizing Sanders. "What will you have?" "A beer." "Where's Rayleigh?" Sanders asked casually as he sat on a stool at the bar. "No idea. Probably at the slave auction house, trying to trade for more drinking money," Shakky replied, handing Sanders a glass of beer. She didn't seem surprised that Sanders knew Rayleigh frequented her bar. Silver's Rayleigh, the right-hand man of Pirate King Joel D. Roger, now worked as a coding craftsman on Sabaody archipelago. He had a habit of selling himself into slavery to earn some extra cash. "He's probably not there. I just came from the auction house and didn't see him," Sanders shook his head. If Rayleigh had been there, Sanders' observation Haki would have sensed him. "Then I don't know. Maybe he's off working somewhere," Shakky shrugged. "Are you looking for him for something? Want to challenge him to make a name for yourself?" Sanders shook his head. "I have no interest in challenging a retired old man. I'm here for you." "For me?" Shakky raised an eyebrow, slightly surprised. "I need some information," Sanders said. In addition to owning the bar, Shakky also dealt in information brokering. "What kind of information?" "My prices are high," Shakky replied, lighting another cigarette. "There are plenty of pirates' heads out there with bounties." "Don't tell me you don't have a way to collect on them through the Navy," Sanders said with a smirk, gesturing to the pirates in the bar. Bounty hunters didn't always have to deliver the heads themselves. Many bounty hunters and even some pirates would hire intermediaries to turn in bounties on their behalf. For some stronger pirates, collecting bounties from other pirates was quicker than looting villages. "All right then, what do you want to know?" "Have there been any sightings of celestial dragons nearby?" "I took a stroll around the auction house, but didn't run into a single one." "Celestial dragons?" Shakky looked at Sanders in surprise. "Why are you asking about them?" "To kill them, of course." "What else?" "Worship them." Sanders responded matter-of-factly. "Kill." Shakky was initially shocked, but then it seemed like she understood something. Setting out to kill celestial dragons right after escaping, it was obvious this wasn't just about revenge against the world government. "No wonder you were imprisoned and Impel Down." Many had been curious about why the Marines' prodigy had betrayed them, but the world government had completely covered up the incident. Even within the Marines, most people were unaware of the details, and outsiders knew even less. "Mind if I sell this information for a good price?" Shakky asked. "Go ahead. Just remember to share some of the profit with me." Sanders shrugged. "Aside from the celestial dragons, I also need you to track down 2 individuals for me. I need to know where they are." "Who?" "One is a pirate from the North Blue named Trafalgar Law. He's around my age and should have just set out to sea. The other is an older man named Isho. He's in his 40s, blind, has scars on his face, and likes to gamble." Sanders described the 2 in detail. One was a future supernova, a user of the Ope No Mi, and the captain of the Heart Pirates, someone Sanders considered a good candidate for a ship doctor. Another potential candidate was Princess Mancheri of the Tontata Kingdom, a user of the Heal fruit, Chiyu no Mi. Getting both of them would require going up against Doflamingo, but Sanders didn't mind. In Sanders' view, Doflamingo wasn't particularly strong among the warlords of the sea. The other person was Isho, the future Admiral Fujitora Isho, a user of the gravity fruit. He was strong and held a sense of justice, making him a suitable companion. Sanders had a few other people in mind to recruit, but he already knew where they were. "I'll do my best to find them, but I can't promise anything," Shakky said. "Just do what you can." "I've got plenty of time," Sanders replied, taking a sip of beer. "I'll come back in a couple of days to check in." After sitting for a bit longer and finishing his drink, Sanders left the bar, leaving behind a stack of berries. Next, he was going to start building his own ship. Previously, his grasp of the fusion fruit had been lacking, resulting in the creation of a small, crude vessel. Now, he planned to use this time to build something more substantial. Sanders was very interested in the technology behind the Arc Maxim, the flying ship from Skypiea. With that technology, he could sail his ship to find Shakky, the Golden Lion. After a few fights, he figured he might just be able to replicate the float fruit. If that happened, who would even need a ship? He could just use an entire island as his base. So, Sanders' next goal was clear: build a decent ship and recruit a crew. On the way, he would visit Skypiea to obtain the Arc Maxim's technology and see if he could recruit Enel. If Enel cooperated, Sanders would take him on as a subordinate. If not, he'd kill him and take the rumble fruit for himself. Over the next few days, Sanders found a secluded beach on the Sabaody archipelago and practiced using his fusion fruit. He gathered pirate ships he had raided and materials he had bought, such as steel and wood, to build his own ship while earning some berries on the side. Soon, Sanders could be seen frequently attacking pirates near Sabaody archipelago. To those unaware, it seemed like Sanders was still part of the Marines. Neither the Marines nor the world government had come after Sanders, almost as if they had forgotten he was on the island. After visiting Shakky's bar a few more times and finding no sign of celestial dragons, Sanders learned that Law was indeed in the North Blue, but there was no news on Isho. Another 10 days passed, and Sanders finally completed his ship. The ship was 26 meters long, with 2 floors above deck, each with 4 rooms. The ship's power source was the same electric-driven system he had used on the small boat he made while in Impel Down. The only difference was that this ship had a battery to store electricity, allowing it to sail for about 3 days even without any direct input from him. The power system had originally been designed by Vegapunk. Sanders had helped Vegapunk with numerous experiments back in the day, and this power system was something Vegapunk had designed in just 2 hours as payment for Sanders' assistance. Thinking about Vegapunk, Sanders couldn't help but drool over the man's brain. Once Sanders secured his own island base, he was determined to find a way to bring Vegapunk over. As for how he would convince him, Sanders already had a plan. If necessary, he'd offer himself up as a research subject. After all, who wouldn't be intrigued by the ability to evolve everything? As for funding the research, that could be handled by capturing Guild Tesoro, the richest man in the world. With his ship completed, Sanders began stocking it with supplies and decorating it. Most of his expenses were still covered by the bounties on pirates. He didn't bother using intermediaries anymore. Instead, he went directly to the Marines' base on Sabaody archipelago with pirate heads in tow. At first, the base commander had tried to arrest him, but after being beaten a few times, he now eagerly handed over the berries each time Sanders showed up. It was likely Fleet Admiral Sengoku had given the order to avoid confronting him. One day, while Sanders was loading an orange tree onto his ship, Rayleigh arrived at the beach where Sanders was working. "So, this is your ship, Sanders?" Rayleigh asked. "Not bad, right?" Sanders said, feeling proud. He had poured his heart and soul into the ship for nearly a month. "I have to admit, I didn't expect you to be able to build a ship, and without even using any proper shipbuilding tools. I don't remember the rumble fruit allowing you to build ships," Rayleigh remarked, amused. "It can reshape gold, so why not use it to build a ship?" Sanders casually transformed a piece of gold into various shapes as he spoke. Rayleigh was speechless. From what he saw, Sanders' shipbuilding ability resembled that of the fusion fruit. After all, Douglas Bullet, who once sailed with the Roger Pirates, had possessed that fruit. Rayleigh was quite familiar with its abilities. However, Sanders could indeed manipulate metal, which left Rayleigh unsure of his theory. Could it be that Sanders had developed an ability with the rumble fruit that no one had ever heard of before? After thinking it over for a while, Rayleigh decided to stop wondering. After all, it wasn't really any of his business anymore. Now, he was just a retired old man. "Why are you here, Rayleigh? Want to have a drink?" Sanders asked. "No. Shakky asked me to come by and tell you that there's news about the celestial dragons you're looking for." Hearing there was news about the celestial dragons, Sanders paused his work. Licking his lips with a slightly cruel smile, he asked, "Where?" Rayleigh chuckled. "You're quite a bold fellow. No wonder no celestial dragons have come to the Sabaody archipelago since you've been here. Looks like the world government knows you'd actually kill them." "They're not in Sabaody. Someone spotted a celestial dragon ship in the waters between Sabaody and Water 7. Looks like they're headed to Water 7. "I see. Thanks Shakky for me. And just put the cost on my tab," Sanders said with a smile. "Are you about to set sail?" Rayleigh asked. "Not heading for the New World first?" "Red-haired Shanks has already become one of the 4 emperors," Rayleigh informed him. During Sanders' time in the Sabaody archipelago, red-haired Shanks had officially become the 4th emperor of the seas, joining Whitebeard, Kaido, and Charlotte Lin as the 4 emperors. The 3 major powers of the seas, warlords, marines, and the 4 emperors, were gradually taking shape. "No rush. I'm not particularly interested in titles like Emperor of the Sea," Sanders replied. He wasn't even interested in becoming the Pirate King. Rayleigh left, saying before he went that he might sell himself. Sanders silently prayed for whoever ended up buying Rayleigh. Quickly purchasing the rest of his supplies, Sanders hoisted sail and headed straight for Water 7. The news of Sanders setting sail soon reached Marine Fleet Admiral Sengoku, who breathed a sigh of relief. But he also felt a sense of missed opportunity. Magellan was gradually recovering from his injuries and was once again securely guarding Impel Down. Admiral Kizaru had returned to Marine headquarters. Sengoku had been planning to capture Sanders, but now the man had sailed off. Sanders navigated his ship across the sea. During the day, he sailed manually. At night, he used the battery-powered system to keep the ship on course, not worrying too much about colliding with other vessels. After 2 or 3 days of stopping and starting along the way, Sanders was still some distance from Water 7. That day, while lounging on a deck chair, feeling the sea breeze, his observation Haki sensed a large pirate ship approaching slowly. Sanders set down his newspaper and stood at the stern. A massive pirate ship came into view. Its sails bore a skull with 2 long tusks. Sanders narrowed his eyes. That emblem belonged to one of the Beast Pirates' top officers, Drought Jack, one of the 3 calamities. With this thought, a tall figure appeared at the bow of the pirate ship, a masked man with 2 long tusks. "Finally caught up to you, Sanders." Jack's rough, menacing voice rang out. "What do you want?" Sanders asked calmly from his position at the stern. "Big Brother King sent me to recruit you," Jack shouted. "Recruit me?" Sanders raised an eyebrow. Was King serious? Sending Jack, a brute, to recruit him? Had the Beast Pirates run out of people? "If you join the Beast Pirates, you'll be the 4th calamity," Jack added, clearly reluctant. He wasn't pleased about the idea of someone younger than him being given such a high position. All 3 of the calamities had followed Kaido for at least a decade. How could this former Marine defector be on the same level as them? Originally, King hadn't intended to send Jack. He knew Jack's temperament well. But Jack had volunteered, repeatedly assuring King that he wouldn't insult or attack Sanders before getting a refusal. Only then did King allow Jack to handle the task. Sanders was a bit surprised to hear that Kaido was willing to make him a calamity. In the Beast Pirates, being a calamity was equivalent to being second only to Kaido. It seemed Kaido really valued him. Following the principle of not hitting someone with a friendly attitude, Sanders politely declined. "I'm not interested. I have no plans to join anyone's pirate crew." "So you're refusing?" Jack's tone shifted, his eyes gleaming with excitement. He had fulfilled his promise to Big Brother King. The man had refused. Now he could fight. With this thought, Jack pulled out his massive scythe. Today, he was going to see what made Sanders, with his higher bounty, so special. Seeing Jack draw his weapon, Sanders knew things wouldn't end peacefully. "I refuse," Sanders said again. "Do you think the beast pirates are something you can just refuse?" Jack roared. "Move the ship closer." Jack's fierce command rang out as he ordered his crew to approach Sanders' ship. Sanders couldn't help but facepalm. Of course, this was Jack, the so-called Ship King. Before Jack's ship could close the distance, Sanders flashed into the air, appearing above Jack's head. "Can't you just sit tight without getting beaten up, Jack?" Armament Haki covered Sanders' fist as he swung it down toward Jack's head. 200 million volts, Thunder Fist. "Do you even know who I am? You dare to step foot on my ship." Jack roared back, his scythe wrapped in armament Haki, as he swung it fiercely at Sanders' fist. The clash of raw power and lightning instantly shattered Jack's scythe. Sanders' thunder-infused fist smashed into Jack's face. Boom! Jack's mask shattered, revealing his sharp fangs and a stream of blood pouring from his face. His eyes rolled back, leaving only the whites as he crashed heavily onto the deck. Under the shocked gaze of the pirates aboard, Jack smashed through the deck, leaving a massive hole. Water rushed into the ship's hold. Meanwhile, Sanders had already returned to his own ship. When the other crew members on Jack's ship finally realized what had happened, their drought, Jack had already sunk into the sea. It wasn't until they saw Sanders return that they finally came to their senses. They looked at the massive hole in the deck with horror, shouting in disbelief. Lord Jack was defeated in one hit. "Hurry, rescue Lord Jack. He's a devil fruit user. The ship is leaking. Where's the repair crew? Get over here now." The pirate ship fell into chaos, but none of them picked up their weapons to avenge Jack. Are you kidding? If Lord Jack was defeated in a single blow, how would they even know how they died if they tried to fight? Back on his own ship, Sanders didn't even spare a glance at Jack. He headed straight to the deck, comfortably lying back in his chair, looking completely at ease. He calmly took a sip of the beer next to him, enjoying the peaceful afternoon. For him, defeating one of the Beast Pirates' 3 All-Stars, Jack the Drought, wasn't anything worth being proud of. After all, Jack was still in his early 20s at this point, just a hot-headed young punk. His mastery of Haki and his devil fruit abilities were far behind what they would be when he appeared in the original story. The only thing Jack had going for him was his strong endurance and survivability. Sanders navigated his ship away from Jack's vessel, gradually disappearing from the pirates' view. Meanwhile, the pirates on Jack's ship scrambled to repair the damage and fish Jack out of the sea. Compared to Enigmo, who had also sunk to the bottom of the ocean, Jack was undoubtedly luckier. There were no massive sea kings in the area to swallow him whole while he was unconscious, and he had a crew of minions to quickly pull him back on board. Plus, Jack had the physiology of a fishman, so apart from the lightning punch from Sanders, he didn't suffer any other injuries. The ship's doctor quickly bandaged Jack's wounds. After nearly an hour of unconsciousness, Jack finally woke up. At that moment, he looked a bit worse for wear. All of his hair had been scorched off by the lightning, leaving his head bald after the seawater washed away the charred remains. His sharp teeth were missing a few, too. "Where's that bastard Sanders?" Jack growled, his speech slightly slurred from his injuries. "Lord Jack, Sanders has already sailed away," one of the crew members reported cautiously. "That damn bastard. I won't let him get away with this." Jack lay on the bed, his eyes bloodshot, filled with fury, as he let out a bellow of rage. The pirates around him trembled, too scared to make a sound. They were terrified of provoking Jack in his current state. On Onigashima, King, the man with the mask and flames on his back, hung up the Den Mushi, the snail phone. "Hey, Scum King, did that brat Jack screw things up?" Queen, with his plump body, leaned back in his chair, a cigar hanging from his mouth as he toyed with the gear in his hands. "You idiot, Queen. It seems like you're not the only one holding us back." "Indeed, Sanders turned down our offer," King said with a glare at Queen, clearly displeased. "Ha ha. You actually sent Jack to try and recruit him? There's no way that would work. That guy only thinks with his fists. I bet you didn't really want Sanders to join us, did you? You were just afraid he'd threaten your position." Queen mocked him, his fat body jiggling with laughter. "Shut up, you fool. If you wanted to go, why didn't you go?" "I'm not going. Then will you handle all the pirate crew's affairs if I go? King had no choice but to send Jack to recruit Saunders. Their captain, Kaido, never handled such matters. He was either drinking heavily and crying, or thinking about ways to end his own life. So King had to manage everything. He simply didn't have the time to go to the Sabaody archipelago himself. As for Queen, that guy spent all day locked away in his lab, doing who knows what. Jack was the only one with the appropriate status and time to go for the recruitment. If they had sent some low-level grunt, Saunders might have just killed them on the spot. Did Jack and Sanders fight, King? Kaido, with drunken eyes, suddenly opened them and asked. There was a confrontation. Saunders isn't interested in joining any pirate crew. It looks like he intends to form his own faction, King replied. Oh ho ho. Sounds like a very ambitious guy. Kaido laughed, exuding an overwhelming sense of power. Did Jack say anything about Sanders' strength? Queen asked curiously. Jack was taken out in one punch. After hesitating for a moment, King decided to tell them the truth. After all, both Queen and Kaido were Jack Sr., and there was no point in sugarcoating it. He taken out in one punch? Queen's eyes widened in disbelief. Jack was indeed the weakest among them, but even in the New World, he was a formidable fighter. Yet he was taken down in a single punch. Yes, just one punch. Jack didn't stand chance. Oh ho ho ho. Seems like he's quite powerful. I wonder if his rumble fruit would be able to hurt me. Kaido chuckled as he took a large swig from his gourd. Jack is still too young. He needs more experience, Queen commented. Although the recruitment failed, it's not entirely bad for us since Sanders doesn't seem interested in joining any other pirate crews, King analyzed. But that rumble brat dared to reject our offer and even hurt Jack. Once he reaches the New World, I'll make sure to teach him a lesson. Kaido grumbled, clearly displeased. King hesitated but decided not to argue. After all, the Beast Pirates had lost face. Even though Sanders hadn't gone all out and had only punched Jack once, it was Jack who initiated the conflict. But in the world of pirates, logic didn't matter. Might made right. Saunders had turned down the Beast Pirates and injured Jack, so naturally, they would want to settle the score. News of the Beast Pirates' failed recruitment and Jack's defeat at Sanders' hands quickly spread across the seas through the newspapers. The Navy and world government had no reaction. They had already assessed Sanders' strength long ago. Unless he managed to take down Kaido, he wasn't worth their attention. However, this incident did stir up some interest among the pirates. On the Moby Dick, Marco, with his pineapple-like hair, brought the newspaper to Whitebeard. Dad, Kaido sent Jack to recruit Saunders, but Jack was taken out in one hit. Gurura, is that so? Looks like the rumble brat has big ambitions. Whitebeard laughed heartily. Seeing Kaido suffer was always a pleasure for him. Dad, should we try to recruit Sanders as well? With his strength, he could easily be the captain of the 2nd Division. Marco suggested. A former Marine with a powerful Logia-type devil fruit? Marco was definitely interested. We'll see. That kid seems to have his own ambitions. He won't join our family so easily. Whitebeard chuckled. Dressrosa. Doflamingo sat on the couch, crossing one leg over the other while holding a newspaper. Fufufu. What a terrifying guy, he chuckled. Is he planning to go to war with the Beast Pirates? A bead of sweat dripped from Doflamingo's forehead. As one of the 7 warlords who dealt with the Beast Pirates, Doflamingo knew better than anyone how powerful Kaido was. In front of Kaido, he didn't even dare to entertain the thought of resisting. The terrifying presence Kaido exuded had left a lasting impression on him. Put the idea of contacting him aside for now, Doflamingo ordered. Understood, young master, Treble responded. Have we figured out why he's heading to Water 7? Is it for shipbuilding? Water 7 was a renowned shipbuilding hub, home to the world's largest shipyard. The pirate King Roger's ship had been built there. It wasn't out of the question that Sanders, planning to form his pirate crew, might be heading there to commission a large pirate ship. It doesn't seem like it. He appears to have shipbuilding skills himself. But recently there's been news that someone is inquiring about the whereabouts of celestial dragons near the Sabaody archipelago. And as it happens, there's a celestial dragon near Water 7 right now, Treble answered. As a broker in the underworld, Doflamingo naturally had his own intelligence network. Fufufu. Is the hunt about to begin? How exciting. The world's about to descend into chaos. Doflamingo laughed with excitement. The reasons behind Sanders' betrayal of the world government had already been uncovered by many. Now, Sanders' intentions in heading to Water 7 were becoming increasingly clear. The news that Sanders had rejected Kaido's offer and defeated Jack in one punch spread like wildfire across the seas. Many speculated whether Kaido would retaliate and seek revenge against Sanders. However, it soon became apparent that Kaido wasn't making any moves and remained in the New World. At this moment, many began to truly recognize Sanders' strength. His 1.5 billion berry bounty was now seen as justified by many. Sanders, unaware of all the rumors, was still lingering around the waters near Water 7, searching for the celestial dragon. Finally, 3 days after his swift victory over Jack, Sanders' observation Haki detected a luxurious cruise ship. He moved from the deck to the helm and began steering his vessel at full speed toward the cruise ship. In this world, very few people possessed luxury cruise ships. The seas were filled with pirates. Even the kings of world government member nations rarely ventured out on such ships. The only ones who dared to wander the seas aboard such lavish ships were the world nobles, the celestial dragons. Few pirates dared to harm the celestial dragons. Before long, the cruise ship appeared in Sanders' view. Compared to this grand vessel, Sanders' boat was just a small, unassuming craft. The cruise ship towered dozens of meters high, spanning 10 floors, with numerous bodyguards dressed in black suits standing on the deck. A white flag fluttered at the top of the mast, bearing the emblem of a red hoof, the hoof of the soaring dragon. This was the celestial dragon's unique symbol. Finally found you. Good thing I didn't give up, Sanders muttered with a cruel smile as he looked up at the flag. Lightning crackled around his body as he accelerated, pushing his boat to top speed toward the cruise ship, creating waves in his wake. The commotion soon caught the attention of the bodyguards and the lookout post aboard the cruise ship. There's a ship approaching fast. One of the lookouts reported to the bodyguards on the deck. Did you see a flag? Whose ship is it? Asked a man in a suit who appeared to be the captain of the bodyguards. No flag. In fact, it doesn't even have sails, the lookout responded. Are you kidding me? How's the ship moving without sails? The bodyguard captain shouted in disbelief. But I swear it doesn't have any sails. Everyone, prepare yourselves. We can't let anyone crash into the celestial dragon's ship. The bodyguard captain began issuing orders, putting his men on high alert. If anyone dared to harm a celestial dragon, those responsible for protecting them would face a fate worse than death. At the very least, they would be branded with a heavenly dragon's hoof and turned into miserable slaves. None of them wanted to become slaves. Living like that was too painful. Death would be preferable. Inside a lavish room on the cruise ship, St. Charlos, a celestial dragon, lay on an exquisite bed covered in rare furs. Several beautiful, naked young women were massaging him. Unlike other celestial dragons, St. Charlos wore a square-shaped glass dome over his head. In his hand, he held the ends of multiple chains, each linked to a slave's collar. The slaves varied in appearance. Some were towering, muscular brutes crawling on the ground like dogs, while others were curvaceous women without any clothing. But they all had one thing in common: eyes devoid of life, trembling in fear. Suddenly, St. Charlos furrowed his brows and opened his eyes. The girls massaging him immediately froze, terror etched across their faces, and they dropped to their knees. Bang! A gunshot echoed in the room. St. Charlos had pulled out a pistol and, without hesitation, shot one of the masseuses in the head, her skull exploding instantly. Blood splattered onto the other slaves, causing them to tremble even more violently. Useless trash. If you can't even massage me properly, what's the point of keeping you around? St. Charlos sneered cruelly. Throw her to the dogs. The bodyguards in the room showed no reaction, having long grown accustomed to such scenes. They swiftly brought tools to remove the corpse and thoroughly cleaned the bloodstains from the floor, even going so far as to spray some perfume. Just then, the sound of cannons firing rang out from outside. St. Charlos' eyelids twitched, and a glimmer of interest flashed in his eyes. He shook the chains in his hand, and the large brute immediately crawled over and let St. Charlos ride on his back. The other slaves crawled along behind like dogs, while several men in white suits and masks followed closely behind. As Sanders approached the ship, the bodyguards on the cruise ship didn't hesitate and immediately ordered to fire. They didn't care who was on the boat. Cannonballs exploded around Sanders' ship, creating splashes of water. Sanders stood at the bow of the ship, arms crossed, unfazed by the barrage of cannon fire. With a flash of electricity, several cannonballs detonated in the sky. Sanders leaped onto the cruise ship. The bodyguards on the deck turned pale, pointing their guns at Sanders. "Who are you? How dare you board the ship of a celestial dragon? Do you have a death wish?" Without any change in his expression, Sanders didn't even glance at these people, and instead turned to look at Charlos, who happened to be stepping onto the deck. The iconic glass dome and the pig-like body made it clear that this was a celestial dragon. "I don't know him, but I'll collect some interest first." Sanders didn't recognize this particular celestial dragon, but that didn't stop him from killing him. "Who are you?" Charlos was clearly displeased, staring at the stranger who had intruded on his territory. The bodyguards in white suits behind him froze momentarily, then simultaneously shouted, "Sanders!" They immediately moved in front of Charlos, assuming defensive stances, shielding him completely. "Oh, so you know me. CP0, I presume." Sanders eyed the white-suited, masked figures standing before him. CP0, an organization directly under the command of the Celestial Dragons, known as the strongest shield of the Celestial Dragons, also considered the world's strongest intelligence agency. Naturally, they were aware of Sanders' appearance. "Who is Sanders? Quick, capture this man for me. I'll make him my slave," Charlos ordered impatiently, his eyes wide with anger. He wasn't swayed by the caution shown by CP0. In his worldview, anyone who wasn't a celestial dragon was a lowly commoner, a mere mortal. There were nothing more than ants for him to control, kill, and humiliate at will. "Lord Charlos, please return to the cabin immediately. This man is extremely dangerous," one of the CP0 agents respectfully, almost humbly, pleaded. Even though they were protecting him, they couldn't use any force against him. Even if a celestial dragon ordered them to commit suicide, they would have to carry out the command without hesitation. "Are you kidding me? No one dares to harm me. I don't care who Sanders is. If he's a commoner, he must obediently surrender. Hurry up and capture him, brand him, and I will torture him to my heart's content." Charlos pulled out a gun and pointed it at the CP0 agent who had spoken. Sanders glanced at Charlos' slaves, then looked at Charlos again, and smiled. His smile was filled with cruelty. The CP0 agent's eyes were full of anxiety, but there was nothing he could do to stop the situation. All he could do was take out a din mushy to call for the assistance of a Marine Admiral. Whenever a celestial dragon is offended, a Marine Admiral must be dispatched for their protection. Sanders didn't stop him. He also wanted to catch up with his former colleagues. He just wondered who would show up this time. Before the CP0 agents could act on Charlos' command, the black-suited bodyguards on the deck opened fire first. The bullets passed through Sanders' body without causing any harm. "You're courting death." Sanders' eyes flashed with anger. In an instant, his conqueror's Haki burst forth. The black-suited bodyguards on the deck collapsed instantly. The few who barely managed to stay conscious were then struck by lightning bolts thrown casually by Sanders, reduced to charred remains. "You damned wretch! How dare you kill my slaves?" Charlo saw that his black-suited bodyguards had been completely wiped out, yet his face showed no fear. Instead, he furiously fired his gun at Sanders. Bang, bang, bang. The bullets had no effect on Sanders' Logia-type abilities. Seeing that the CP0 agents had finished their phone call, Sanders finally lost his patience and rushed toward them. "Sure gone." One of the CP0 agents immediately used one of the 6 powers, aiming a finger-coated in armament Haki at Sanders' chest. Sanders grinned and extended his own finger. Sure gone. He used the same technique. The two fingers collided. The CP0 agent's fingers snapped instantly. Sanders' Shurgan overwhelmed his opponent, piercing straight through his entire arm, shattering it completely. Even in Shurgan, there was a vast difference in skill. The gap between the two, whether in technique or armament Haki, was like heaven and earth. The CP0 agent's scream had just started when Sanders' other finger jabbed into his throat. A large hole appeared in his neck. The scream was cut short, and the agent's body stiffened before falling heavily to the ground. Rankyaku. Ignoring the fallen corpse, Sanders kicked off the deck and charged toward another agent. The agent's face changed dramatically. Unable to dodge in time, he tensed his muscles. Tekai Steel. He activated Tekai, enhanced with armament Haki. Shurgan Gatling Gun. Sanders unleashed a barrage of Shurgan strikes with all 5 fingers. His fingers became a blur. Like a Gatling gun, they pounded into the agent's chest. This was a technique Sanders developed while experimenting with Shurgan, designed to mimic rapid-fire gunshots. Thud, 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 thud. The CP0 agent's chest was riddled with holes. The defense created by Tekai combined with armament Haki was as fragile as paper before Sanders' invincible armament Haki. Blood poured everywhere, and fragments of ribs and organs flew out. In the blink of an eye, 5 CP0 agents were dead. So far, Sanders hadn't even used his rumble fruit powers. He had relied solely on physical techniques and Haki. In his eyes, these CP0 agents weren't worth using his other abilities. The remaining 3 CP0 agents, their faces hidden behind masks, looked horrified. One of them suddenly began to swell, his body quickly bursting out of his clothes. In the next moment, he transformed into a massive black bull with horns on his head. He had eaten the Zoan-type bulbul fruit, model Black Bull. While Sanders was playing with CP0, Marine headquarters was in chaos. Who is this bold fool daring to offend the celestial dragons? Sengoku, sitting in his office, was furious. The celestial dragon's Den Mushi was similar to the one used to trigger a buster call. Just pressing it would alert that a celestial dragon had been offended, and it would provide coordinates. However, it couldn't transmit detailed information. Where is this happening? Sabaody Archipelago? Vice Admiral Tsuru asked in a deep voice, sitting in her chair. No, it's near Water 7. Which admiral is closest to Water 7 right now? Sengoku shook his head and asked. Water 7 is far from the headquarters. Kizaru probably won't make it in time. It seems Akiji is nearby, Tsuru responded. Kizaru's Pika Pika no Mi, Glint Glint fruit, isn't invincible. He couldn't make it to Water 7 in such a short time. If it were that easy, the Marines wouldn't be struggling so much with pirates. They just send Kizaru out to deal with them all. Then let Akiji go. Hopefully, nothing serious will happen, Sengoku said softly, then ordered someone to notify Admiral Akiji to head over. After giving the command, he seemed to think of something and looked over at Vice Admiral Tsuru. Did Sanders head toward Water 7 after leaving Sabaody Archipelago? Sanders had been under Marine surveillance while in Sabaody, but after he left, they lost track of him, or rather, they didn't dare continue tracking him. Yes, that's where he went. Tsuru nodded to confirm. Well, it looks like that celestial dragon is doomed, Sengoku said, slapping his forehead in frustration. If the attacker was indeed Sanders, there was no way Akiji would get there in time to stop him. Even if Akiji were already there when the attack began, he still wouldn't be able to prevent Sanders from killing someone. But we still have to send someone, Sengoku added. Even if it's too late, it won't be our fault. The world is vast, and there are only 3 Marine admirals. They can't be deployed for every minor incident. If the admirals could be dispatched so easily, then even 30 admirals wouldn't be enough. The protection of the celestial dragons primarily relies on their bodyguards and CP0. The admirals serve more as a deterrent, not direct protectors. On a small island near Water 7, Akiji pocketed his Den Mushi. He climbed onto his bicycle and quickly traveled along the frozen sea surface. On the luxury yacht, the CP0 members had transformed into their animal forms. One had turned into a large black bull, the user of the ox fruit, model, black bull. Another had transformed into an orange cat, while the third became a 3-meter-tall black dog. Seeing the 3 Zoan-type users in front of him, Sanders couldn't help but sigh. The world government sure is rich. They casually deployed 3 Zoan-type devil fruit users. He suspected that the 2 CP0 members he had already killed might have been devil fruit users as well, but they didn't get the chance to reveal their abilities before being taken out. Shave. Wild Bull Charge. The black bull, with horns wrapped in armament Haki, stomped on the deck and charged towards Sanders like a black shadow. Sanders didn't move an inch. He extended his arms and caught the black bull by its horns, stopping the charge completely. At the same time, the orange cat suddenly appeared at Sanders' side, its sharp claws aiming for his neck. Sanders smiled faintly. Armament Haki quickly enveloped his neck, and the cat's claws scraped against his skin, creating a screeching sound but leaving no marks. With a burst of strength, Sanders lifted the black bull and flung it into the air, sending it crashing into the orange cat. Boom! The two were sent flying, smashing into the second deck's wall. At that moment, the black dog leaped towards Sanders with its jaws wide open. The stench of its breath made Sanders frown. Wrapping his hands in armament Haki, Sanders grabbed the dog by its head. "You've got bad breath, you know that?" With his fingers gripping the dog's upper and lower jaws, Sanders' muscles tensed, and he exerted his immense strength. Crack! Sensing what was about to happen, the black dog whimpered in despair. In a horrific display of power, Sanders tore the black dog in half. Blood and internal organs flew everywhere, staining the glass helmet of the celestial dragon. At that moment, fear finally appeared on the face of the celestial dragon. He finally realized that this man, this commoner, was different from the others he had looked down upon. The slaves screamed in terror at the grisly sight and instinctively tried to distance themselves from Sanders. Feeling the tug of the chains held by the slaves, Charlos grew annoyed and raised his gun to shoot them. "You useless trash." But when he pulled the trigger, nothing happened. He had already used up all his bullets when he shot at Sanders earlier. Sanders didn't even look at the pig-like man. He strode toward the 2 remaining CP0 members, intent on dealing with them before moving on to Charlos. After witnessing the black dog being torn in half, the last 2 CP0 members were terrified. When Sanders rushed toward them, they fought back their fear and attacked. Sanders first kicked the orange cat away, then grabbed the black bull by the head and slammed it into the deck. Ro Quogan. With both hands clenched together, Sanders delivered a blow to the black bull's head using the ultimate form of the 6 powers technique. This technique is said to be the most powerful move that can be achieved after fully mastering the 6 powers. A massive shockwave erupted from Sanders' fists, and under the force of the attack, the black bull's eyes rolled back as blood poured from its orifices. It twitched a couple of times before lying still. If someone were to cut open its head, they would see that the black bull's brain had been completely turned to mush. This move, Sanders thought, was a perfect demonstration of the phrase, hitting the bull through the mountain. After finishing off the black bull, Sanders disappeared from his spot and reappeared in front of the orange cat, who was still struggling to get up after being kicked. Seeing Sanders approach, the cat stopped resisting and lay down, looking up at him. "Sanders, the world government will hunt you down with all its might. The Marine admirals will get involved," the orange cat said, its eyes filled with hatred. "You'll never know how powerful the world government is. You will die." Without a word, Sanders coldly lifted his foot and crushed the orange cat's neck. "And you'll never know how powerful I am," Sanders said softly, turning toward Charlos. The appetizer was over. Now it was time for the main course. Sanders walked up to Charlos, smiling. However, that smile looked cold and terrifying to Charlos. Witnessing Sanders slaughter 5 CP0 members, the slaves around them reacted similarly. Some slaves instinctively backed away, the chains rattling with their movements. "What do you think you're doing, you lowly commoner?" Charlos shouted. "I am a celestial dragon." Though clearly afraid of Sanders, Charlos still habitually adopted his usual superior attitude. Sanders' smile widened, becoming even more cheerful. Cracking his knuckles loudly, he approached Charlos. "You lowly slaves, attack him." Charlos tugged on the chains and ordered his slaves. Some of the slaves looked at Sanders with numb expressions, while others seemed to expect something different, even hopeful. But none of them moved. Everything Sanders had done clearly showed that he would not let Charlos, the celestial dragon, off easily. "You damn scum! How dare you defy my orders?" Charlos roared in fury. "You should all be chopped up and fed to the dogs." Seeing his dogs disobeying him, Charlos became furious. But Sanders had no interest in listening to the enraged pig before him. He suddenly moved, grabbing Charlos by the neck and slapping him hard. The glass helmet on Charlos's head shattered, and several of his teeth flew out. Dazed, Charlos did not immediately pass out. Sanders had controlled his strength well. How could he allow this filthy creature to die so easily? He tossed Charlos to the ground. Pain like he had never experienced before surged through Charlos's body, making him open his mouth to curse. But before he could speak, Sanders stomped on his hand, turning it into a bloody mess. "Oh!" Charlos screamed in agony. "You lowlife! How dare you do this to me? Your entire family will be chopped up and fed to dogs." "Oh!" he screamed again as Sanders crushed his other hand. Some slaves watched with numb expressions, while others showed a twisted sense of satisfaction. But most were filled with fear. Sanders, uninterested in talking further, crushed Charlos's legs next. "Honestly, I'd love to slice you apart piece by piece," Sanders said softly. "But the thought of your filthy blood disgusts me." He turned to face the slaves. "Any of you want to take a shot at him? I'll leave his head intact." He thought they must hate the celestial dragon enough to want to tear him apart. But to his surprise, no one stepped forward for revenge. A few looked like they wanted to, but in the end, they held back, too afraid to act. "How boring. You don't even have the guts for revenge," Sanders muttered. At that moment, a young male slave suddenly spoke up. "You shouldn't have killed him. If you do, we're all going to die." "No, we're already doomed. You've offended a celestial dragon, and as his slaves, the world government won't let us go." "You've killed us all," the man shouted emotionally. Sanders frowned. "Then why didn't you protect him when he ordered you to?" He looked at the man with disgust. Some people were just too subservient. I, the man stammered before raising his voice. "We're all going to die. The Marine admirals will come, and they'll kill all of us because of you. We would have been fine if not for you. Why should I care if you live or die?" Sanders interrupted coldly. "I'm a pirate." Electricity crackled at his fingertips, and a bolt of lightning pierced the man's head, killing him instantly. The rest of the slaves gasped in terror. They had forgotten that the person before them was a ruthless criminal who dared to attack a celestial dragon. Sanders, now in a sour mood, lost interest in torturing the celestial dragon. He dismembered Charlos's limbs and stomped on his neck, crushing it. Then he grabbed Charlos's head, found a rope on the deck, and hung the head from the top of the mast. After finishing this, Sanders turned to the slaves. "Find a key to your collars. There should be a lifeboat on this yacht. Take enough supplies and some money, then find an island to survive on." Hearing this, many of the slaves' faces lit up with hope. One brave slave took a few hesitant steps toward the cabin. Seeing that Sanders didn't stop them, the others quickly followed suit. Soon, more slaves appeared on the deck, over 50 in total. Some of the female slaves had put on clothes, while others stood there, still in shock, without any sense of what to do. Looking at these people, Sanders knew most of them wouldn't survive. "Take some supplies and money onto the lifeboat, but don't take too much," Sanders warned. Too much wealth could lead to fights and possibly even murder among them. Sanders wasn't interested in testing human nature. "And if any of you don't want to live, but lack the courage to end it, just look at me. I'll make sure it's painless." Hearing this, most of the slaves immediately lowered their heads, avoiding his gaze. But a few, men and women, looked at him with blank, despairing eyes. Without hesitation, Sanders released a few more bolts of lightning. Those slaves died instantly, their faces showing relief and release. For them, living had become more painful than death, though not everyone had the courage to commit suicide. "All right, you can get moving now," Sanders said. "Hurry up. The Marines could arrive any minute. Don't reveal that you were slaves of the celestial dragons." With that, Sanders began dealing with the unconscious black-suited bodyguards who had been knocked out by his conqueror's Haki. One by one, he kicked them into the sea. These people were nothing but dogs for the celestial dragons, unworthy of any sympathy. Some woke up after being submerged in the water, only to be struck by another bolt of lightning from Sanders. By the time he finished, the slaves had already launched the lifeboat into the sea. The lifeboat wasn't big, but it was enough for them to escape. Some of the slaves began loading supplies onto the boat. Sanders checked and saw that no one had taken any treasure or money. As for whether they had hidden any in their clothes, he didn't care. Whether they survived or not depended on their luck. A group of slaves approached Sanders. At the front was the man who had been used as a mount by the celestial dragon. "What is it?" Sanders asked. "We just wanted to thank you on behalf of everyone," the man replied. "Forget it. You're not even sure if you'll survive. Just go and tell anyone you meet that you're survivors of a shipwreck." Sanders waved them off, urging them to leave. None of the slaves asked to follow Sanders. Clearly, they knew the Marines and the world government would be hunting him down next. The slaves sailed away to the east. Sanders then began his own plundering. He loaded the celestial dragon's treasure from the yacht onto his ship and selected a few useful items. To the east of the yacht, a man in a blue shirt, white vest, and curly hair was rapidly approaching on a bicycle. To the east of the cruise ship, a group of slaves was sailing further and further away on a small boat. When the cruise ship was no longer in sight, the previously silent slaves began to come alive. Faced with a madman who dared to kill a celestial dragon, they had been too scared to even speak. Whatever he told them to do, they did without question. Who was that guy? He actually dared to kill a celestial dragon. Sanders. That man's name is Sanders. I overheard those people in white suits talking about him, replied one of the slaves who had been on the deck. He's terrifying. He didn't seem afraid of the celestial dragons at all. Doesn't he fear the pursuit of a marine admiral? Who cares? It's good enough that we escaped. I never want to be a slave again. I just want to go home. Damn, that slave-hunting ship. I don't even know if my family is still alive. Do you remember where your home is? North Blue. Well, you probably won't be able to get back. This is the Grand Line. Returning home would be almost impossible for us. The seas are full of vicious pirates, and we might be hunted down by the Marines or the world government. After hearing this, the formerly relieved slaves fell silent once more. Many realized that they might never return to their homeland. As the thought of being pursued sank in, fear and confusion spread across their faces. The sound of quiet sobbing could be heard as many began wiping their tears. Despair washed over the entire boat. Seeing this, the burly man among them quickly stood up to comfort everyone. Stop overthinking it. Being alive is already a blessing for us. It's far better than being a slave. His words lightened the mood a little. Yes, anything was better than being a slave. As they thought about their experiences as slaves, many began to shiver, their eyes filled with fear. We'll find an island to settle on first, then decide what to do after that, the burly man continued. Just like Sanders said, don't reveal that you were slaves. If anyone asks, tell them we're survivors from a shipwreck. The burly man had naturally become the group's leader. His imposing stature provided a sense of security, and it was his decision that the group hadn't taken any of the treasures. Better safe than sorry, he had reasoned. What if we took too much and Sanders decided to kill us? Not knowing how much they could safely take, they had decided to take none at all. Instead, they grabbed supplies that would help them survive at sea. If they found an island, they could trade the supplies and the boat itself for money. That would be enough to sustain them for a while. Whether they could find work and make a living afterward would depend on their own luck. Just then, one of the slaves shouted, "Is someone riding a bicycle on the sea ahead?" What kind of joke is that? No one rides a bicycle on the sea. You must be talking about the sea train. No, it's really someone on a bicycle. Everyone looked ahead, and sure enough, they saw a figure riding a bicycle across the sea as if it were solid ground. How is that possible? Is it a devil fruit user? Should we avoid them? But the wind is pushing us in that direction. The burly man glanced at the icy surface beneath the cyclist and, realizing something, his face turned pale with cold sweat dripping down his forehead. Seeing that there was no way to avoid crossing paths, he quickly instructed everyone, "Don't forget, if we get questioned, we're survivors from a shipwreck. Women, hide in the cabin." Everyone obeyed, retreating into the cabin. The group had no treasure aboard, just some basic supplies. The only thing anyone might covet would be the beautiful female slaves. Soon, they encountered the man on the bicycle. He stopped in front of their boat. "Sorry to bother you, but did you see any signs of a battle up ahead?" "And no, we didn't see anything. We're just a shipwrecked merchant vessel," the burly man nervously responded, stepping forward to speak. He stared at the ice beneath the man's feet, feeling like a cornered prey facing a predator. Akiji briefly glanced at the trembling man and then shifted his gaze to the marks on their necks. There were distinct indentations from collars. He looked around at the other passengers. Their necks were noticeably lighter in color. Escaped slaves? Akiji thought to himself. Judging by their appearance, the battle must be over. The burly man instinctively covered his neck, realizing how obvious the slave marks were. Seeing the same marks on everyone else, his pupils widened in terror, and he began shaking even more. In a matter of seconds, his back was drenched in sweat. "You didn't see anything?" "Thanks for your answer," Akiji said lazily, his tone indifferent as if he were still half asleep. He even yawned. "If you're a shipwrecked vessel, head in that direction, and you'll find an island." Akiji pointed in the direction he had come from. Then, without a second thought, he rode off on his bicycle. As Akiji disappeared from sight, the burly man collapsed onto the deck, gasping for breath. He grabbed the slave steering the boat and yelled urgently, "Move! Go now!" You knew who that guy was? Freezing the sea like that must mean he's a devil fruit user. Never mind that. Hurry up and cover your necks with your collars. The burly man had recognized Akiji. Before becoming a slave, he had been a small-time pirate, familiar with the legends surrounding the marine admirals. A man who could freeze the sea and was headed toward the Celestial Dragon's ship could only be one of the three admirals. Akiji, the ice fruit user. The boat sped forward, its occupants frantically rowing. In his heart, the burly man silently prayed for Sanders, hoping he could escape the admiral's pursuit. After all, he owed Sanders a great deal for freeing them from hell. Meanwhile, Akiji continued riding his bicycle, feeling the sea breeze. Following the boat's direction, he slowly approached the cruise ship. Now that the battle was over and the slaves had fled, Akiji took his time, knowing there was little point in rushing. Whether he arrived early or late, all that was left was to clean up the aftermath and report back to Marine headquarters. Riding leisurely, Akiji soon spotted the massive cruise ship in the distance. Suddenly, his eyes narrowed. He had spotted a head hanging from the mast, swaying in the breeze, its eyes wide open in death. Even though he had never seen the Celestial Dragon on the cruise ship, Akiji could still guess the identity of the head hanging on the mast. What a reckless guy! Seeing the Celestial Dragon's head prominently displayed on the mast even made Akiji, an admiral of the Marine headquarters, break into a cold sweat. Quickly speeding up to the cruise ship, Akiji saw Sanders sitting on the edge of the boat. "Long time no see, Kazan. Oh, I guess I should call you Akiji now. That old guy Sengoku sure has a twisted sense of humor. If I were still in the Marine, I wonder what animal nickname they'd give me." Sanders sat on the edge of the ship with his legs crossed, his feet dangling above the sea. He supported his upper body with one hand while holding a bottle of wine in the other. It was some fine wine he had looted from the Celestial Dragon's storeroom. Definitely better than anything he had drunk before. Those pigs really knew how to indulge themselves. "So it's really you, and you didn't run away?" Akiji wasn't surprised to see Sanders. On his way there, Fleet Admiral Sengoku had already told him that the one likely responsible for attacking the Celestial Dragon was Sanders. "Why would I run?" I was waiting for you guys. But I thought it would be that perverted old man Kizaru coming, Sanders said with a smile. Perverted old man? Akiji's mouth twitched at the description. Looks like I disappointed you, Sanders. Akiji looked at his former, excellent junior and couldn't help but sigh inwardly. After being locked in Impel Down for 3 years, Sanders had grown strong enough to break out. If he had remained in the Marine, how far would he have progressed? Akiji knew why Sanders had been expecting Borsellino, Kizaru. After all, it was Kizaru and Sengoku who had captured Sanders more than 3 years ago. Kizaru once joked that if he hadn't shown up, Sanders might have actually escaped using the speed of his rumble fruit. 3 long years in a lonely prison. No doubt Sanders bore a deep grudge against Kizaru. Well, you should have waited for him and Impel Down then, Akiji replied. True. If I had known Sengoku only sent Kizaru to support them, I would have waited just to give him a good beating before I left. Sanders spoke seriously. Back then, he had chosen to flee immediately, worried that more than one admiral would come from Marine headquarters. He wasn't sure how many admirals were stationed at the time. If 2 had arrived and Kizaru managed to stall him, he wouldn't have been able to escape. The Marine headquarters was too close to Impel Down, and reinforcements would have come quickly. So, to be safe, Sanders had decided to run first. Looks like you have a lot of confidence in your strength, Sanders, Akiji said, squinting after hearing Sanders talk about beating Kizaru. I'm all right. I haven't had a proper fight with any of you Marine admirals, but I have some confidence, Sanders replied casually, finishing off the wine in his bottle. Then, he changed the subject. How about those slaves? They ran. Akiji shrugged, not at all concerned about revealing that he had let them escape. TSK. What do you think when you see those people, Akiji? Sanders clicked his tongue and asked with a smile. It was fortunate for the slaves that Akiji had come. If it had been another admiral, they probably wouldn't have gotten away. If it had been a Kainu, he might have incinerated them all in one fiery blast. What are you trying to say? Akiji's face remained calm. Sanders grinned, stood up on the cruise ship, and extended his right hand toward Akiji. Do you want to become my crew member, Akiji? Among the current admirals, a Kainu was extreme. He would unhesitatingly kill or arrest any criminal pirate, even if it meant harming his own comrades. Kizaru was ambiguous but followed the world government's orders without question. Only Akiji harbored a sense of kindness. The destruction of O'Hara had shaken his belief in justice. Originally, Akiji had followed a doctrine of burning justice, but after the O'Hara incident, his belief in the Marines' version of justice wavered, eventually turning into the lazy justice he adhered to now. Sanders' words made Akiji blink in disbelief. You're joking, right? I'm a Marine admiral. It's not impossible, Akiji, Sanders replied. I was also a Marine. If 3 years ago my adoptive father hadn't been killed by a celestial dragon, I'd be a Marine vice admiral by now. And in the future, I would have become Marine admiral just like you. It's only natural, Sanders continued. Look at the cruise ship beneath my feet. You can't imagine how luxurious it is inside. The wealth inside this one ship alone could fund the daily operations of a Marine base. And this is just one ship. These are the kinds of scum the Marines protect. Those pigs in Mariejo burn through enough wealth each year to double the Marines' forces. Imagine, Akiji, if the Marines' strength doubled. How many pirates would vanish? How many more civilians would live peacefully under the protection of the Marine? Look at those slaves. Some of them may be pirates who made mistakes, but most of them are just civilians. They were captured and turned into slaves simply because they looked good, becoming pets treated worse than dogs. A person could be walking down the street and be killed just for looking at those pigs from a distance. Who are they? Someone's husband, someone's daughter, someone's wife. Is the current Marine upholding justice? No, it's merely maintaining the rule of the world government and the celestial dragons. Sanders' passionate speech rang out. In truth, Sanders didn't really care about those civilians. Whether they lived or died was none of his business, as long as he wasn't the one killing them. He had felt some sympathy for the slaves earlier, but he wasn't about to act like a babysitter and help them survive. He had given them some supplies and let them escape, but whether they lived or died was their problem, not his. As a traveler from another world, he didn't feel much attachment to this one. Everything he said and did was aimed at recruiting Aokiji. Sanders probably cared less about protecting civilians and maintaining world stability than Aokiji did. But as someone who had received a modern education, Sanders wasn't about to oppress civilians. In a world where strength ruled, power brought everything. When he eventually formed his pirate crew, countless countries and islands would willingly offer treasures for his protection, as long as he demanded less than the heavenly tribute the world government collected and ensured that those under his rule lived stable lives. Those people would be grateful to him. The islands under the protection of the world government were just a portion of the pirate world. Many chaotic islands didn't even have the opportunity to seek protection from great pirates. That was the reality of this world. Sanders' words made Aokiji break out in a cold sweat. What are you trying to do? Overthrow the world? Aokiji shouted, hearing the undisguised ambition in Sanders' speech. For a moment, Aokiji wondered what the world would be like if the Marines' power truly doubled. But he quickly shook off the thought. In his eyes, Sanders was just another madman trying to overturn the world, no different from the four emperors. The only difference was that Sanders was younger and far more ambitious. Come on, Aokiji, join my crew, and I'll show you everything I'm going to do, Sanders said with a smile. Don't joke around, Sanders. There's no way I would become a pirate. Aokiji, Kazan, said this expressionlessly. All right, Sanders smiled and withdrew his right hand. He didn't expect to recruit Aokiji with just words. After all, anyone who could become an admiral had an unshakable will and wouldn't be swayed by a few simple sentences. What Sanders aimed to do was plant a seed in Aokiji's heart. Maybe, when the time was right, that seed would grow into a towering tree. Admiral-level combat power on the sea was an incredibly valuable resource. To be honest, Sanders felt a bit frustrated at this point. Despite his efforts, none of the people he tried to recruit had joined his crew. After all this effort, he was still all alone. Part of it was because his standards were too high. He had no interest in trash or weaklings. So, are you going to arrest me for killing a celestial dragon, Aokiji? Of course. Aokiji nodded, still expressionless, with half of his body already covered in ice, radiating cold air. As an admiral of the Marines, there was no way he could ignore a pirate with a bounty issued by the Marines. Additionally, Fleet Admiral Sengoku had instructed him to assess Sanders' true strength. No amount of guessing or speculation could match the insight gained from a direct confrontation with an admiral. You should make sure to create a proper battlefield. This isn't land, after all. Sanders gestured toward the sea. Also, have those ships back off. He glanced toward the Marine ships in the distance. Since Aokiji's arrival, several Marine ships had come nearby, but they kept their distance, only watching from afar. Ice Age. Without hesitation, Aokiji activated his devil fruit powers, freezing the entire sea surface in an instant, creating a battlefield. The cruise ship and Sanders' boat were both frozen in place. The Marine ships in the distance, seeing the sea begin to freeze, quickly gave orders to steer clear of the area. That's quite an impressive ability, Sanders praised, looking at the frozen surface. He opened up his interface and switched his simulated fruit abilities to the Logia-type ice fruit, simulating Kaido's mythical Zoan-type fish fruit, Azure Dragon form. Estimated time, 4 years, 334 days, 7 hours, paused, simulating Aokiji's Logia-type ice fruit ability. Estimated time, 5 years. The simulation time remained 5 years. If he stayed around Aokiji for more than 3 days, it would reduce to 1 year. But if they were apart for 3 days, it would go back to over 4 years. This meant that being in close proximity increased the simulation speed by 5 times compared to being apart. Simulating abilities was like downloading resources from the internet. The closer the distance, the faster the speed. Fighting and watching someone fight were like signing up for a membership or getting a boost from others. Who knows if a single battle would be enough for him to fully acquire the ice fruit? Probably not. unless they fought at full strength like Aokiji and Akaina did, which lasted 10 days and nights. Sanders licked his lips, excitement gleaming in his eyes. Lightning sparked and crackled around his body. Boom! A few low rumbles of thunder echoed in the sky, and the sea breeze intensified. The sky, which had been filled with sunlight, began to darken as clouds gathered, with flashes of lightning snaking through them. Has he developed the rumble fruit to this extent? Aokiji's expression grew serious as he watched the changing weather. Just by seeing how Sanders' power could affect the weather, Aokiji was convinced that his fruit had awakened. How many years has it been? Aokiji thought. From the time Sanders joined the Marines until now, it had only been 5 short years. And Sanders had spent 3 of those years locked up and Impel Down, restrained by Seastone. On the distant Marine ships, several Marines wearing Justice capes had serious expressions. That rumble fruit ability is terrifying. Do you think Admiral Aokiji will be able to capture Sanders? Of course. Admiral Aokiji is one of the strongest in Marine headquarters. Sanders is only 19 years old. There's no way he's stronger than Aokiji. As discussions broke out on the ship, Sanders made the first move. In an instant, he appeared in front of Aokiji, raising his fist as if to say hello. This punch carried no lightning, no Haki, just pure, raw physical strength. Although Sanders' stats showed admiral-level power, he still wanted to test it out. Aokiji's observation, Haki, sensed the attack coming. Without hesitation, he met the punch with his own. He didn't understand why Sanders was doing this, but since his opponent wasn't using any powers, he wouldn't either. An admiral still had pride to maintain. Their fists collided. What the? At the moment of impact, Aokiji felt an overwhelming force. Boom! Aokiji's body was sent sliding backward across the ice, stopping only after a considerable distance. Seems like the ice is a bit slippery, Kuzan. Sanders chuckled. With just that brief clash, Sanders could clearly sense Aokiji's strength. Aokiji's physical combat abilities were also high level. If Sanders didn't account for the giant strength that he had simulated, Aokiji's physical prowess might have been a bit stronger than his. But when adding in the simulated giant strength, Sanders now surpassed Aokiji. What did you do during your time in Impel Down? Aokiji exclaimed in shock. He had just lost in a contest of pure physical strength. He was an admiral of the Marines, at the peak of his physical condition, in his 40s. And Sanders? He was only 19. Training, of course. What else would I be doing? Sanders grinned. Everyone in Impel Down is talented and speaks well. I really enjoyed my time there. Sanders laughed mischievously and lunged at Aokiji again, fists swinging with relentless force. Boom, boom, boom. Each punch was packed with raw power, the sound of flesh colliding reverberating through the icy battlefield. Aokiji grew more and more shocked as they fought. Even as he brought his full strength to bear, Sanders' physical strength and combat abilities continued to outmatch his, if only slightly. With just brute strength and Haki alone, Sanders could defeat most vice admirals in Marine headquarters. How could he have grown this powerful in just a few years? You're not secretly a giant or some other special race, are you? Aokiji asked, stepping back after landing a punch on Sanders. Take a guess. Sanders grinned as lightning sparked around his body. Now that the test of physical strength was over, it was time to get serious. If he wanted to speed up the simulation of the ice fruit, Aokiji had to start using his abilities. In the past, Sanders had sparred with Aokiji, but at that time, he had focused on developing his rumble fruit, thinking that quality was more important than quantity. He hadn't tried to simulate Aokiji's ice powers. Now, with his rumble fruit already awakened, he was eager to simulate other abilities. In Sabaody, he had even wanted to simulate Rayleigh's skills, like his Haki and swordsmanship. But the old man had always used his age as an excuse not to fight, so Sanders had given up on it. Aokiji, the warm-up is over. Sanders' hands crackled with lightning. With a wave, a bolt of lightning shot toward Aokiji. 100 million volts, thunderstrike. Accompanied by the crackling sound of electricity, a bolt of lightning shot toward Aokiji. Getting serious? It's about time I saw your true power. Frost began to appear on Akiji's body, covering him like armor. The characteristic sound of ice scraping together crackled as it formed. Facing Sanders' unleashed lightning, Akiji remained unfazed, his frost-covered right hand raised, aiming at the oncoming lightning. Chilling air surged forward. Ice time capsule. A wave of intense cold shot from his hand, rapidly surpassing the speed of the lightning. Wherever it passed, even the air seemed to freeze. The chilling blast howled toward the lightning. Boom! The two powerful forces collided. Ice and lightning intertwined, sending shockwaves through the surrounding area. The air was filled with the scent of ionization and the biting cold. The intense cold seemed to want to freeze the lightning. But the lightning was like a ferocious beast, constantly devouring the cold. Gradually, both forces dissipated. Starting off with 100 million volts, it looks like you've gotten much stronger. Akiji still remembered how Sanders used to release electricity in tens of millions of volts. Now, over 100 million volts was just one of his basic moves. Unexpectedly, Sanders had reached the point where he could casually unleash 100 million volts of lightning. Akiji's mind raced. Suddenly, cold air rose from the frozen sea beneath Sanders. The ice crept up, freezing Sanders' legs and locking him in place on the frozen surface. The speed of the Rumble fruit's lightning was impressive, but the ice fruit had a crucial ability to restrict an enemy's movement, slowing their actions. Ice ball. 5 ice pillars shot from Akiji's hands like serpents, lunging at Sanders from all sides, sealing off his movements. From the moment his feet were frozen to the instant the ice pillars closed in, it all happened in the blink of an eye. The freezing cold came rushing towards Sanders. But Sanders showed no fear. He could easily break free from the ice and dodge the attack. However, his goal was to simulate the powers of the ice fruit. Experiencing its power up close would help speed up the derivation process. So, Sanders chose to face the attack head-on. His body was covered entirely by armament Haki. A massive amount of armament Haki wrapped around him, coating every inch of his body. At that moment, the ice pillars coiled around Sanders like a serpent wrapping around its prey, enclosing him completely in ice. From a distance, the Marines on the warships, using their binoculars, were ecstatic. Sanders is frozen. Admiral Akiji is truly powerful. Even Sanders isn't a match for him. However, Akiji, who was in the middle of the battle, wasn't as optimistic as these Marines. His observation Haki could clearly hear the sounds coming from Sanders' body. Sanders hadn't been frozen at all, or rather, the ice had only trapped him temporarily. This level of attack couldn't truly harm him. Boom! Sure enough, the next moment, the ice sphere shattered completely, and Sanders emerged from within. So cold, as expected of the ice fruit. Sanders praised, feeling the chill in his bones despite his current physique. Anyone else would have been entirely frozen by now. Inside the ice, Sanders had even felt his thoughts slow down, as if they too were frozen. He quickly checked his interface. Enduring the freezing attack had at least shaved a month off the time needed to fully simulate the ice fruit. It had been worth enduring Akiji's attack. Ice block, pheasant beak. Akiji wasn't surprised to see Sanders break free from the ice sphere. If Sanders could be defeated that easily, he wouldn't have escaped from Impel Down. An endless surge of cold erupted from Akiji's body, forming a massive ice bird that screeched toward the sky. With a flap of its wings, it carried a terrifying wave of freezing air, rushing towards Sanders with the intent to freeze him solid. 300 million volts. Thunder Dragon. Electricity crackled around Sanders, forming a massive thunder dragon, its scales gleaming with electric light. It roared and charged toward the ice bird. The two massive beasts clashed in the air. Lightning and freezing air intertwined. The thunder dragon opened its mouth wide, lunging to devour the ice bird. But the ice bird was not to be outdone, emitting freezing air that clashed violently with the thunder dragon. Lightning flashed, and thunder roared in the sky. Below, The frozen surface cracked instantly, only to refreeze moments later. At that instant, Sanders and Akiji rushed toward each other. Ice saber. A long sword of ice formed in Akiji's hand. Armament Haki wrapped around it in an instant. Displaying his remarkable swordsmanship, Akiji slashed fiercely toward Sanders. Sanders wasn't skilled in swordsmanship. His combat style relied on his iron fists. His fists, covered in armament Haki, collided with the ice saber. Clang, clang, clang. In the blink of an eye, a fierce battle unfolded. One wielded a sword, the other swung fists, their intense battle making sparks fly. Neither wielded an actual sword, yet the sound of metal clashing rang out. They exchanged blow after blow, neither giving an inch. In the sky, the thunder dragon roared, and the ice bird screeched. On the frozen surface, two figures darted back and forth like lightning, constantly colliding. Ice versus thunder, fists versus swords. They unleashed devastating attacks that could shatter the heavens and earth. The thick ice layer, sturdy enough to support giants, instantly shattered, and seawater gushed from the cracks. After all, this was not solid ground. To conserve energy, Akiji hadn't frozen the sea with his full power. After a brief separation, the power of the Thunder Dragon and Ice Bird was exhausted. Sanders and Akiji stood atop massive chunks of ice, facing each other. Your armament Haki is incredibly strong. I thought I was overestimating you, but you still managed to surprise me. Akiji looked at the cracked ice saber in his hand, his eyes filled with seriousness. The terrifying armament Haki and Sanders' punches even shocked an admiral like Akiji. It would have been impressive enough if Sanders had merely improved his physical abilities. But his armament Haki had developed even more than his physical combat skills. What a monster! There's even more you can't imagine, Akiji. If this is all you've got, there's no way you'll catch me. Sanders shrugged, smiling. Underestimating me? Akiji's expression turned serious as he bent his knees and leaped into the air, crossing his arms over his chest. Ice blocked twin spears. Two long ice spears formed before him, then shot rapidly toward Sanders. Sanders leaped into the air, meeting the ice spears with a punch. The freezing ice spears shattered instantly, but his hands were now covered in frost. With armament Haki flowing through them, the ice was quickly broken off his hands. Lightning flash. Sanders transformed into lightning and appeared before Akiji in an instant. His fist, crackling with lightning, swung toward Akiji. 200 million volts. Thunder punch. A terrifying column of lightning roared out from Sanders' fist, blasting toward Akiji. Akiji crossed his arms in front of his chest, wrapped in armament Haki. Boom! Without any support under him, Akiji was sent flying, his tall, lanky figure crashing into the ice. Akiji has been sent flying. Could even an admiral be no match for Sanders? Seeing Akiji thrown back, the Marines on the warship showed expressions of fear. Quiet. Admirals aren't so easily defeated, a Marine rear admiral scolded. As a rear admiral, he knew better than anyone the strength of an admiral. If a force representing the Marines' highest power could be defeated so easily, the world would have long fallen into the hands of pirates. The rear admiral looked at the battlefield, where lightning clashed with freezing air, and his expression became complex. As a rear admiral, he knew Sanders personally. He even used to consider Sanders, who had trained alongside him in the same Marine camp, as a rival to chase after. Years had passed, and while Sanders had broken out of Impel Down and was now fighting on par with an admiral, he himself was still just a rear admiral, with little improvement in strength. Damn monster! With such high talent, why did he betray the Marines? The rear admiral gritted his teeth. Just as the rear admiral had predicted, Akiji quickly rose from the ice after rolling over twice. His face remained expressionless, and there was no sign of injury on his body. The lightning punch that could have instantly killed a Marine vice admiral had merely singed Akiji slightly. Unfortunately for Sanders, Akiji's hair was already curly, so no one could tell the difference after it had been singed by electricity. You're really something, Sanders. If you were still a Marine, Admiral Zephyr would be very proud, Aokiji said calmly, twisting his neck slightly. Sanders fell silent for a moment. In the entire Marine Force, the only person who still held a place in his heart was Admiral Zephyr, the teacher who had only spent 2 years with him. That old man had truly tried to teach him everything he knew. If not for Zephyr's careful guidance, Sanders wouldn't have improved so quickly. The ability to deduce everything given to him by his power couldn't compare to the solid foundation built through Zephyr's training. Without Zephyr's teachings, Sanders would have been nothing more than a brute with strength, but no idea how to use it. It was because Zephyr taught him the most basic aspects of combat that he could wield his newfound power almost perfectly. I'll twist off the head of the one who cut off Admiral Zephyr's arm, Sanders said softly. He would repay the debt of his teacher's guidance. Aokiji was slightly taken aback. You know about that? Sanders, I know more than you think. Had he not been imprisoned and Impel Down, he would have stopped that tragedy from happening. But it wasn't too late now. Who says an arm can't grow back? Aokiji remained silent, his hands starting to elementalize. Ice gauntlets. Armament Haki wrapped around the ice. Aokiji swung his fists. He was, after all, also skilled with his fists. Sanders' eyes narrowed as he dodged, reappearing in front of Aokiji. His lightning-wrapped fist crashed heavily into Aokiji's face. Thunder punch. Ice punch. Aokiji didn't dodge. His own fist, encased in ice and armament Haki, smashed into Sanders' face. Boom. The ice fist, wrapped in armament Haki, struck Sanders' face, making him feel like his head was about to explode. His consciousness faded for a brief moment, and Sanders was sent flying. Aokiji swayed slightly and took a small step back. My fists have spent countless nights using battleships as punching bags. Aokiji muttered softly as he looked at Sanders, who had crashed onto the ice. Shaking off the dizziness, Sanders climbed back up from the ice. This was the first time he had truly suffered since breaking out of Impel Down. Battleship sandbags, huh? Near the G-1 branch of the Marines, in a scrap yard of abandoned ships, 2 battleships had been used as punching bags. One belonged to the Marine hero Garp, and the other to the Admiral Aokiji standing before him. The two had trained their fists night and day, turning the battleships covered in thick iron plating into their personal punching bags. Aokiji and Garp had honed their fists to such an extent that they could rival any weapon. When they started exchanging blows, it had merely been a test of strength. Now, Aokiji was showing his true iron fists. Impressive, Aokiji. Looks like you've inherited Garp's real legacy, Sanders grinned, undeterred by Aokiji's power. On the contrary, he was more excited than ever. 500 million volts, Thunder God descent. Lightning gathered all around his body. Sanders transformed into the Thunder God, his entire form becoming a being of pure lightning. The dense electricity around him became so concentrated that it liquefied, creating craters on the ice surface as it dripped down and exploded. Aokiji, let's have a real fight. Sanders roared as he charged at Aokiji. His voice resounded like the sound of thunder from the heavens, majestic and filled with divine authority. Aokiji, his body encased in ice, swung his fists to meet the attack. Lightning and ice clashed. Armament Haki against armament Haki. Armament Haki infused with advanced emission techniques clashed against its equal. Fist against fist. The two once again engaged in a brutal hand-to-hand brawl, as they had done at the beginning of their fight. The terrifying battle felt like the end of the world. Sanders fought like a beast born from lightning, savagely unrelenting, seemingly immune to pain and fatigue. Aokiji, like an immovable block of ice that could freeze anything, constantly unleashed freezing air, attempting to subdue the beast. The two clashed repeatedly on the ice. When one section of ice shattered, they would simply move to another. The seawater that surged from the shattered ice would quickly refreeze due to the cold released by Aokiji during the fight. The frozen ice would then be shattered again by the lightning. This cycle continued endlessly. The Marines, watching from a distance, could hardly keep up with their movements. This is the terrifying power of an admiral. It's too scary. Even so, Sanders is still fighting evenly with Aokiji. Just how strong is he? The Marines looked on in disbelief at the distant battlefield. Who would have thought that the man who had joined the Marines 5 years ago, only to later betray them, had grown to this extent? After fighting for an hour, Aokiji and Sanders finally parted, gasping for breath. This is exhilarating, Aokiji," Sanders said excitedly between heavy breaths. The Thunder God descent form was exhausting, and each punch consumed a significant amount of lightning power, draining his stamina rapidly. But despite the exhaustion, Sanders was thrilled. This fight was far more enjoyable than the one with Magellan. Though Magellan's Venom fruit was formidable, it was somewhat countered by Sanders' Rumble fruit. Additionally, a guy who spends most of his day sitting on a toilet doesn't have much time to train. In a wide-open space, Magellan couldn't fight to this extent. On the other hand, Aokiji was a much tougher opponent. "You're not bad yourself," Aokiji replied, his chest heaving from the effort. His suit and vest were torn to shreds, revealing his solid muscles beneath. "It's just that this battlefield isn't ideal. It'd be much better on solid land." Sanders looked regretfully at the cracked and shattered ice beneath them. "Yeah, this isn't as solid as real ground." As he glanced up to check the sky, Sanders noticed the thick clouds overhead, making it impossible to tell what time it was. "Let's wrap this up." "I'm getting hungry," Sanders said with a grin, looking at Aokiji. "You really think you can defeat me in such a short time?" Aokiji raised an eyebrow in surprise. By this point in the fight, Aokiji was sure that Sanders had reached the level of an admiral. However, for two fighters of admiral strength to determine a winner, they would need to fight for days, if not nights. At that point, it wouldn't just be a matter of deciding victory, but also a life-and-death struggle. A loss could mean broken limbs, or worse, mutual destruction. Sanders chuckled, his grin making Aokiji feel uneasy. In a flash, Sanders disappeared, moving 10 times faster than before. Aokiji's face tensed. He threw a punch in the direction he sent Sanders, but Sanders vanished again. Moa Moa, a no-me fruit, 10-fold speed. This power came from a devil fruit ability acquired in Impel Down, allowing Sanders to multiply his speed, strength, and other attributes by several times. This was the first time Sanders had unleashed this power in battle. Already fast, due to his Rumble fruit, the Momo fruit's boost now made Sanders' speed utterly unimaginable. Even Kizaru would be left in awe. Sanders appeared instantly behind Aokiji, his fist carrying immense power, crashing down. Moa Moa, a no-me fruit, 10-fold strength. The simple, unembellished punch slammed into Aokiji, who was caught completely off guard. His face twisted in shock. How is this possible? He's been hiding his true strength. The unexpected force felt like being crushed by a mountain. Blood spurted from Aokiji's mouth as he was hurled into the distance. Before Aokiji could even hit the ground, Sanders vanished and reappeared, following up with another punch. Moa Moa, no-me fruit, 10-fold strength. Boom! Aokiji was slammed into the ice below with such force that spiderweb-like cracks spread across the frozen surface, embedding Aokiji into the ground. Caught completely off guard by Sanders' sudden surge of power, Aokiji had no time to react. Sanders stomped toward him, aiming to crush him further. Aokiji barely managed to roll out of the way as Sanders' foot shattered the already cracked ice, causing seawater to surge up from below. "What's going on with you?" Aokiji asked in disbelief, clutching his chest. Though the fight had been intense, Aokiji had been giving it his all. He had thought Sanders was near his limit, but now his speed and strength had suddenly multiplied. This kind of power-up was beyond imagination. Without answering, Sanders continued to press his attack. Each strike was more powerful than the last, forcing Aokiji to retreat again and again. "Ice wall." Aokiji summoned an ice barrier, hoping to buy a moment to breathe. Bang! Sanders, like a savage beast, smashed through the ice with brute force and rushed forward. Within moments, Akiji was hit several times and sent flying. Not giving him a chance to recover, Sanders leapt into the air, gathering all the lightning around his body. 800 million volts. Divine punishment descends. The clouds above crackled with electricity, and massive hands made of pure lightning formed from the sky. Under Sanders' control, the giant hands descended toward Akiji. Ice Age. Akiji released an overwhelming surge of cold air to counter the thunderous hands. The violent clash of energy created a massive shockwave, ripping through the surrounding area. A nearby ship belonging to the Celestial Dragons was completely destroyed by the force of the blast, debris scattering in all directions. Even marine warships far from the battlefield were pushed back hundreds of meters by the waves of energy. Marines clung desperately to the ships to avoid being blown away. This is terrifying. Are those two even human? A Marine Rear Admiral clung to the mast, eyes wide in disbelief as he watched the battlefield. From their distance, the two fighters appeared as tiny specks. Only through binoculars could they see any details of the battle, yet even from far away, the impact of the fight reached them. Back on the battlefield, Akiji was bent over, hands raised in front of his chest in a pushing motion, continuously releasing freezing energy to try to stop the giant thunderous hand. But the relentless lightning kept eroding his ice and freezing power, slowly closing in on him. By the time the hand reached Akiji, more than half of it had already been destroyed, leaving only a small portion intact. Yet even so, it smashed down with overwhelming force. The terrifying lightning hand shattered the ice surface and sent Akiji plunging into the sea. The battle was over. Staring at the massive hole in the ice, Sanders released his Thunder God Descent form and waved toward the distant marine warship before heading back to his ship. His small boat, shielded by the wreckage of the Celestial Dragon's ship, had been spared most of the damage from the shockwaves. This was Sanders' first time defeating a Marine Admiral head-on, though he had taken advantage of the battlefield. Once Akiji fell into the sea, his Devil Fruit abilities became useless. On solid land or an island, it wouldn't have been so easy. Even so, Sanders had sustained several frostbite injuries. The Ice Fruit's power was no joke. Still, the battle had been fruitful. He opened his system panel. You have fought a fierce battle with Akiji. Ice Fruit deduction time has been reduced by 2 years. In just 2 hours of combat, the deduction time for the Ice Fruit had been cut nearly in half. This was largely due to Sanders taking several of Akiji's attacks head-on, allowing the pure, freezing energy to inflict injuries that, in turn, aided in his deduction process. However, this approach only worked against fruits with less direct offensive power, like the Ice Fruit. Against stronger opponents, he wouldn't dare take such risks. He certainly wasn't about to tank a blast from Kaido's Fire Dragon Torch or Whitebeard's Quake powers just for deduction. If necessary, he could always fight more battles to further his deduction. After all, at 19 years old, Sanders had plenty of time to grow stronger. It was better to play it safe. Could Admiral Akiji have been defeated? Why hasn't he resurfaced yet? Did he fall into the sea? Admiral Akiji is a Devil Fruit user. He can't swim. What does Sanders mean by waving at us? Is he mocking us? Or does he want us to fish the Admiral out? With no sign of movement from Akiji under the frozen surface, the Marines watching from afar grew increasingly alarmed. The Rear Admiral aboard the battleship hesitated, his eyes flickering with indecision. He wasn't sure whether to go and rescue the Admiral. Sanders, using his powers, shattered the ice surface with lightning and sailed away. Seeing Sanders leave, the Marines finally scrambled toward Akiji's location in a panic. The battleships couldn't move through the frozen sea, so they had to go on foot. Before they could reach him, a pair of hands emerged from the icy water. Akiji crawled out of the icy hole, looking utterly disheveled. His entire body was charred, and his tattered clothes were riddled with burnt holes, barely covering his vital areas. Spitting out a mouthful of blood, Akiji looked at the receding ship with a complicated expression. The news of a celestial dragon being killed and Admiral Akiji being defeated spread quickly across the sea. At the same time, Sanders' bounty surged. 2,439,000,000 berries. His bounty skyrocketed by nearly 1 billion. Newspapers fluttered across the ocean like snowflakes, sending the entire world into a frenzy. 2,439,000,000 berries. The great pirate Sanders, world noble celestial dragon, slaughtered. The massacre on the luxury yacht, exploring the grudge between the marine trader and the celestial dragons. Marine Admiral Haki defeated. A new top-level power emerges. Everyone who read the shocking headlines was left in disbelief, stunned by the explosive news. Wait, are you serious? Sanders actually dared to kill a celestial dragon. How is he not afraid of being hunted by the admirals? Oh, right, he beat Admiral Haki, so I guess he's fine. No way. That's one of the highest-ranking powers in the Marines. How could Sanders have defeated him? Isn't he under 20 years old? This is unbelievable. His bounty shot up by nearly 1 billion berries in one go. No wonder that Marine prodigy Sanders betrayed the Marines. Turns out the celestial dragons killed his adoptive father. The Marines and the world government are such idiots. If I were him, I'd betray the Marines too. With talent and strength like that, why wouldn't he seek revenge? Nobody could believe it. The man who had just escaped from Impel Down and refused to join Kaido's beast pirates had immediately turned around and killed a celestial dragon. A celestial dragon, one of the world nobles who had ruled for centuries. And Sanders didn't hesitate at all in killing one. Not only that, he had fought Marine Admiral Haki in an all-out battle on the sea. And he won. Only now did people understand why the Marine prodigy Sanders had betrayed the world government. Many pirates took delight in the situation. The Marines and the world government had nurtured a powerful enemy with their own hands. At Marine headquarters, Fleet Admiral Sengoku angrily slammed the newspaper onto his desk. These people will report anything these days. It's outrageous. The newspaper featured a detailed account of why Sanders had betrayed the Marines. It came from the World Economy News, led by Morgans, one of the emperors of the underworld. After learning about Sanders' reasons for leaving the Marines, Morgans had been looking for an opportunity to publish the story. Now, with Sanders killing a celestial dragon and defeating an admiral, Morgans had seized the chance to release the news. Sengoku could already foresee how this information would shake the Marines' faith in their sense of justice. This was inevitable, Sengoku, said Vice Admiral Tsuru calmly. Since Sanders escaped, it was only a matter of time before this became public knowledge. How is Haki doing? Sengoku asked. He'll need at least 2 months of recovery. Sanders' strength has exceeded our expectations. Even if 2 admirals had tried to arrest him at Sabaody Archipelago back then, they might not have succeeded, Tsuru remarked. Who could have imagined that in just 3 years at Impel Down, his strength would grow to this level? Sengoku sighed, massaging his temples in frustration. Sanders has already made a name for himself. Unless the world government is willing to take drastic measures, it will be very difficult to apprehend him, Tsuru said calmly. Sengoku shook his head. Are you suggesting we set a trap using that celestial dragon? Impossible. The world government and the 5 elders would never agree to that. For now, let's focus on how to quell this storm. At Amazon Lily, Pirate Empress Boa Hancock sat in her palace. Her sister, Sonia, came running in with a newspaper in hand. Sister, Sanders really killed a celestial dragon. He even hung their head on a ship's mast. Hancock's expression changed as she took the newspaper from her sister. Someone actually dares to defy those world nobles. Her hands trembled as she clutched the newspaper, her knuckles turning white from the pressure. At Dressrosa, Don Quixote Doflamingo grinned maniacally, his face alight with amusement. Fu. Kill them all. Slaughter those bastards, Sanders. Overthrow the entire world. While others were shocked by Sanders' audacity to kill a celestial dragon, Doflamingo, who had long suspected it, was only excited. He wasn't the only one. People who had been persecuted by the celestial dragons were also quietly celebrating. For the first time, They saw that someone actually dared to strike down a celestial dragon. Many prayed that Sanders would kill even more of them. After his battle with Akiji, Sanders arrived at Jaya Island. He planned to go to Skypiea. There were several things he needed there. One of them was Enel, the user of the Goro no Mi, Rumble Rumble Fruit. Whether recruiting him as a crew member or killing him to obtain the Devil Fruit, it was a win-win deal for Sanders. Another was the technology contained in the Arc Maxim. The third was the ancient city made entirely of gold. He wanted to build his own power, and having no money simply wasn't an option. The vast amount of gold in Shandora would be enough for his initial needs. There were two routes to Skypiea. One was through the regular sea route, departing from the White Sea, which would lead to encountering numerous sky islands along the way. The other was by using the monstrous knock-up stream near Jaya Island. The normal route would take too much time, and Sanders wasn't interested in that. So he chose Jaya Island. Before his ship even reached the shore, Sanders saw a castle-like building on the coast. Upon landing, he quickly realized that the castle was merely a massive wooden board painted to look like one. Behind the board was a small house. This was the residence of the descendants of Mont Blanc Noland, the famous Liar King. Sanders had come specifically to find them. Although he knew that the knock-up stream would appear, he needed someone familiar with it to tell him when. After waiting by the shore for a while, a man with a diamond-shaped face and a chestnut-shaped hairstyle leaped out of the sea. This man was none other than Mont Blanc Cricket, the descendant of Mont Blanc Noland. Cricket had spent his life fighting against fate, trying to prove the existence of the City of Gold and break the curse on the Mont Blanc family. When he saw someone standing on the shore, he was surprised. "Are you looking for me?" he asked. "I intend to use the knock-up stream to reach Skypiea, so I've come to ask for your help," Sanders replied directly. "Skypiea? That's just a legend." Cricket scoffed, mocking himself. "Besides, using the knock-up stream is way too dangerous. One misstep and your ship will be destroyed with no survivors. You should give up. Skypiea is real. The City of Gold that Nolan spoke of is real as well," Sanders countered. "You know about Mont Blanc Noland, the Liar King? Then you should know that all of that is just a myth," Cricket said, lighting a cigarette. "The City of Gold was blown to Skypiea by the knock-up stream. That's why it disappeared," Sanders explained. Cricket froze, his hand holding the cigarette paused. He stared at Sanders. "How do you know that?" Up until now, Cricket had always believed that the City of Gold had sunk to the bottom of the sea. The gold he had salvaged from the ocean seemed to support this theory. But now, someone was telling him that the City of Gold had been blown into the sky by the knock-up stream. "I've been to Skypiea," Sanders lied smoothly, knowing it would make his story more convincing. "You can reach Skypiea by departing from the White Sea," Sanders added. "You've actually been to Skypiea?" Cricket's expression grew excited. Because of his ancestor, Mont Blanc Noland, his family had been scorned for generations. His childhood experiences had made him determined to settle things on Jaya Island, even at the cost of parting ways with his former comrades. Now, hearing someone say they had been to Skypiea meant that his ancestor hadn't lied. The City of Gold really existed. "I've been there. I have no reason to lie to you," Sanders nodded. He took out his bounty poster, holding it up with a grin. "Besides, you're not important enough for me to deceive." Cricket's eyes widened as he stared at Sanders, comparing him to the image on the bounty poster. 2 billion, 400 million? You're that Sanders who escaped from Impel Down? Cricket couldn't believe the young man standing before him was the infamous pirate with a bounty exceeding 2 billion berries. Sanders pocketed the bounty poster and said, "That's me. Now you believe what I've told you, right?" Noland wasn't lying. Power commands credibility. What a prominent figure says is naturally more convincing than what an unknown person says. With a bounty of over 2 billion berries, there weren't many people in the world with a higher bounty than Sanders. In the eyes of the sea, he was a major figure, and his words carried weight. Cricket stood in stunned silence for a moment, mumbling to himself. Noland wasn't lying. Skypiea really exists. The City of Gold is real. Then he burst into an emotional shout, his eyes brimming with tears. For 400 years, his family had endured the weight of unjust accusations. For 4 centuries, they had borne the insults and ridicule of others. His ancestor's story had even been turned into a fairy tale, spread across the North Blue. But now, at last, the truth had come to light. His ancestor hadn't lied. The city of gold truly existed. If anyone else had told him this, he wouldn't have believed it. But the man standing before him was different. This was a pirate with a bounty of over 2 billion berries, a great figure of the sea. As the man himself had said, Cricket wasn't worth lying to. Sanders silently watched the emotional Cricket without interrupting him. Years of suppressed emotions needed an outlet. After a while, Cricket calmed down and bowed deeply to Sanders. "Sorry for my rudeness. Thank you so much for bringing me this news." Sanders replied, "You're welcome. I need your help as well. The knock-up stream is extremely dangerous. Are you sure you don't want to reconsider?" Cricket asked once more, not wanting the person who brought him such good news to perish at sea. "No need. Just help modify my ship and tell me when the knock-up stream will erupt," Sanders said, shaking his head. With his strength, even if he failed, he wouldn't die. "All right, I'll make some modifications and have someone take you to the knock-up stream," Cricket agreed, seeing that Sanders was adamant. Soon after, Cricket called his men over and they made the necessary adjustments to Sanders' ship. Once they had calculated when the next knock-up stream would occur, the Tsurima Alliance escorted Sanders to the eruption site. Before departing, Sanders told Cricket that, if he had the chance, he would ring the golden bell. With the help of the Tsurima Alliance, Sanders successfully arrived at the White Sea. The White Sea is located 7,000 meters above the ground, formed by the sea clouds within the Emperor Clouds. It's a sea that can be navigated. The True Sky Island is still 3,000 meters higher in the White Sea. As soon as he arrived, Sanders felt his body reacting uncomfortably. He knew this was due to the thin oxygen at this altitude, causing altitude sickness. With a powerful use of his observation Haki, he spread his awareness across his surroundings, monitoring everything in the vicinity, from the sea creatures and sea kings swimming in the sea to the watchmen stationed at Heaven's Gate in the distance. "I've found it." Having detected the location of the Heaven's Gate watchman, Sanders steered his ship in that direction. Soon, he arrived at Heaven's Gate. Passing through, he saw a small, elderly woman with white wings on her back and a face full of wrinkles. She quickly took several pictures of Sanders. "I am Amazon, the watchman of Heaven's Gate. Are you here for sightseeing or for battle?" The old lady asked expressionlessly. "Is the current god of Sky Island gone fall or Enel?" Sanders asked. The old woman was slightly surprised as she glanced at Sanders. "The god is Enel. Are you here for sightseeing or for a fight? If you want to go up to the upper level, you need to pay 10 billion extal." It seemed Enel had already destroyed his homeland and taken over here. That was good news for Sanders. His concern had been that Enel hadn't arrived yet, which would have meant a wasted trip. "Just take me up," Sanders said, not intending to pay. After all, whether he paid or not, she would still let him through. In the original story, this old woman was quite sly. She didn't tell the main group that not paying would make them criminals. The old woman gave Sanders a deep look, but said nothing. 2 massive claws grabbed Sanders' ship. These were from one of Sky Island's creatures, a sky shrimp. With a whoosh, the sky shrimp carried Sanders' ship upward at great speed. The watchman at Heaven's Gate began to report to God Enel and his priests that an illegal intruder had entered God's domain. The sky shrimp raced along, soon carrying Sanders and his ship up to the White Sea. Upon reaching the White Sea, Sanders expanded his observation Haki to cover all of God's domain. Everything within God's domain was now under his control. He quickly located Enel's position. Without hesitation, Sanders steered his ship toward that direction. When he arrived at Upper Yard, what greeted him was a scene of lush greenery and towering trees. The dense forest was surrounded by clouds, making the scenery breathtakingly beautiful and dreamlike. After walking for a short distance, the sounds of battle filled the air. Sanders approached and saw a group of people wearing simple clothing, engaged in a fight with another group. Is this the Shandians fighting against Enel's priests? Saunders thought. Here, the only ones dressed like natives were the Shandians. These people were descendants of the original inhabitants of Upper Yard. Upper Yard, also known as God's Island, was their homeland. 400 years ago, the people of Angel Island had driven their ancestors out of this place, leading to a 400-year war between the Shandians and the people of Angel Island. Now, though God's Island had a new ruler, the Shandians continued to carry on the will of their ancestors, determined to reclaim their homeland. In all fairness, Saunders supported the Shandians. After all, this place originally belonged to them. The people of Angel Island were the invaders. At the moment, the Shandians were being pushed back by two of Enel's priests and their warriors. After some thought, Saunders directly intervened, flashing into the battlefield and kicking one of the round-bodied priests into the air. "Who are you?" The sudden appearance of an outsider caused both sides to immediately stop fighting, looking warily at Saunders. "I'm looking for Enel. Can one of you call him for me?" Saunders said, smiling as he looked at Enel's subordinates. "How dare you call God by his name?" A priest holding a spear and riding a large bird shouted angrily before charging at Saunders. 30 million volts, thunder strike. Lightning gathered at Saunders' fingertips, and he unleashed a bolt of lightning at the priest. Boom! Thunder roared through the forest, and the spear-wielding priest collapsed instantly. "That's God's power. How do you have it?" The round-bodied priest exclaimed in shock. They were all too familiar with the electric power flashing from Saunders' hand. That was the power god Enel frequently used. How could this man from the blue sea possess it? Could he be from the same race as God? The Shandians also seemed to be considering this possibility, as they immediately retreated a few steps, keeping their distance and staying on guard. God's power? This is just the power of a devil fruit. Lightning flickered in Saunders' hand as he spoke calmly. "Now, can you bring your God here? What business do you have with God?" Having seen a priest of his rank be instantly defeated, the round-bodied priest spoke with a much calmer tone. "I'm looking for a few strong subordinates. I think your God would be a good fit." Saunders smiled as he spoke. "As a Logia-type devil fruit user with the powers of the Goro know me, Rumble fruit, Enel would be a valuable asset no matter where he was. However, Enel's physical combat skills were lacking, and he had no armament Haki. The only Haki he was somewhat proficient in was observation Haki. If Enel agreed to be Saunders' subordinate, he would need serious training in physical combat and armament Haki. Hearing that Saunders wanted to recruit Enel as his subordinate, the priest's face darkened with anger. "Arrogant! God's strength is beyond your imagination." Tisk. Saunders, unwilling to waste time, unleashed another thunder strike on the priest. Lightning flashed, and before the priest could react, he was struck. The powerful electricity coursed through his body, causing his eyes to roll back as he collapsed to the ground. Having dealt with Enel's subordinates, Saunders turned to the Shandians. As Saunders' gaze swept across the Shandian warriors, they tensed up immediately. The priests, who had been formidable enemies in their eyes, were utterly powerless against this man. If he turned on them, they wouldn't fare any better than the priests. "You're Shandians, right?" Saunders asked. "We are Shandians." "Who are you? What do you want?" A boy dressed in a grass skirt, holding a rocket launcher with a fierce expression, stepped forward. "Me? My name is Saunders. I'm from the Blue Sea. I want to make a deal with you Shandians," Saunders said with a smile. "What deal?" "I'll help you reclaim your homeland, and in return, you will submit to me. Whether he subdued or killed Enel, this land would eventually be his." The Shandians were warriors. Although they couldn't be his crewmates, they could still serve him and manage this territory. "You're going to help us reclaim our homeland?" "Why?" Wappa asked in surprise. "There's no special reason. You just need to decide if you're willing to accept the deal or not. I'll say this in advance. Aside from the Golden Bell in Shandora, I want all the gold." The Golden Bell, also known as the Light of Shandora, was the most cherished possession of the Shandians. Shandora was full of gold, and Saunders didn't need a bell, so he didn't plan on taking it. Hearing that Saunders wanted all the gold except for the Light of Shandora, the the Shandians started to believe that he genuinely intended to help them reclaim their homeland. Someone with something to gain was more trustworthy. "We can't make this decision ourselves. We need to consult with the chief," Wappa said after a moment of thought. Reclaiming their homeland and reigniting the light of Shandora had been the Shandians' obsession for centuries. They were willing to sacrifice their lives for it. However, such a major decision had to be made by the chief. Moreover, Wappa wasn't sure if this man from the Blue Sea, who called himself Saunders, could really defeat Enel, despite showing powers similar to Enel's. "Of course, if you have time, you can also help me find the previous god, Gonfall. Angel Island will also be part of my domain in the future," Saunders replied with a nod. "There are some useful resources on Angel Island, like the various dials with special functions." At the mention of Gonfall, the Shandians' faces showed hatred. "I can go back and gather warriors to fight Enel with you, but you have to promise to return our homeland to us and not give it back to the people of Angel Island," Wappa said. Whether they could defeat Enel or not, Wappa felt that this might be their only chance to reclaim their homeland. The man before them was strong. 2 priests and their followers had been no match for him. With the Shandian warriors joining forces, perhaps they really could defeat Enel. As long as they could reclaim their homeland and reignite the light of Shandora, Wappa thought it might be worth submitting. "I'll return your homeland to you, but there's no need to gather the warriors," Saunders said. "Besides, there's no time to gather them anyway." In Saunders' observation Haki, he sensed that Enel had already arrived nearby and would be there shortly. This didn't surprise Saunders at all. After losing 2 priests, facing an enemy who possessed similar powers, and hearing the threat that someone wanted to make him a subordinate, it was only natural that Enel would come to see for himself. "What?" Wappa asked, confused. The next moment, his face changed drastically. Enel appeared before them, carrying a golden staff and floating in the air with a haughty expression. The Shandian warriors raised their weapons, ready to fight at any moment. "So, you're the one who defeated my 2 subordinates and dared to say you'd make me your subordinate?" Enel sneered, hovering arrogantly in midair. He would have struck Saunders down with lightning from afar if he weren't curious about the man's power, which resembled his own. "Yes, that's me. Think about it," Saunders replied, looking calmly at Enel. "Yaha, do you really think that just because you beat 2 useless fools, you can defeat me?" Enel laughed mockingly. This fool from the Blue Sea had no idea who he was dealing with. "A god? You just got lucky and ate a devil fruit, and now you think you're invincible? You're delusional, Enel," Saunders scoffed. There were many who had eaten devil fruits and become arrogant, but none had the gall to call themselves gods. Enel was simply ignorant. "Then I'll show you my true power, Blue Sea Dweller." Enel was infuriated by Saunders' words and immediately activated his rumble fruit abilities. Ikari. Lightning flashed from Enel's wrists, transforming into a linear thunderbolt that shot straight towards Saunders. "Watch out," Wappa shouted. He had seen Enel defeat powerful warriors in an instant with that attack. But Saunders didn't move. The lightning struck him, and his body instantly turned into its natural elemental form, absorbing the thunder. Seeing Saunders unharmed, the Shandians widened their eyes in disbelief, unable to comprehend what had just happened. Enel's expression darkened. In that brief moment, he had clearly seen it. The man before him possessed the same power as him. This realization shook Enel, who had always believed himself to be unique. He suddenly felt his status being threatened. "Who are you? How do you have the same power as me?" Enel demanded. "You still don't get it, Enel. You're not a god. There are many people in the Blue Sea stronger than you," Saunders said calmly. "You're just a lucky fool who stumbled upon power. Submit to me, and I'll show you a much broader world." "Impossible. I'm an all-knowing god." Enel screamed, his voice crazed. His entire body crackled with electricity as he attacked Saunders again. 100 million volts discharge. A terrifying wave of lightning surged towards Saunders. The Shandians, unable to withstand such overwhelming power, retreated in fear. But Saunders remained unfazed. He raised a hand to meet the lightning. When it struck his hand, it didn't harm him at all. Instead, The electricity gathered in his palm, slowly forming into a ball. When it came to controlling lightning, Saunders was leagues ahead of Enel. Even Enel's ultimate 200 million volts of electricity was just a basic move for Saunders. "See, Enel, your power is nothing," Saunders said as he casually tossed the lightning ball aside. A massive tree was instantly split in half, and the ground was scorched, leaving a large crater where the lightning had struck. The Shandians watched in terror, their faces pale. Wappa swallowed hard, looking at Saunders with newfound fear. If that power had hit him, he would be dead. Yet this man had played with it like a toy in his hand. "This can't be. Why doesn't my power work on you?" Enel shouted, his eyes nearly bulging out in disbelief. The fact that his lightning had no effect on Saunders was shocking enough. But the way Saunders had casually absorbed and used his own power was beyond anything Enel could comprehend. "Impossible. Impossible. Why is my ability not working? I am a god. The one and only god." Enel was frantic, clearly shaken by the blow Saunders had just dealt him. His once unbeatable ability had now been rendered completely ineffective, a reality he could not accept. "You're nothing but a frog in a well. There's a lot you still don't know." Saunders frowned as he looked at the hysterical Enel. He was starting to lose interest in making him a subordinate. If this didn't work out, he could just kill him and take the devil fruit. "I don't believe it. Max 200 million volts. Discharge." Enel roared as he gathered all the lightning in his body and released his strongest attack. Saunders raised his hand and condensed a bolt of lightning, matching Enel's discharge. 200 million volts, thunder strike. Blinding lightning illuminated the forest, and the terrifying energy lit up the surroundings. "Retreat." Wiper's face was full of fear as he shouted, backing away. Is this the power Enel possesses? Wiper was horrified as he watched the terrifying scene unfold in front of him. This god they had long wanted to defeat wielded such earth-shattering power. A monster. This wasn't a power humans could possess. But what shocked Wiper and the Shandians even more was that the person who had proposed a deal with them had the same terrifying power. It was beyond belief. A deafening explosion echoed through the forest. Even though Wiper and the others retreated 1,000 meters away, the shockwave pushed them further back. The explosion also caught the attention of the Scipians on Angel Island. They gazed in confusion toward Upper Yard. Not far from Angel Island, an old man riding an ugly Pegasus also noticed the commotion. It was gone fall. Are the Shandians attacking Upper Yard? After hesitating for a moment, he urged his Pegasus toward Upper Yard. How could this be? Enel was dumbfounded. His strongest attack had been easily countered by Saunders. Cold sweat dripped from his forehead, and his previously arrogant demeanor was gone. Before he could react, a large hand clamped around his throat. "Submit or die." Saunders lifted Enel into the air and spoke coldly. Too weak. Enel's physical combat skills were far too inferior. Without the power of the Rumble fruit, Enel wouldn't even stand a chance against a Marine Rear Admiral with observation Haki. Why didn't my immunity work? Enel was horrified to find that his invulnerability, which had always protected him, had failed him. This was the ability that allowed him to treat others as insignificant insects. But now, that once powerful ability had stopped working. The Shandians watched in disbelief. The god, Enel, who had defeated and expelled Gonfall, was now powerless. That's armament Haki, a power every strong person in the Blue Sea possesses. You've been living in ignorance, Enel. Now answer me. Submit or die. Saunders threw Enel to the ground and looked down at him. Cough. Submit. Yaha, am a god. I am a god destined to reach the infinite earth. A god would never submit. Enel's eyes turned red as he descended into madness. It seemed the recruitment had failed, Saunders thought with a frown. But he wasn't too disappointed. If Enel wouldn't submit, getting the Rumble fruit would work just as well. There were many talented people in the world. Among the Shandians, there was even a child born with innate observation Haki. However, that child was likely still a newborn and not worth investing a Logia-type fruit into. You can now return and discuss your submission with your chief. Sanders turned to the Shandians. Wiper and the others snapped back to reality. They looked at Sanders with a mix of awe and reverence. "I'll inform the chief of everything that happened here," Wiper said as he stepped forward. Just then, someone in the crowd gasped, "Enel is escaping." Everyone turned to see Enel transforming into lightning and attempting to flee. "I'm a god. I will reach the infinite earth. I can't fall here." Enel didn't want to die, nor did he want to submit, so he chose to escape. But in the next moment, Sanders appeared in front of him and kicked him back to the ground. Even with the same rumble fruit, their speeds were vastly different. Using just his physical speed, Enel couldn't escape Sanders' grasp. "You can go back now," Sanders spoke calmly, placing a foot on Enel's head. "Yes, we'll go back and discuss right away," Wiper responded, leading the Shandians away. Sanders picked up the unconscious Enel and headed back to his ship. Once a devil fruit user dies, their power will reincarnate into a nearby normal fruit. His ship was stocked with various fruits, more than enough to claim the rumble fruit. When Sanders returned to the shore where his ship was docked, he saw an old man in medieval knight's armor holding a lance, sitting on an ugly pink Pegasus near his small boat. Gonfall. Sanders immediately recognized the old man. He was the former god of Skypiea, Gonfall. Seeing Sanders holding the unconscious Enel, Gonfall's pupils trembled. Leaping onto his ship with Enel in tow, Sanders looked at Gonfall and declared, "From now on, both Skypiea and Upper Yard are my territory." Sanders declared his sovereignty. Looking at Enel, lying there like a dead dog, Gonfall felt a mix of emotions. Though he didn't know exactly what had transpired, he understood one thing. The kingdom of God had a new ruler. They couldn't resist the powerful Enel, and now they had no power to resist the man who had defeated him. Gonfall was filled with confusion and fear about the future of the kingdom of God. "What are your plans for the kingdom of God moving forward?" Gonfall asked nervously, fearing that another tyrant like Enel would take over. "The Shandians will rule Upper Yard from now on," Sanders replied, pointing to the island. "As for Angel Island, it will remain as it was before Enel came. You'll be responsible for managing Angel Island." Gonfall breathed a sigh of relief. Although he felt some regret over losing Upper Yard, he knew there was nothing he could do. Plus, restoring peace to Angel Island and ending Enel's reign of terror was already a great outcome. "Can we still trade with the Shandians?" Gonfall asked. Upper Yard was valuable not only because of its gold, but because its land was crucial. The land allowed for farming vegetables and grains, resources desperately needed by the Scythians. Now that the island was given to the Shandians, they didn't dare try to take it by force. Trade was their only option. "That's up to you to negotiate. I won't interfere. Everything on both islands remains as it was," Sanders replied indifferently. Whether they traded or divided some of the land was up to the Shandians. Sanders wasn't interested in managing their 400-year-old conflict. "Could you tell me your name?" "The people of Angel Island need to know who their new god is," Gonfall asked respectfully. He didn't seem upset about losing Upper Yard. The problems with the Kingdom of God had persisted for centuries, and now that it was resolved, he saw it as a good thing. At least now, the two sides wouldn't shed blood over the island's ownership. With a new god who had defeated Enel, the people of Angel Island wouldn't dare object. "Sanders. My name is Sanders," he replied. With that, Sanders waved him away. He needed to extract the rumble fruit. After Gonfall left, Sanders carried Enel to the storage room aboard his ship, which held all the various fruits he had collected. Without hesitation, he snapped Enel's neck and watched the fruits in front of him. After a while, one of the ordinary fruits began to change. The originally yellow fruit turned blue and became covered with lightning-like patterns. Sanders breathed a sigh of relief. If used correctly, this fruit could provide him with a powerful ally. After studying the fruit for a moment, Sanders placed it inside a small box and used the powers of his fusion fruit to completely seal the box in metal. With that done, Sanders took Enel's corpse to the deck, incinerated it with lightning, and scattered the ashes into the sea. Sometime later, both the Shandians and Gonfall returned with their people. When the two groups met, tension filled the air, their faces etched with hatred. 400 years of conflict had claimed many ancestors on both sides, and such deep-rooted hatred wasn't easily resolved. Sanders had no interest in mediating the conflict. He ordered the two sides to live separately, without interfering with each other's lives. "Will you return Upper Yard to us?" the Shandian chief asked respectfully as he stepped forward. In the kingdom of God, the title of God was simply a designation for the ruler. Sanders didn't bother correcting their use of the term. "Submit to me, and you can return to your homeland. You may also take back the light of Shandora," Sanders replied. Joy spread across the chief's wrinkled face. "Thank you for allowing us to return to our homeland. The Shandians are willing to submit." They had no other choice. Wiper and the others had already told the chief about the overwhelming power of the new god. Besides, the opportunity to return to their homeland and rekindle the light of Shandora was the dream of their ancestors. "Then you may begin your relocation and ring the great bell," Sanders said calmly. The chief trembled with emotion at the thought of returning to their homeland after centuries. Tears streamed down his face, and he nearly knelt in front of Sanders, but Sanders stopped him. He made it clear that he didn't like people bowing to him. Other Shandians were also crying tears of joy. "Make sure to relight the light of Shandora quickly. The descendants of Mont Blanc Noland in the Blue Sea are still waiting," Sanders reminded the chief. He briefly explained Noland's tragic fate. Hearing this, the chief and his people looked deeply remorseful. "We wronged them. Had they not failed to relight the light of Shandora for hundreds of years, Noland wouldn't have been branded a liar, and his descendants wouldn't have suffered ridicule and humiliation." The Shandians left, eager to ring the great bell and send a message to their distant friends. Sanders then turned to Gonfall. By now, Gonfall had removed his armor and was wearing a simple robe. Several people stood behind him, likely his former guards. After Enel had defeated Gonfall, his guards had been imprisoned and forced to work under Enel. Now that Enel had been defeated, Gonfall had freed them. "And what about you?" Sanders asked. "We also choose to submit," Gonfall answered. He was a man of wisdom and had once been friends with Pirate King Joel D. Roger. Gonfall knew that having a powerful protector for the kingdom of God wasn't a bad thing. Moreover, Sanders wasn't exploiting them, which was far better than being under Enel's rule. "Angel Island will remain as it was. You will help me manage it. Whether it's trading or negotiating with the Shandians, I won't interfere. Now, I need you to do something for me." "Please, give your orders," Gonfall replied. "Go and retrieve the blueprint for Enel's Arc Maxim." Dong! 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 The melodic chimes of a bell echoed throughout the kingdom of God. The sound was clear and resonant, gradually spreading across the entire kingdom. Then, it drifted down thousands of meters to the island of Jaya, where its inhabitants stood, staring blankly at the sky, listening to the continuous ringing. At the coastline, Mont Blanc Cricket stood with his arms crossed, looking up at the sky, tears slowly streaming from his eyes. On a tree stump nearby, a book lay open, its pages flipping rapidly in the sea breeze until it reached the final page. On the deck of his ship, Sanders briefly glanced in the direction of the bell before turning his attention to the blueprint Gonfall had retrieved. As expected, the levitation technology used in the Arc Maxim was not Enel's invention. It was an ancient technology that had existed on Skypiea for a long time. The reason the Scypians hadn't utilized this technology was because the machines required electricity to function. The Ark used ancient levitation technology to stay afloat, and with the help of jet dials and fans for navigation, it became a vessel capable of flying to the moon. With a blueprint for the Arc Maxim, Sanders could now build his own flying ship. This was crucial for him, as he needed a flying vessel to seek out Golden Lion Shakky and obtain the power of the float fruit. As the scientist Vegapunk once said, "The entire world will sink into the sea." This was why the celestial dragons lived atop the Red Line and wore those strange diving suits. Though Sanders didn't know when the world might be submerged, he knew he needed a backup plan, whether it was Skypiea, the moon, or the float fruit. He needed the power of the float fruit. Equally important, He needed the power of Poseidon. Once the world was flooded, Poseidon's power would be even more terrifying. When he gained the float fruit's abilities and had floating islands under his control, he planned to keep Princess Shirahoshi close by to continuously develop Poseidon's powers. Following the blueprint, Sanders worked on modifying his ship. He first requested 50 jet dials from Gonfall. His ship was much smaller than the Arc Maxim, so he didn't need as many as the original 200. He also had the Shandians bring him some gold to serve as conductive wiring for the ship. After 10 days of modifications, Sanders' flying ship was finally complete. Though the size hadn't changed, it now had the ability to travel through the air. After stocking up on supplies, Sanders summoned the Shandian chief and Gonfall to inform them of his upcoming journey. "Master, how long do you plan to be away this time?" the chief asked respectfully. The Shandians were extremely grateful to Sanders. They had returned to their ancestral homeland, rekindled the light of Shandora, and were rebuilding their home on Upper Yard. "I'm not sure," Sanders replied after a brief thought. "But while I'm gone, I expect you all to get along. No more conflicts." He cast a glance at Gonfall, who immediately spoke up. "We've already reached an agreement with the Shandians. We've established trade relations, and they've even allocated some land for us to cultivate." Gonfall knew this was a subtle warning from Sanders. Despite the Shandians' small numbers, if a war broke out, they wouldn't be able to defend Upper Yard. However, after intense negotiations, both sides had come to an agreement. Upper Yard would belong to the Shandians, and the Scythians would engage in trade with them, while also being granted a small piece of land for farming. Given the Shandians' small population, the chief had reluctantly agreed to these terms. "I don't care about your affairs. Here's the training method for armament Haki and observation Haki. While I'm gone, you should focus on protecting this place," Sanders said, handing over a few sheets of paper. He also explained that what they called mantra was actually observation Haki. Since this was now his territory, he needed to ensure their strength improved. After all, the Blue Sea dwellers frequently came to Skypiea in search of treasure. He didn't want to return only to find that Skypiea had been wiped out. "Understood. We will protect your territory," the chief and Gonfall replied respectfully. "Do you not wish to take a few people with you?" the chief suggested, hoping that Sanders would bring Wiper along. It would give Wiper a chance to see the world and also prevent the Scythians from daring to reclaim Upper Yard. "No need." After a moment's thought, Sanders declined. Wiper was strong, but he needed him to stay behind and defend Skypiea. As for the attendants Gonfall had suggested, Sanders planned to wait until he had acquired the float fruit. His ship was too small to accommodate many people, and with the constant battles he faced, anyone who lacked strength wouldn't last long. After a few more instructions, Sanders set sail and began his descent back to the sea. As his ship reached the surface of the ocean, Sanders received a call from Shakky on the Sabaody archipelago. She informed him that someone resembling Isho had been spotted in Alabasta. "Alabasta, huh? What a coincidence," Sanders muttered with a smirk, pulling out a map and setting course for Alabasta. After several failed recruitment attempts, Alabasta is a superpower located in the first half of the Grand Line. The population exceeds 10 million, with a standing army of 600,000. The royal family was one of the 20 founding families of the world government. However, they did not move to marry Geos, choosing instead to continue ruling the Alabasta kingdom and protect the Poneglyph. The current king, Cobra, is a good ruler. Moreover, since this family did not move to marry Geos, they are not considered celestial dragons. Thus, Sanders had no intention of targeting him. On this day, after 10 days of sailing, Sanders finally arrived at the port city of Nanohana in Alabasta. As soon as he reached the port, Sanders' ship was spotted. "What is that? A flying ship? Are you kidding me? Ships can't fly. Did the alcohol from last night not wear off yet? Whoa, it really is a flying ship. The ship is descending. Will it crash? Run!" The people in Alabasta's port were in chaos. They quickly moved away from the area where the flying ship was descending. When the ship stopped about 10 meters above the ground, the crowd cautiously approached. A flying ship was too rare. Not only had they never seen one, they had never even heard of such a thing. As the crowd murmured in curiosity, Sanders poked half his body out from the ship and shouted toward the crowd. "Can someone tell me how to get to Rain Base?" Rain Base, the dream city of Alabasta. It was also the headquarters of the Sand Crocodile, the largest casino in Alabasta. Rain Dinners was located there. If Isho had appeared in Alabasta, he would certainly go to Rain Base. The Devil Child, Nico Robin, might also be there. Just keep heading that way, and you'll reach Rain Base. A kind person gave directions to Sanders. By the way, what brings you to Rain Base? Perhaps because Sanders seemed friendly, and since there was no pirate flag on his ship, the people in the port became a bit bolder. "I heard there's a big casino there, and I want to try my luck," Sanders said casually. "Oh, really? That's the casino run by Crocodile. I hope you have fun." "Crocodile? The warlord of the sea?" Sanders asked, feigning curiosity. "Yes, that's right. He's a great man. He often helps us deal with pirates. Many pirates are too scared to cause trouble in Alabasta once they hear he's here." The man spoke with a look of admiration, clearly showing his respect for Crocodile. Hearing this, Sanders raised an eyebrow. It seemed Crocodile had already begun his plan. Being familiar with the original story, Sanders knew that all of this was part of Crocodile's scheme. What Crocodile really wanted was the poneglyph that the royal family of Alabasta was protecting. However, the fact that Crocodile had already started his operation was good news for Sanders. It meant that Nico Robin, the only person who could read the poneglyphs, had likely already joined his crew. "That's quite impressive," Sanders said, playing along with the man's words. Of course, Crocodile is a pirate recognized by the world government, with a bounty of 80 million berries. If you head to Rain Base, you might even get to meet him. The man continued to boast about Crocodile. Sanders couldn't help but find it amusing. A notorious pirate was being hailed as a hero of a nation. Anyone with sense could see that Crocodile had a hidden agenda. Yet, these people seemed completely oblivious, blindly admiring him. Did they really think someone who made a name for themselves on a Grand Line was some kind of saint? "This is for you. Thanks for the directions." Sanders tossed some berries to the man. He then steered the ship away, gradually disappearing into the distance. 1,000 berries? The man counted the money and realized it was actually 10,000 berries. "Whoa, you're rich. You better treat us to drinks later." No wonder he's heading to Rain Dinners. He must be some big shot. The people around him were full of envy. Who would have thought that giving directions could earn them 10,000 berries? If they had known, they would have given directions too. No kidding. He's obviously a big shot. Otherwise, why would he have a flying ship? Speaking of big shots, don't you think that guy looked familiar? Now that you mention it, he does seem familiar. One of the men thought for a moment and started rummaging for a newspaper. After searching for a while, he finally found an old newspaper from the corner. When he looked at it, a memory suddenly clicked in his mind, and he began trembling. "Hey, what's wrong? Are you sick?" A companion patted his shoulder and glanced at the newspaper. Then, a scream erupted. Thor Sanders, a pirate with a bounty of 2.43 billion berries. With that scream, everyone realized that the man who had been talking to them so kindly was none other than a pirate with a bounty of over 2 billion berries. "Quick, notify the king. Sanders is in Alabasta." The port officials, upon learning of the situation, immediately reported it to the higher authorities. No one could predict what kind of destruction a pirate of that magnitude might bring to Alabasta. Meanwhile, Crocodile's men stationed at the port also reported the incident. At the Alabasta Royal Palace, King Cobra sat in a chair, a desk in front of him, busy with state affairs. A young girl with a blue ponytail sat nearby, pouting. She was holding a book and reading it with great interest. At that moment, footsteps echoed in the hallway. The captain of the Royal Guard, Igaram, hurried into the room. "Is there something wrong, Igaram? Has another pirate invasion occurred?" Cobra looked up with a serious expression. As Alabasta was situated on the Grand Line, pirate invasions were not uncommon. The girl, Vivi, put down her book and looked curiously at Igaram. "Your Majesty, we've received news from the port that a notorious pirate has arrived in Alabasta." Igaram reported. His forehead was covered in sweat, and his breathing was heavy, indicating that he had run all the way here. Immediately mobilize the army and drive this person away. We must ensure the safety of our citizens. Cobra stood up from his seat, his expression full of worry, as he gave the order. Your Majesty, the pirate hasn't harmed anyone. In fact, according to those who spoke with him, he seemed rather friendly. He even gave a citizen 10,000 berries for giving him directions. If we recklessly mobilize the army, it might provoke him. Igaram carefully explained the situation. Oh, that's a relief. You're right. We shouldn't be too hasty in deploying the army. If he's just here for sightseeing, there's no need to drive him away. But we still can't let our guard down. Order the troops to be on standby, ready to protect the citizens at any moment. Cobra let out a sigh of relief after hearing Igaram's report. He had encountered pirates with good tempers before. Although most pirates resorted to looting and violence, there were still some who merely passed through. By the way, which pirate is it? Cobra asked casually as he sat down again and took a sip of water. Sanders. The Thunder God Sanders with a bounty of 2.43 billion berries. Igaram answered honestly. Spurt. Cobra spat out the water he had just sipped. He didn't even have time to wipe the water off the table before he widened his eyes and asked, Who did you say? Vivi also widened her eyes. She didn't know who Sanders was, but she had heard the bounty was over 2.4 billion berries. For the sake of Vivi's well-being, Cobra usually filtered the newspapers she could read. That was an incredibly high bounty among the pirates she knew of. The only ones with higher bounties were legendary figures. Even Crocodile, the warlord of the sea residing in Alabasta, only had a bounty of a little over 80 million berries. Vivi was extremely curious about the infamous pirate who had suddenly come to their country. However, being sensible, she refrained from asking questions at that moment. Sanders, the one who escaped from Impel Down and defeated a Marine admiral, Igaram explained. Cobra's face changed dramatically, turning pale, and sweat began to bead on his forehead. Sanders had come to Alabasta. What was he here for? Cobra instantly panicked, recalling how Sanders had killed a celestial dragon. Although the Alabasta royal family wasn't celestial dragons, they were still one of the 20 royal families that founded the world government. Could Sanders be here to kill them? Has Sanders come to Alyabarna? Cobra asked urgently. If Sanders had come to the capital, he would immediately have the guards take Vivi and flee. No, Sanders went to Rain Base, Igaram replied. That's a relief. Thank goodness. Cobra exhaled in relief and slumped back into his chair. Hearing that Sanders hadn't come to the capital calmed him down somewhat. He then asked, Why is he going to Rain Base? Crocodile, the warlord of the sea, is there. Could they be enemies? Igaram thought for a moment before shaking his head. I'm not sure, but the people at the port said Sanders is heading to the casino and Rain Base. In any case, send someone to monitor the situation. Report back immediately if Sanders makes any moves. Yes, Your Majesty. Igaram saluted and left. Cobra gulped down several mouthfuls of water to calm himself. He had never been this nervous before. A pirate who had defeated a Marine admiral, slaughtered celestial dragon, and had a bounty of over 2 billion berries was in Alabasta, putting the entire kingdom in danger. Even with an army of 600,000, Cobra felt no sense of security. As a descendant of one of the 20 royal families, he understood the terrifying power of a Marine admiral. A monster with that level of strength couldn't be fought off by mere numbers. If Sanders harbored ill intent toward Alabasta, they wouldn't be able to stop him. Cobra picked up a din mushy, hesitating about whether to ask the Marines for help. After some consideration, Cobra decided not to notify them for now. Sanders was too powerful. Alerting the Marines might provoke him. Besides, the Marines wouldn't be able to offer him much protection anyway. Even Marine admirals have been defeated. Moreover, there were Marine forces near Alabasta, and they were probably already aware of the situation. Father, who is Sanders? Vivi looked up, her large eyes fixed on Cobra as she curiously asked. Cobra was about to explain to his daughter, but when the words came to his lips, he didn't know how to describe Sanders. Should he say that Sanders was a wicked and vicious pirate? But Sanders hadn't harmed any civilians. His betrayal of the Marines and the killing of the Celestial Dragon both had reasons behind them. Cobra had already learned this from the newspapers. Should he say Sanders was a good person? That wasn't quite right either. After all, Sanders had committed many crimes. Well, he's a very powerful pirate, Cobra finally said. Sensing her father's vague response, Vivi didn't ask further. She simply acknowledged it with a sound and picked up her book again, though she secretly decided to ask others about Sanders later. Meanwhile, in Rain Base, Crocodile, sporting slicked-back hair and a gold earring, had a menacing look on his face, a cigar dangling from his mouth. Just a moment ago, he had also received the news of Sanders' impending arrival. He had already stationed spies at the port, a critical location. Gwahaha, a big shot is coming, Crocodile laughed, though his gaze quickly turned ruthless. But you'd better not interfere with my plans. Otherwise, I'll weigh whether you really defeated Akiji. Crocodile showed no fear at Sanders' arrival, still maintaining his air of superiority. Crocodile-sama, I think it's best not to provoke him, said a woman sitting opposite Crocodile, wearing a sun hat. Nico, Robin, I'm a boss here, Crocodile retorted coldly. Robin chuckled softly, but said nothing further. Nico, Robin, could that guy Sanders be here for you? Crocodile asked. Robin's body stiffened momentarily, but then she smiled and said, How could that be? No one knows I'm here. Her ability to read the poneglyphs was indeed coveted by many powerful pirates. But Sanders had just recently escaped from Impel Down, so how could he possibly know she was here? Even if she stood right in front of him, he probably wouldn't recognize her. The photo on her wanted poster hadn't been updated in many years. Crocodile thought for a moment and then dismissed the idea. It had taken him a lot of effort to find Nico Robin. Without her, his plans wouldn't work. Even if he obtained the poneglyph, no one else could read it. Only by following our plan will you be able to see the poneglyph that Cobra is guarding, Crocodile said coolly. Of course, I agree, Robin chuckled lightly and took a sip of her drink. Crossing a vast desert, Sanders finally arrived at Rain Base. From a distance, he could see a pyramid-shaped building with a carving of a chubby crocodile on top. Without needing to ask, Sanders knew that this was Crocodile's casino, Rain Dinners. He sealed up the doors and windows on his ship and left it at the city's edge. Then he stepped into Rain Base. As soon as he entered the city, Crocodile's subordinates reported his arrival. Sanders sensed this with his observation Haki, but didn't pay any attention. At this moment, he was using his Haki to search for the person he was looking for. After a while, a smile appeared on Sanders' face. Carrying a cold beer that he had just bought from a roadside stall, Sanders walked towards Rain Dinners. Inside the casino, small groups of gamblers were gathered around various tables, betting money. At a small table in the corner, a crowd had formed around a group of people. Another wrong bet. A man with long hair, looking like a thug, exclaimed dramatically. After speaking, he signaled to his companions at the table, who quickly joined in. Such bad luck. You almost got it. Yes, so close. Across from them sat a middle-aged blind man. He was dressed in a purple kimono, had short hair, and 2 deep scars on his forehead. His wide-open eyes were completely white. Upon hearing the others say he had bet wrong again, the man looked regretful. Let's go for another round. This time, I'll bet on white again. The man, like a gambler who had lost everything, placed his chips on the table. Click! The roulette wheel spun. The small ball landed on white, number 18. What is it this time? Please check for me, the blind man asked anxiously. Too bad, it's black, number 15, the long-haired thug said without blinking. Some of the bystanders couldn't stand it anymore and were about to speak up when the thug glared at them fiercely, lifting his shirt to reveal a gun. The onlookers fell silent. Still want to play? The thug asked the blind man. Of course, I'll bet on white again. Go ahead, you might just hit white this time, the blind man shouted, trying to motivate himself. Once again, the wheel landed on white, but the thug remained unmoved, claiming it had landed on black. Then this round, I'll bet on black. Click. Oh no, it's white this time. If you had bet white again, you would have won. I'll bet on white. Missed again, it's black. After several rounds of back and forth, The blind man seemed to grow more anxious with each loss. "What's going on today?" "I'm so unlucky," the man sighed. The long-haired thug patted him on the shoulder with a wicked grin. "It's normal. Everyone has unlucky days. Who knows, you might get lucky on the next round." "You're right. This time, I'll bet all my chips." The blind man pushed all of his remaining chips onto the table with a hearty laugh. The thug was overjoyed, instantly excited. He had been eyeing the mountain of chips in front of the blind man for a while. If this wasn't Crocodile's territory, he would have robbed the man long ago. But this way was even better. He could legitimately win all of the chips. The thug loudly praised the man. "Well said. I like people with guts like you. We'll join your craziness, too. Let's all bet everything for one big round. If you win this one, you take all the chips. Let's do it. A life-or-death gamble between men." The blind man grinned. "Really? In that case, I'll bet on white again." Click. The wheels spun, and the ball landed on white, number 27. But the thug laughed loudly and said, "Too bad. It's black. The game's over. Want to head home and grab more money?" The thug swept all the chips into his pile, exchanging glances with his companions, his face full of smugness. The other gamblers in the casino looked at the group with disdain, but no one dared to expose the scam. At that moment, a voice sounded behind them. "It's white, number 27. The man won all the money." The crowd immediately turned around to see who had the courage to speak up. The long-haired thug's face darkened as he yelled, "It's black. Who said it's white? Come here and open your eyes to see that it's black." He pulled out his gun from his waistband as he spoke. Sanders pushed his way through the crowd. "I said it's white. What are you going to do about it?" Sanders asked calmly. "It's clearly—" The thug, trying to intimidate Sanders, started to threaten him, but Sanders shot him a cold glare. The thug suddenly felt like a wild beast was staring him down, and a chill ran through his body. His instinct screamed that he would die if he said anything more. "You don't want Crocodile finding out you're cheating in his casino, do you?" Sanders withdrew his intimidating aura and said nonchalantly. The thug and his companions' expressions flickered between fear and uncertainty. The dangerous sensation they had just felt seemed almost like an illusion. After a brief hesitation, they decided to pack up their chips and leave. Offending the casino owner was not something they could afford. Otherwise, they wouldn't have chosen such a secluded corner in the first place. If there were no trouble, it'd be fine. But if trouble started, they might end up getting fed to the crocodiles. "Since you bet everything on the last round, all the chips belong to this man now," Sanders said, pushing the chips back to the blind man. "You're a good kid. Just you wait." The thug snarled, glaring at Sanders before leaving with his lackeys. After they left, Sanders pushed all the chips to the blind man. "These are all yours," he said, then sat down across from him. Placing his freshly exchanged chips on the table, Sanders suggested, "Let's play a couple of rounds. Not roulette, though. Let's play dice. We'll guess high or low." He pulled out a dice cup. Outside the casino, the long-haired thug and his gang were storming out, full of fury. They cursed as they walked, planning how they'd deal with Sanders once he left the casino. Suddenly, a bolt of lightning struck from the clear sky, hitting them directly. The thugs collapsed instantly. Nearby passers-by were startled, looking up at the sky in confusion. How could there be lightning on such a sunny day? "Thank you, young man, for speaking up for me just now. I am truly grateful," the blind uncle, leaning on his bamboo cane, said with a smile. "If you still want to play, I can keep you company." "All right, I'll roll the dice." "No problem with that, right?" Sanders replied. "No problem," the blind man agreed. The bystanders, who had witnessed Sanders chase away the thugs, assumed he was a righteous person. But now, seeing him ready to gamble with a middle-aged blind man, their expressions quickly turned to disdain. They thought Sanders might just be aiming to take all the man's money. However, with Sanders standing over 2 meters tall, no one dared to step forward and scold him. They could only stand by and look at the blind man with pity, thinking that after escaping the wolves, he had fallen into a tiger's den. "It seems like this poor blind man is bound to lose all his money today," they thought. "I'm rolling," Sanders said casually as he shook the dice a few times and placed the dice cup on the table. You go ahead and guess first, Sanders suggested. The middle-aged blind man placed some chips on the table. I'll guess big, he said. Sanders matched his bet and opened the dice cup. It was big. The crowd turned their attention to Sanders, anticipating that he might cheat. But, to their surprise, Sanders immediately pushed the chips over to the blind man. Let's go again, Sanders said, shaking the dice once more. I'll guess big again, said the blind man. It was big again, and Sanders handed over the chips. They continued. Big, small, big, big. No matter whether it was big or small, the blind man always guessed right. After playing over a dozen rounds, the middle-aged man seemed a bit embarrassed. Why don't you guess first this time? He offered. Sure, Sanders agreed with a nod. Big, small, big, big, small. Out of 5 rounds, Sanders guessed correctly twice. By now, the onlookers had understood the situation. The tall young man standing before them was genuinely gambling with the blind man, relying on pure luck. But it seemed like the blind man had an extraordinary stroke of luck, always guessing right first. And indeed, it was all about luck. Sanders wasn't playing any tricks or using his observation Haki to hear the dice. He was playing fairly. Seeing that there wasn't much excitement to be had, the crowd gradually lost interest and began to disperse. Once everyone had left, Sanders once again let the blind man guess first. The two continued playing a few more rounds, with the blind man winning every time. After a while, Sanders smiled and said, Isho, aren't you cheating a bit by using observation Haki? Isho froze for a moment, then laughed awkwardly. I consider the abilities I possess to be part of the gamble. Isho replied. You seem to know who I am. I do, in a way. It seems you came looking for me, then. What business do you have with me? Isho asked. Rather than answering directly, Sanders posed his own question. What brings you to a warlord of the seas territory? Just got the itch to play a few rounds. Do you really think I'll believe that? Sanders couldn't help but smirk. There were plenty of casinos in port cities closer by. Why would someone come all the way to Rain Base just to gamble? Isho, a future critic of the Warlord system, now showing up in the territory of one of the 7 warlords, was clearly not here just for fun. It was as believable as someone claiming to go to a foot massage parlor for proper massages. It was nonsense. What do you think of the Warlord system, Isho? Sanders pressed. Isho paused before answering with a smile. I'm just a common man. It's not my place to comment on the world government's policies. How about Crocodile, then? Do you think his presence here is good or bad for the people of Alabasta? Crocodile is considered a hero in Alabasta, Isho replied, still avoiding a direct answer. A hero? A pirate being called a hero? Do you really believe that? Sanders burst into laughter. Isho fell silent for a moment before asking, May I know your name, young man? Sanders, he replied. Isho's closed eyes suddenly opened, revealing his pure white irises. A big name indeed. What business could someone as famous as you possibly have with an old man like me? I recently formed a pirate crew, but right now, I'm all alone. I came to invite you, Isho, to join my crew. With your strength, you shouldn't remain unknown. Sanders spoke earnestly. I don't currently have any intention of becoming a pirate, Isho replied after a brief pause, politely turning down the offer. He didn't claim to be weak or make excuses. Sanders, a man renowned across the seas, had clearly come to find him, fully aware of his strength. Over 40 years of life had given Isho many chances to display his abilities, and many people knew of his power. There was no point in using an empty excuse to refuse. I know you have your own sense of justice, Isho, but following me won't prevent you from realizing it. You may have heard about my past. If that's the case, you should understand that the Marines and the world government's version of justice isn't necessarily true justice. I'm not a good man. My hands are stained with blood, but before I went to prison, every pirate I killed had it coming. When I broke out of Impel Down, I didn't release a single pirate. Since then, the Marines and government officials I've killed all had it coming too. Sanders spoke calmly. I sympathize with what you've been through, and I agree with your actions, Isho replied without hesitation. He had a strong sense of justice, but that didn't mean he was rigid. From Sanders' perspective, Isho could even understand seeking revenge on the world. I'm only 19 years old. I need someone with a sense of justice to guide me, Sanders continued. At my age, I could end up ruling part of the world for 50 years. If I were to become a tyrant, countless civilians would suffer. Don't you want to save those millions of innocent people, Isho? Sanders valued Isho not just for his strength, but also for his sense of justice and concern for civilians, values that aligned with Sanders' own beliefs, shaped by his upbringing. You wouldn't become a tyrant, Isho said with a smile. He understood that Sanders was appealing to his sense of justice to recruit him, but he didn't feel offended. He actually found it amusing. His observation Haki wasn't as advanced as some, unable to read people's innermost thoughts, but it was good enough to give him a sense of a person's nature. And he didn't feel any tyranny from Sanders. People change, Isho. Well, I don't have much of a choice, do I? After all, I did use my observation Haki to win quite a bit of money from you earlier. Isho lowered his head and pretended to think seriously. Then, as if making a tough decision, he said, to keep word from spreading that I cheated, leaving me without anyone to gamble with, I'll have to work for you. Captain, hearing Isho's ridiculous reason for joining him, Sanders was stunned at first, but then burst into laughter. Isho also joined in, laughing along with him. The two of them laughed in the middle of the gambling hall at rain dinners, drawing the attention of many onlookers. Mr. Isho, welcome aboard as my crewmate, Sanders said joyfully after a long while. Isho's joining greatly boosted the strength of Sanders' team. Now, even if they want to challenge the 4 Emperor's crew, they wouldn't be overwhelmed. With 2 Admiral-level fighters, they were naturally a top-tier force on the seas. Even the world's strongest organization, the Marines, only had 5 Admiral-level individuals after former Admiral Blackarm Zephyr lost his arm. Sengoku the Buddha, Marine Hero Garp, and the 3 current admirals. Captain, just call me Isho, Isho said with a light smile, resting his hands on his bamboo sword. His decades of experience had shown him the filth and corruption of the world, and it was for that reason that he had chosen to blind himself. Now, with someone inviting him, he decided to follow this former Marine prodigy and see just how far the man could go. Uncle Isho, you didn't come here just for gambling, right? Sanders asked, returning to the question he had asked at the beginning. I wanted to see what the 7 warlords of the sea were up to. Gambling was just on the side. Isho replied honestly this time. Sanders wasn't surprised at all. After all, Isho's ultimate goal after becoming a Marine admiral was to abolish the warlord system, so he must have already investigated these warlords thoroughly. So what did you see, Uncle Isho? A terrifying ambition, Isho said slowly. Just as Sanders had mentioned before, a pirate being hailed as a hero for protecting a country. It was obvious that something was wrong. Do you know what Crocodile's goal is, Uncle Isho? Sanders asked, taking a sip of cold beer. Although Crocodile hadn't yet used dance powder to create drought in Alabasta, the heat there was still oppressive. I don't know yet. Crocodile's actions have been very secretive. Isho shook his head. Becoming Alabasta's hero might just be the first step. At this moment, Crocodile was busy promoting himself in the newspapers, while the darker part of his conspiracy was only just beginning. Even if the Marines were to investigate, they likely wouldn't find anything substantial yet. Captain Sanders, do you know something? Isho asked, sensing that Sanders had more information than he was letting on. Since Sanders had sought him out and knew of his strength, it seemed likely that Sanders had other reasons for coming to Alabasta besides recruiting him. Uncle, have you heard of the ancient weapons? Sanders asked instead of answering directly. Isho's expression shifted slightly. Poseidon, Pluton, Uranus, the 3 ancient weapons from ancient times, said to have the power to destroy the world, weapons that were once revered as gods. Crocodile's goal in Alabasta is to obtain one of those ancient weapons. Pluton, the most feared warship in shipbuilding history, said to have the power to destroy entire islands with a single strike. Of course, taking control of this land is also one of his objectives, Sanders explained, revealing Crocodile's grand ambition. How terrifying! Isho's face displayed a look of shock. He had suspected Crocodile was plotting something in Alabasta, but he hadn't imagined that it involved such a shocking conspiracy. So, are you here to fight for Pluton as well, Captain Sanders? Isho asked. No, Sanders shook his head. Pluton isn't in Alabasta. What's here is a poneglyph that records its location, guarded by the royal family of Alabasta for generations. That's what Crocodile is after. A poneglyph. Isho muttered, puzzled. Even if Crocodile gets his hands on the poneglyph, he wouldn't be able to read the ancient script, right? Isho had heard of the poneglyphs before, but the writing on them was ancient and indecipherable to most people. He can't, but there's someone who can, Sanders explained. The survivor of O'Hara's destruction, a woman with a bounty of 79 million berries, demon child Nico Robin. She's the only person in the world who can read the ancient script. In reality, Sanders himself could decipher the poneglyphs using his ability to simulate all things, but he left that part unsaid. Isho silently processed what Sanders had told him. If Crocodile was already after the poneglyphs of Alabasta, then it was highly likely that Nico Robin had joined forces with him. Isho's expression grew more serious. If Crocodile succeeded in obtaining Pluton, who knows how much chaos he would cause? How many innocent people would die in the ensuing turmoil? Captain, have you come here for the poneglyph and Nico Robin? Isho asked. A pirate with a bounty of over 2 billion berries who was also an enemy of the world government. Someone like Sanders wouldn't be indifferent to such information. Isho himself didn't want Pluton to fall into the hands of an ambitious pirate. However, now that he had joined Sanders' crew, he felt it would be safer if such a power was in their hands. At the very least, he could offer advice on how to handle it. At that moment, Isho was thankful he had accepted Sanders' invitation to join. I'm only interested in Nico Robin. She's the next crewmate I want to recruit, Sanders said with a smile. As for the poneglyph that holds the location of Pluton, I'm not that interested. Even if she deciphers the poneglyph, it's up to her whether she wants to tell me what it says or not. Sanders chuckled. In fact, he already knew where both Pluton and Poseidon were. The poneglyph in Alabasta was just a stone to him. Oh, you're not interested in the ancient weapons? Isho was surprised. He hadn't expected his newly appointed captain to be indifferent to such world-destroying power. That's not it, Sanders laughed. Everyone loves power, and I'm no exception. It's just that I already know where Pluton is, so the poneglyph is just a stone to me. What? Even someone as composed as Isho couldn't help but exclaim in shock. He already knows where Pluton is? Isn't it said that only Nico Robin can decipher the poneglyphs? Could it be that Robin has already joined forces with Sanders? But Crocodile's scheme has only just begun. What's going on here? Isho's mind was filled with questions, and he felt completely bewildered. The information Sanders had just shared was too much for him to process at once.
Hello, everyone. As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500+ novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.